welcome to day number 4 of Blast Slam 2. We have some more exciting Dota for you guys coming up very soon. But before we get into that, I want to introduce my panel. There's been a slight change up on the other end here, just in where you're standing. Misery is in the middle now, Tigov on the end, and Rayo right beside me. So how are you doing today?
My favorite place to be.
Right beside me?
Yeah.
Winning the hearts of me and everyone else at home.
Can't wait. Can't wait to spend this entire day with you and our 2 good bold friends over there on the other side of the table, very far away.
Very far away.
Very
I heard
far
it's
away.
contagious.
Not a bad thing?
No.
Back to you, Nat.
Back to you, Misery.
What? Maybe it's contagious.
I'm going to change the topic to talk about Dota.
We can.
I would love to. I would love to focus a little bit more on the Dota.
Yeah, that's what I actually.
We finally have the day that everyone's been waiting for. This is the
You were
day.
getting so far ahead of yourself, T.
I don't care.
Okay.
I'm excited.
All right,
this
go.
is what I'm here for.
All right, go.
My excitement.
Please.
We finally get to see Nigma play. Are they actually good? Today is the day. A best of 3. No more best of 1s. We get to get a conclusion to this Twitch chat desire, this question that's been burning on the brains or something. Yeah, there you go.
Nice.
Thanks.
Look, we don't want to get too far down that rabbit hole right now. We do still want to have a look at the path that people have taken to get here, all of the fun that we've had so far. So we've got a quick little recap video for you guys of what happened for day number 3.
They catch him, they drag him back. The Solar Guard is coming in though, and it's healing Crit up. Crit,
big connection.
The stuns it onto the 3 of the Falcons.
It was the bait.
Crit gets caught because the Falcons turn up as a team.
He's in trouble as Liquid try and ambush him underneath this high ground ward. So the white workout, what a vacuum! Into the wall, a terrorize over the top is going to push him back. The team managed to finish off the Darks here, but they're still being run down by all these illusions. So Satanic goes for another one. Instantanea all the way back, almost to the fountain. Pulled in on Boxy underneath the black hole. One-man black hole. This is not Liquid space. It is PARIVISION's second base. It's their outpost.
There's our groups talking about our day yesterday. 2 more eliminations where we saw Liquid and BetBoom team unfortunately going home for themselves. Mostly the fact that we're seeing BetBoom team go home. Yes, they had that stand in Misery, but they were our defending champs. I thought maybe there was a chance we could have had a team that were going to be holding the title of Blast Slam.
Yeah, I mean, I think they actually improved from the beginning of this tournament to what we saw yesterday. But one thing that got me thinking yesterday was the fact that BetBoom was so kind of happy about their game 1 win. Kind of woke with the beast of Falcons inside of Crit, right? We saw him yesterday get overly excited. I think maybe that was the downfall of BetBoom, that they got a bit too excited after winning 1 game.
I mean, also in the interview they were saying, like, oh yeah, we're gonna win the tournament. You know, like they had like it was a little one-liner, but the fact that like after 1 series win against Extreme, no offense, weakest seed in the entire tournament, like that's not the series to give yourself the confidence of winning it all. You know, like if they knocked out a Tundra or a Gaming or a Falcons, I think that's where the confidence come in. So maybe the overexcitement and all that kind of hit them, and maybe they it compromised their run a little bit, but.
I loved it personally. That is probably one of the saddest things as well, is that we're not going to have this team that's willing to come out here and be like, yep, we're going to win it all from round 1. You know, the Falcon Slayers, that's what I think Toronto Tokyo called pure. So they had the confidence. It was a lot of fun to witness that themselves. But is there a certain moment within the Dota that you guys remember from yesterday? One specific memorable moment that might stand out?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes, my nice little Nyx Carapace. I don't know what the play of the day is, I'm just saying.
No, I know
but my
you don't,
favorite
but I wanna hear
was
what
the
yours
Nyx Carapace. 5 heroes into a 3-man stun, into team follow-up, wipe, don't all, blah, 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 you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I know what you're saying. That was a lot of good words used.
Yeah, either the what happened, or Saberlight on his Darkseer with multi-hero vacuums hitting the wall, you know, pressuring Satanic on PARIVISION. Even though they lost the series, he really put a statement out for that 1 game. So I think, yeah, the Nyx, maybe the Darkseer, maybe another play that we missed.
I think for me it's like maybe a bit more the development of the meta, perhaps, showing in the last series with the Venomancer and the Abaddon, some heroes that has been kind of lurking in the group stage, but are now showing the potential of these new heroes. I think that's kind of interesting, and I think that's something we will be seeing today and perhaps.
So you want the play of the day, the SFM, to be a draft SFM?
I don't know how we would do that.
I'm here to analyze.
That is true.
That's what I prefer.
Look, T, I'll give it to you. You were definitely the closest here. Let's just run the clip. Let's enjoy what our play of the day from yesterday was.
Now they should be able to do so. No one's going to try and get the turnaround kill. Terrorize goes out, pushes them away, and the damage is not enough on the Dark Willow. They're going to chase after the Viper. They're diving into the tier 2s for this one. Liquid have done this before to Viper, but this time around they've got the damage. Mickey quickly pulls him up, and now it's going to be a terror raid. They're rounded by heroes underneath the wall. Tukalas throws out a Chain Frost, hoping beyond hope that it'll stick onto Mickey and finish him off, but it looks like he's getting away thanks to the surge. Insidia runs down that Lich, gets that kill. 9 Class, all he can do is throw around some shurikens, but Mickey goes back in for the kill onto 9 Class. What a turn from Liquid. Mickey gets burned out by the dragon in the end, though. And now DM comes back in, blinks onto Nisha. Nisha not afraid of the fight, though. The dragon is doing some serious work here.
Smacking.
It was a great play of the day yesterday, just in isolation, getting to watch it all come together in that cinematic. But on top of that, this was the game that Liquid were 0-4 before the minute mark and lost all 4 bounties as well. So to turn it around, come back into a game and have a highlight like that, cherry on top.
Yeah, I think first time in patch history that there was ever a team to have 4 kills and 4 bounties, and then also, you know, lose the game. So it's like, it was pretty rough for PARIVISION, but I think it's just kind of testament to the quality of our teams here that I think everyone watching that was like, Liquid's lost this. And then, you know, they find that chance, they lean on Sableye. Again, not enough to win the series, but you have to give it your all in every game because no team left in this tournament will be an easy pushover. There shouldn't be any 2-0s left. Yesterday, 2-3 game series, and I'm hoping today we have the same again.
Yeah, well, let's actually look at our bracket because whilst Liquid were able to come back in that game, they weren't able to come back completely in their series. We said goodbye to them yesterday, along with BetBoom team. They fall out in the 7th, 8th position here. Just before that, a couple of days ago, it was Talon and Extreme Gaming that were the first 2 teams that we said goodbye to. And PARIVISION making a pretty good run right now in this single elimination bracket, and Falcons as well with their win yesterday. They've started their momentum towards the grand finals. Yakult Bros stand in their way later today, but kicking us off, a nice way to start our day. They're back. They're back.
No freaking way.
Yeah, PARIVISION, they're back for a 3rd time again. All right, we're going to be seeing them time and time again. Are they going to be able to get this series for themselves, or is Nigma Galaxy going to put up a bit of a fight here today, Misery?
Yeah, but I think Nigma has it cut out for them because PARIVISION looks like a very solid team right now. We talked about the game 2, Liquid won yesterday. The fact that they were able to bounce back PARIVISION and win that game 3 in a convention fashion shows me that this team is actually a tournament winning potential. Like they are really hard to beat in a best of 3. So yeah, I think it's going to be a tough one for Nigma. But again, from all we've heard about Nigma in recent days, they're going to be strong too. So we got a hell of a series ahead.
All right, guys, I just want to bring up the fact that Nigma played PARIVISION this tournament. They beat them.
Before we fully get into that, though, I want to give you guys a little extra special surprise because whilst you have us in the studio, we get our players in as well. There is one extra person we want to shout out who is in the studio with us right now, and that's Gork. He's going to be co-streaming Blast Slam right there. That's right. He's got us in his background. We're going to be having him. I wish there was like a POV of what we could see as well. He's giving you the double thumbs up. This is like the awkward handshake, you know. But yeah, so Gork, he's here in the studio. He's co-streaming on his stream as well, if you guys want to go and check that one out. Or maybe you enjoyed the panel, and because of that, we are going to be having Gork join us throughout the day. He's going to be giving us some of his analysis, his hot takes and draft as well. But we've got to get a series underway before we can invite him all the way up here. And we should just start focusing on one of the teams that I know everyone out there has been dying to see at a LAN. It's Nigma Galaxy.
Lonely, a solitary figure on the battlefield, moving with quiet determination and unshakable focus. Their title is a tribute to their twin brother, a reminder, even in solitude, bonds run deep. The King, a ruler of the battlefield, commanding respect and awe wherever they go. Their presence is undeniable, their dominance unchallenged. When the King steps into the arena, it's not just a game, it's a coronation. The pro, precision, skill, execution defines their craft. The pro doesn't play, they perform, turning every match into a clinic of mastery. For them, excellence is not the goal, it's just another day at work. The Habibi, the heart of the team, bringing charm and energy that lifts everyone around them. Loved by their allies and feared by their foes, they're more than just a player. They're the soul of the game. Going home. Whether it's to the fountain, the base, or straight to victory, they always find their way back. Reliable in clutch moments, they're the GPS of the team, rerouting the chaos of battle to a safe and successful destination, because at the end of the day, there's no place like home. Together they form a team like no other. Legends united by talent, heart, and purpose. Their titles are more than names. They're a testament to the qualities that create miracles.
A fantastic introduction to this roster, of course, most notably having a stand in there for themselves in position 1, Ghost joining the team there, but everyone else, they've been there for a couple of months working on their synergy, Missouri.
Yeah, I think also Ghost has kind of been in and out of this team a couple of times throughout the last few years, so he's not a complete stand-in, I would say. He has been playing with them before.
But with this 4 stack, he is a bit fresh.
Oh, that's kind of true, yeah.
Yeah. Because they were able to take part of what used to be PSG Quest. They took Noob, Amon, Noob making that big change for himself as well, coming into offlane. It felt like, Rhea, there was this weird pool of offlaners for a while, and people just being very open and willing to move into that role.
Yeah, like, I think offlane has been one of the most interesting roles to follow for such a long time, just because of how much it's changed, right? Even just looking in really far back into history, you had those times when offlaners were sitting alone offlane with no help whatsoever. Then they get their 4 in their lane regularly. You know, we've seen this move through the aura metas. We've seen the move through the carries. I think like offlane is probably one of the most fun roles that we've seen all players from all other roles come and move to and then move out of and just kind of play through. And seeing how everyone deals with that is great. You know, like Amar, really fun to watch him be more of a core and a carry. People like Ace always being the one that's buffing over like pipes and auras. I think offlane is a cool role. I think Noob is doing a really good job of it. He's playing like a lot of semi-carries, he's playing a lot of things that our team fight. It's like, he's very versatile.
Yeah. Can you give me a refresher of how this group, this roster, went in the group stage 3 days ago?
Yeah, let me load the notes up.
Yes, please.
So they entered the tournament and they absolutely demolished Falcons. They taught them a lesson on what Abaddon can do. Now Falcons is playing Abaddon. They fell short against Gaming, but then they were able to beat Extreme and PARIVISION with relative ease. I would argue the PARIVISION win was more of a PARIVISION with all the net worth on Alchemist and Satanic maybe overplaying his hand. But the fact that Nigma played that entire 4th game with that kind of confidence, like they knew that a comeback was available, it didn't look like they were lost. Even though they were behind, it was like kind of their game to kind of eventually turn it around. So yeah, I think overall I was very impressed with their group stage, but they've won off IO lineups and they've won off Bristol lineups, right? They've shown 2 core concepts. So I'm a little worried, like, do they have a 3rd big winning, like game-winning concept to bring? Because if that's their major playbook, then I think PARIVISION with some good homework, they're going to be well prepared for today.
I think one thing about the game you just mentioned against PARIVISION was that they actually gave away Alchemist. I hear that's constantly banned, and maybe it's the only time we've seen Alchemist in this tournament so far, but they actually managed to beat it in the end. And that kind of shows their willingness to experiment, giving heroes away that are normally seen upon as broken or impossible to beat. I think another hero that they have been playing a lot is the Pugner, a hero that is extremely strong, but a hero that a lot of teams don't prioritize as much anymore, but they still play it, and it creates a lot of aggression through their drafts, and I think that's also been one of their key heroes in the group stage.
You guys highlighting a lot of heroes being picked up, just how well they did in the group stage, but I want to show you guys just how well they did with a small little highlight package.
With a couple of heroes still dead for a few seconds, they're going to have to rally around Snaking here, but he dragged back in and slain by Ghost. Malrine is in. The Dragonite fighting into the Abaddon, but the RP from Noob, that's a big one, right onto 4.
The new season has revitalized the Nigma roster, and the stars are aligning. The long-suffering fans of Nigma Galaxy have had their dedication rewarded with a top 8 performance at Thailand.
Waiting, he's looking, there it is! Oh, come on, do you have the damage? He's dead,
With the top 6 already guaranteed, Nigma Galaxy is proving that they are a threat on the world stage, with or without Miracle. In order to make top 4, Nigma need to win their first LAN best of 3 since 2022.
We briefly mentioned with this roster the fact that they have changed a couple of months ago. I'm rounding up to 4 months T. Hopefully you can be generous with that rounding. September, 4 months, 5 months. Either way, that is where they made a pretty dramatic change to their roster, most notably changing up their off lane, right? Bringing in Noob, going into position 3, but Umar coming along with him from their old team and playing in the position 4.
Yeah, I actually don't think it's the most, like, initially people would have looked at it and gone, you're bringing a mid laner to off lane, it's all a bit weird, and then you're kind of stealing the PhD Quest players, but when you think about it, they're both Lebanese players. They've played national tournaments with GH as a core of Omar, Noob, and GH. So there's been a lot of community around them playing in and out when they're in other teams. So to bring them onto one roster, it's like they already knew each other in national tournaments. It wasn't kind of that crazy of an idea. If anything, the true test was how quick can Noob become an offlaner. And I think it was pretty rough the first couple months, but he's now found his heroes. Like, he's not the Zoo player, but he's a really good Bristle player, the Mag player, the Mars player. Just don't give him the Zoo at the moment, give him what he's good at, and then they're going to look really good. So you were laughing or something. What was
She was getting distracted by the camera, and I was
The
getting
camera went on me. What am I supposed to do? I was smiling.
I was waiting for someone like behind us, worried.
No. But sometimes I do get distracted by the players a little bit. Luckily, I can't see Nigma Galaxy while we're talking about them. You talked about Noob there. Let's focus on his counterpart in the lane, Omar, a little bit.
Yeah, I think Omar is kind of one of those players that fall under the radar a bit, perhaps. You don't maybe talk about him as much, but he's a very solid player in this team and has a very important role, I think, both inside the game, but also what appears to be outside the game as well, creating a good atmosphere. Another thing is that when he took over the post 4, I think GH playing post 5 is also something that we haven't seen as much in the past. I think he has meddled with it a bit, but that's also something that he has changed in the past.
Yeah. Well, while we're talking about Omar, I got to catch up with him a little bit earlier here, so let's see what he had to say. Omar, seeing you on Nigma Galaxy, tell me how it's been the last few months of joining this roster.
It's been a very fruitful couple of months. It's been very learning, improving months, so I'm happy.
Yeah. Were you guys shocked by any means to do so well in the groups and make it this far in the tournament, or you knew you just had to get to a LAN and you could prove?
To be honest, personally, I can't speak for my team, but personally, I don't even think about these parts, like how we're gonna do, how we are doing. To me, it's all about just playing, trying to do my best, and as a team, do our best. And that's all our plan, and my plan, basically. So, no, nothing shocking, really.
Yeah. Now, you don't have a new teammate with you in the off lane, right? Noob, you've played with him before, but he moved from position 2 to position 3. So how was that playing in a lane with someone that had recently role swapped?
I think he's a very unique and impressive player. Like, to be able to switch from a role to the other and just excel. I mean, it's not like he won 10,000 tournaments yet, but like he's playing good most of the times. I think he just adapted so quickly. But I think it's coming because him as a player, he just have really good understanding about the game. He knows how to play the game in general. Like, sometimes he can even have the worst game out of all players, and he's still doing the shot calling. Like, he just have really good game knowledge overall. So he's impressive.
And how has it been adapting to having Ghost as a stand-in for you guys? Has it been quite easy? Are you quite familiar with it? Or are you shocked with how simple it's been?
Ghost, to be fair, he's a ghost. I don't know. he's just going with the flow and it's going good. So nothing much to comment about it. He's a really good player. He's amazing teammate. So far, that's what I know about him. Haven't been playing much with him. So that's what I know so far, but so far it's really good.
A little bit of extra knowledge there from Omar, talking about just, how the synergy is going with two pretty big things, a stand-in for them, but also, that role swap that we talked about. It's always nice to know behind the scenes just how it is going for them.
I think it's also interesting to hear him talk about the expectations going into this event, that they have no pressure on them. He doesn't even really think about it. They're just here to kind of play. I think a lot of teams in this tournament have a little bit of pressure on them, right? A lot of expectations from fans and from themselves, whereas Nigma are coming into this tournament completely fresh and with no expectations at all. And then on top of that, they're kind of dictating the meta as well. So
yeah, people are picking up what they're doing.
I think people always assume that every team is like expecting like we're going to win the next tournament. Like if we practice for a month, we're going to win the next one.
It does feel like harsh sometimes asking what were your expectations. I don't want everyone to say yes, we expected to come first. I want people to be real with me and with the audience. Sometimes we expect to bomb out, and when we don't, like that's what feels good.
But it does feel like Nigma, appreciate the fact that it's going to be, a test of time. They're going to have to like understand what they need to do. How does Nude go to offlane? Like, they aren't themselves going, we're meant to win everything, right? Like, maybe there's like a 6-month, 12-month plan, right? But people, when they watch this team, because of the names, they have so much high expectations, and it's good to see the team they're not matching the energy of Twitch chat, right? They're being very realistic, and then Twitch chat's being optimistic, right? Like, that is, of course, the difference when you think about this team.
Yeah, you got to try and find a balance, and I feel a team that does have that perfect balance of both having high expectations and at the moment meeting it is their opponent. It's PARIVISION. Let's see exactly their journey so far.
And the Rolling Thunder right through the middle of it. Immediately, they do have a roar up to try and stall this out. They try and go for the egg, but it's denied. A black hole.
PARIVISION is rapidly becoming a team to be feared for their playoff bracket runs. Adept laning combined with timed aggression has proven to be a potent 1-2 combo since Thailand.
Satanic goes for another one. Instantanea all the way back, almost to the fountain. Pulled in on Boxy underneath the black hole. One-man black hole. This is not Liquid space. It is PARIVISION's second base. It's their outpost. They own this area.
Having dispatched of Liquid for a second time, now it's time to do away with the Liquid alumni as well.
It is very important to take note, to remember, PARIVISION have thrived against elimination numerous times, most recently in the Fissure tournament before coming into this one. Round 1 of the lower bracket, they made it all the way to top 3. That's amazing to be able to do that run. They fell just short, but it's still phenomenal. And here where everything is elimination, it's single elimination here, single bracket. Yeah, you always have to be switched on, Misery. At no point can you feel like, oh, it's just an off day for us and we can bounce back tomorrow. We can learn about it and implement it tomorrow.
Yeah, it feels like it's that's a really nice quality to have as a team, right? To be able to deal with any circumstances thrown at you in the lower bracket or in any game, being able to come back like that. I think one thing that speaks to me about PARIVISION is their ability to create their own flair and their own strategies. Like, we've seen them play all types of stuff that other teams are not really playing. On 9class, for example, with his Morphling, his Spirit Breaker. I think the teams that are left in this tournament have a little bit of more identity to themselves, perhaps, and I think PARIVISION is no exception with that.
I just really hope that neither team tries to over-respect their opponent today. I really want to see them, like the PARIVISION draft, I want to see the Spirit Breaker, the Dazzle, the stuff they're doing, and I want to see Nigma thinking about the Abaddon, thinking about the noob heroes. I really hope that there isn't this like over-respect. It's like, okay, we need to really make sure that we take this hero and take that hero. I think that's what Liquid did yesterday against PARIVISION, and it got them eliminated. So yeah, I think that's the good thing with this series. Like Misery said, they have such clear identities, and they're also very different in hero pool to some degree.
Yeah, the drafting is going to be like probably one of my favorite parts to look at for this series, just because of yesterday when PARIVISION were in the driver's seat the entire time. Like, they have such a massive pool of like strategies. It's not just like, oh, we play a lot of heroes, it's that we play a lot of strategies themselves, right? Like, the ability to play around so many different options and pin your opponents into a situation where it's like, how do we cover all of those because they're all good? It's hard. It's the kind of thing where you have to like set up your heroes where you can like take stuff from them but then ban out the other stuff, and then they still have more, right? Like, Satanic's been amazing. They're playing this like tempo carries. You have like this cheese with Brood. You also have this hard carry Medusa, right? When your carry can play like that, and then you also have no one just going insane in the game. Like, I just don't know. I would love to see someone actually dismantle them outside of a best of one, because again, Nigma have beat them. They gave them out. They beat one of the most scariest strategies of this current patch. So, but it feels like Parry have more now.
Yeah, it is hard when your opponent, or for PARIVISION, that you can draft, that you can play inside the box, and there is so much more outside the box for them. We saw 9class there. We saw his unique hero pool, things that only he's picking up for himself, and I talked to him about that. So let's see what words he had for me. 9class, I'm going to jump straight to it. The only one picking Spirit Breaker right now. I need to know why. Why is it working for you guys? Why are you picking it up?
I remember Pure words when we played together. He said to me on Riyadh, just play Spirit Breaker. And I just played Spirit Breaker for his birthday.
For his birthday. All right, I love it. You're doing it for him. You guys are playing every day. You're having a fantastic run right now. How enjoyable is it to be doing this best of 3 every day, or do you wish you had a one-day break?
I think it's fun because no patch, so we play and we continue play and play and play, and we're not upset because no patch, so we don't need to chill.
Yeah, no one yesterday led me to believe that there was going to be a patch. Did he do the same to you? Did he like gaslight you into thinking there was a patch today?
I thought it will be, but Ducalis said midnight, so it's no patch today. And I was, okay, I go sleep. Let's be like.
I love the dedication, staying up as late as possible. You guys have a tough opponent, though. Nigma Galaxy, how are you feeling coming up against them?
I think it's gonna be fun to play versus JH Boss. Sadly, no Miracle, so I cannot make photo with him.
Aww. Is he like your Dota idol? Is he someone that got you into Dota?
It's legend. Like in Russia, we all scream like Miracle, 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 Miracle. So it's legend.
I love it. And is there anything that we can expect from this series, perhaps?
Cannot say.
Some secrets?
No.
No, there's all right, perfect. 9Class, thank you so much for joining me. Good luck today.
Thank you very much.
Sure is, Ever. Always fun to talk to these players just before they sit down, set up, and get into the lobby. And let's look at these two teams against each other, because we've talked about them individually. We've had our piece to say about Nigma Galaxy and PARIVISION, but this is it. What has happened between them in previous times that they've met up. It's only been 3 in recent times. That group stage is what you were talking about, Rhea, with the best of 1 going to the side of Nigma Galaxy. Finally.
Finally, I mean, yeah, it looks like they have struggled in best of 3s, which is unfortunate given what we're about to witness. But yeah, they did well in that best of 1, and they had good results. Like, they've talked about the fact that they're scrimming these really top teams and they're winning. Like, other teams are giving them respect and saying, yeah, they're like making these strats and are creating new things, and that's very powerful. And you know, that's coming a lot from Kuroki in the coach role, as he's like joined them in that position, and they're like, yeah, he's giving the final say on everything, right? They're respecting his experience in Dota for so many years. Like, apparently he is just very, like, the most knowledgeable of all of them. This is Sumail's credit to him. The most knowledgeable, the most experienced. He's able to quickly analyze the meta, and he identifies the powerful heroes and understands the current patch. Having an asset like that on your team, and like being able to credit him so strongly and be like, yeah, he is really leveling us up, like, that's just gotta be like such a good feeling.
Yeah, it takes a lot of pressure off of the players, right? Like, if you think about when a game ends or a draft ends, right? When you want to get a conclusion, you just look out of the team and look to a new voice. I think that alleviates a lot of pressure. So, of course, once they kind of find their strategies, which I think now they are, I think the head-to-head that we're looking at, that was a lot of 2024 results when they just formed. Yeah. It doesn't really mean much. I think this is now like the true test for this team. Like, if they can go up against a consistent finalist and top 3 team and potentially beat them, the question that you asked at the very start of this show, are they back? I think this is a series where you at least can start entertaining. Yes, they would be, but this is kind of like my test personally.
I think teams go through that roller coaster, the up, down, and also players themselves throughout their career. Two of the longest standing players, I mean, Nigma Galaxy has so many, but we had to pick one from each team here, is Sumail and No One in the mid lane, all right? They started roughly the same time frame, same year, and this is their head-to-head win rate against each other, put into a percentage. How many LAN games they have for themselves as well, how many events they've won, and then most recently, or the last time that they did win an event T.
And you see the stat at the very bottom, right? 54 days since the last win for No One. Of course, that's because they won ESL 1 Bangkok. Yep. But before that, it was 2,219 days since No One had won a LAN, right? So it's the fact that if we just ignore that one very recent PARIVISION victory, it is a talk about 2 players who have incredible legacy, but in the recent years, it has been a struggle for them. And they are, at least for No One, he is refinding that. And now for Sumail, he also wants to find that, right? And maybe Blast Slam 2 is when that kind of re-emerges for his own career.
I'm also just thinking about, considering that they both started around the same time. That was the time when EG was really strong and when Virtus Pro was in the meta, you could say. But that just speaks to how explosively they came into the scene and just kind of took over and dominated the mid lane back then. And they're still here, and they're still kind of revitalizing their career again. And it's really cool to see that players with so much experience and so many years in the game still can be here and compete.
Yeah, well, something I find really interesting is how Sumail's commented on like Dota over time, and how before it was really technical, there was more flashy plays, there was a lot of gut feelings, and now he's like, okay, everything is so structured, you have to go for these objectives or else you're going to be heavily punished for it, and the game is a lot more predictable in his opinion, to the point where he actually feels that the skill gap of players has like lessened. It's not as wide as it used to be, and he even said, you know, a win could just be down to who slept better and is in the better mood. at this point. I mean, it is insane how well everyone's playing Dota.
Yeah, I wholeheartedly agree. Unfortunately, though, you don't want to chalk it up to a better sleep when it comes to Blast Slam 2, because it's do or die. Everything is elimination, a best of 3, and we're about to get this one started because the game number 1 draft is ready.
Game 1 of the first series of the day. Many questions that we want to find answers to. Of course, we'll be able to answer some of them when the draft begins. But again, Nigma versus PARIVISION. What's the odds? What are you going between the two teams? Are you leaning to a side before we look at any drafts?
I think I'm leaning 60-40 for PARIVISION.
Okay.
I think the momentum of PARIVISION in the gauntlet, I think is really a driving factor for them. I think it's not that easy to come in as Nigma, having playing for the first time on the stage, matched up against a team like PARIVISION, who's already had several wins under their belt.
Yeah, I want to agree with you, but also last Blast Slam, the 2 semi-finalists at least were able to instantly get to the grand finals, but that is a semi-finalist. We're currently in the quarterfinals, so maybe there's some different energy of being a first-place team in the group to second place.
That is true, yeah. But yeah, it's going to be hard to say. It really, maybe as Sumail said, it is coming down to how you're feeling on the day. For Nigma especially, right? They have to come in here and really be ready to show up. Nothing too unusual right now from the bans, I would say. The Chen ban and the Venomancer ban makes a lot of sense against PARIVISION from what we've seen the last couple of days.
One thing to note as well with the format is the teams that play later into the tournament, they have to reveal a lot of less, right? Like PARIVISION, because they've been in round 1, they're playing, what, 5-6 heroes per player?
True.
Just to get to this position. Whilst Nigma Galaxy, it's been 3 heroes per player. It's like, there's like double the information available. So you're going to have to reveal a lot more. I mean, that's maybe one of the advantages for being a higher seed team.
Yeah, you're not going to reveal all your strategies. So at the same time, it leaves a lot of room for the team who's waiting to potentially overthink things.
True.
Potentially read too much into what PARIVISION is doing. Like they're in a survival mode, right? They might not have too much thought behind what they're necessarily picking on the day, and then it could leave Nigma to overthink the draft in that way.
Yeah, and right now at least, I know that Nigma Galaxy likes to often play the bristleback from second pick, so maybe that hero isn't really being thought about too much for them from first. They have done it from first pick before, but that also was when they got punished in their qualifiers, and at least that's what.
Yeah, I mean, I was just about to say that the bristleback is a good to talk about right now, because both of these teams really love this hero and has a lot of success with it. So you might see Nigma Galaxy pick up the bristleback first pick here, and if not, then PARIVISION is surely going to take it eventually. I would imagine.
It's fitting off the bounty SFM, the bounty and the penguins give the patch. We want the big patch,
Yeah, so they go with the bounty hunter. I also kind of like this idea because we saw PARIVISION play it yesterday to great success against Liquid, and it looked really disgusting when what 9class were doing, sniping all the couriers, and the way PARIVISION is playing around with this aggressive, like, punishing style that they have. So I think Nigma snatching that from them is a good start for them in the draft.
Yeah, I think it also helps where I think PARIVISION, when you think about their play style, it is a lot about DM wins and creates early tempo, and then from there you get to make the scripted moves. Like you want to take the early tier 1 tower, you want to make that fight. Bounty prevents all of this just through the vision and what he does. Like when you see the aggression coming, you can dodge, you can make sure you have the correct resources, and then you can take the fight if you want to. If you don't want to take the fight, you let them take that tower, you move to the other tower, but it's all about kind of map play and vision. So PARIVISION's response is, you want to do that, we are going to make sure that if we're near an objective, it will fall instantly. With the Enigma, the Eidolon, the drum, the pipe. It doesn't matter if you have a bounty, because we are going to make sure we ball up and we're just very efficient when we get to those objectives. You can see us coming, we just don't care.
So yeah, I think it's going to be very exciting to see how Nigma Galaxy decides to deal with this Enigma. It can't be a surprise to them to see this, since we saw it so much yesterday. So they must have been talking about this. What do we do if they pick Enigma? Like, what's our response going to be?
I mean, it's going to force the bans as well, right? Because with Enigma, you want Clock, you want Tusk. PARIVISION has started playing the Spirit Breaker, right? It's like, I think it's predictable what they're going to go for.
It is. I think if you leave Spirit Breaker there, the likelihood of them taking it is very high, right?
Into the bounty, but then you get the Tusk, and it's like one of the best lanes for an Enigma.
True. It's hard to ban all the melee fours out for sure. I think the clock makes sense because it has been, I would say that it's maybe the best count as a bounty hunter overall. Like it's the easiest way to kill him in the game.
Yeah, I mean you have the vision. Eventually you get the true sight as well when you higher level with the talent. And then I like the 2 bans from Nigma Galaxy. It's like they're forced to do it, but they are good bans.
Yeah. So you think it's going to be Tusk? I think it could also be. Yeah. I mean
it can be. Wait, hold on. Let me double check what's available. Bat's still fine because it's it's a range hero, but it still kind of plays like a melee hero with like Flame Break. You pretty much play whatever you want on the forward.
There's also Monkey King that 9-class used to be. I mean, he used to be the Monkey King 4 spammer.
The key thing here, is Morphling's not banned. Gyrocopter's available, so there will be the debate of, will PARIVISION think about Morphling maybe to prevent the gyro pick from Nigma? Do they care about the flak against the Enigma? Like, are they maybe super confident with it? Because I know, at least within Western European qualifiers, the call for Enigma was, is Bristle banned? Is Gyrocopter banned? If they are, then it's a free Enigma game.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, another hero that could be interesting for Nigma, a hero that they've been playing in this tournament is the Abaddon, right? There's the Monkey King, probably going to be the Monkey King 4 for 9-class.
Yep.
A hero that, I mean, he was extremely annoying to play against on this hero.
They're just going to keep it flexible, right?
Maybe Abaddon is also a hero that could potentially be good against Nigma if you think about it. The shield kind of disrupting the Eidolon damage potentially in lane, and then later on, are you really going to black hole this Abaddon? He's all done.
Wait, did they just go Io Gyro here?
Could be.
Oh, Io Shaker? Okay.
And the GH Io, also an absolute legend on this hero.
Yeah, it's truly iconic. And then I think when we think about the last time they played, right, wasn't it Sumo on the Earthshaker where he hit the 3-man slam to punish PARIVISION when they had that incredible lead? The clutch plays, and it's very, very scary in map play. But okay, so Monkey to 4.
I would assume so, because
or mid.
It could be. It's obviously going to be a flex for now, especially from Nigma's point of view. But you are going to want that support that pairs up with Enigma, right?
In other drafts, they'd go like Warlock PA here. If they're flexing Monkey to 4 and mid, then technically that's possible.
Yeah, that could be an interesting choice. I don't know if Warlock is the best hero against all this fast IO Warlock type of, but it looks like it could be the option. Question is if that's the best 5 against these type of heroes. Do you know what I mean? Like maybe Warlock could be a little bit caught off guard with all this Tether, IO, Bounty Hunter, track. Like you can win the team fights maybe, but are you actually going to get to take a team fight? Are you going to be able to actually use Rock?
The difference is nowadays with the heal strat and not go for upheaval, you're not playing on standing still, right? Against IO and Shaker Bounty, standing still it's a recipe for death, right? But with the new age of Warlock pushing heroes forward, you have the pipe and then the drum on the Enigma, the PA has a free lane, you get to Battle Fury BKB, and now you don't care about Shaker, you don't really care about the track, so it, that's that, or it's Lich or something, but okay, they go for the Dazzle.
Sure, they played in the group stage, and we saw it with this exact combo with the Phantom Assassin. I didn't love the Dazzle. I don't think he did that much.
No, it was just kind of a Dazzle. Yeah. It's like, when you play party queue and then your one low MMR friend wants to join and play, and it's like, don't worry guys, I'll just play Dazzle, you do your thing, but I'll help you out.
Yeah.
Not saying Decalis is low MMR, but it kind of felt like that. It's just kind of it was just there,
Yeah. He had a good lane though.
Yeah, the lane was good.
Really annoying lane. If Bounty Hunter ever wants to pull waves or something like that, that seems almost impossible against Dazzle Poison, right?
Yeah.
So in that way, he does secure the lane quite nicely for PA.
Yeah. And they still go back to the Gyrocopter anyways. But this is now a Gyrocopter pick where normally into PA, it's not very good because PA outscales, but because you have the IO, you're going to be able to give life to that Gyrocopter. He is going to be able to actually take that one-on-one fight with that Phantom Assassin. So I don't mind it.
I think it fits the heroes very well. You have the potential to just farm and get really farmed on the Gyrocopter and carry the game, but you also have the ability to actually snowball with the IO Gyro bounce and the track, and if you start winning your lanes, you can potentially start running over PARIVISION.
And we've been praising Noob already on his Bristle, his Magnus, these heroes that are available, but with the Mag band, the Bristle band, they do need an offlaner that can also go even in lane. I feel like if they lose the offlane and Shaker's just farming, you've only got one successful lane, so they might have a weird kind of entry to the game. Even though this is a very snowbally lineup, they need their offlaner to bring some just early resource. It can't be a super scaling offlaner, I feel.
Yeah, and you also need to think about the laning phase a little bit here, right? Because you are up against this PA Dazzle. It's a lot of minus armor, it's a lot of physical damage. So if you pick a melee hero with that needs to have a lot of farm early on, you could get punished heavily.
I mean, they could do the offlane Abaddon.
Got banned. I think Abaddon
just shield
will
yourself.
Also get banned.
Yeah,
here.
I think based on the meta of yesterday and also Nigma in the group stage, Abaddon to me, even though we've seen it carry offlane, it can still do the same thing. And into Dazzle lane, like if you just break that Dazzle,
I think some Abaddon with eventually getting Aghanims as well with the IO. Like it's impossible to kill anyone. I think PARIVISION should really consider banning that hero out here.
How's Tide in this position? Like you can just Kraken off the poison touch. There's PA with the break, but like, I feel like the tempo of Nigma's game, you don't really care about PA eventually getting break because you should have broken PARIVISION's map before he even gets there.
I think Tide can work just because I think he chills in the lane, freeing up the bounty hunter to do what he wants, right?
Venge? Okay.
Venge ban is kinda...
Okay, Noob has been playing some offlane Venge in his pubs recently. Of course, just treads Ags being like the kind of the classic build, but that's a nod to their pubs and maybe some scrims that they've played before, but yeah.
So they don't care about Abaddon. It seems. I think they should be aware of it. They seem to not to worry about it too much. I think the Abaddon 3 could be really good for Nigma.
Again, you just want.
There's also something like Lycan. Could that ever be a thing here? Doesn't. Maybe not the best against PA, but like Wolves for Lycan against the Dazzle, against the Enigma.
Yeah, I mean, it depends on how Nigma see this game, right? Like, do they want to have that additional way of team fight? Because they have Vision with the bounty, they have Shake with the reinitiation, but until Gyro has like BKB +1, they don't have a hero that starts that fight to open. You want to relocate into something, right?
It is true that it would be nice to get another hero that can kind of play around the bounty hunter track a little bit more, so that you can set up kills around the map. Because right now they don't have, like you just mentioned, like if Gyro and Gyrocopter and IO are playing together.
That's impressive. You're leaking the new patch now, Misery.
to kill a hero, you actually need to relocate in, and I don't think that's always the best choice, right? You kind of want more flexibility in how you set up your kills.
I mean, they can also just run down the lanes. I think one thing that we haven't really commented on is because Noob used to be a mid laner, they have done a lot of mids in the off lane as well, right? Like he likes to play Tiny in the off lane, he's played Pangu in the off lane. Like he has utilized his years of mid experience to then give life to the draft, and Nigma Galaxy have utilized that. So because they aren't the last pick, they're in a world where they might do this themselves. And what are they going to go for? Timbersaw.
Timbersaw also, I mean, the Timbersaw nowadays don't usually skill the armor, but I would say this game looks pretty good against the Dazzle PA, right? If you get the multiple points in armor,
instant pick.
They don't do much to you.
So who's going where?
It's Monkey mid and more 4, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
What do you think about the Timber pick?
I mean, the Timber pick feels like the one that is like, you've asked Noob, like, what do you want to play to get out of this lane and then bring life to, setting up the relocates, right? And he was like, okay, I want Timbersaw. I can tank up, I can just walk into the middle of the fight, and no matter what, if they go on me, there's going to Echo Slam turn around, there's going to be an IO relocate.
Sure.
So
I mean, that's for the
body that we wanted.
Game plan. I'm curious about the lane. Is he gonna, because if he doesn't skill his third spell, he's really vulnerable.
I mean, they're going to pull waves, right? Bounty with some boots or wind layers, you pull just waves. Like, you're not going to play the lane. You're
can
just
you
pull
waves against Dazzle though? Can you? I'm worried about this lane.
What if they both do it together? What if they just double subscribe to we need this lane away from PA and Dazzle?
Okay, I mean, let's just see how it goes.
I don't know. I know. Yeah.
I would feel pretty happy as Dazzle here, right? If somebody's trying to pull wave against me and there's 2 melee heroes that can't. I mean, you can chain away from the poison, right? But
again, I think the PA Dazzle lane is exceptionally strong.
Yeah.
I think the Timber pick is more for the game than the lane. Tide or something like this would have been better for the lane. We will have to see how that one goes. But again, the Nigma Galaxy coming into this, this playoffs, they've had the 3-day break, they've had the time off, and there's so many expectations on them, right? Like, people want to see them do well, but they haven't done well recently.
I mean, we have the GH IO, right? We have the.
You keep saying IO-copter.
IO-copter. It is technically the IO-copter.
It is the IO-copter. Yeah. And I mean, they have classics. They have the IO. They have the Sumo Shaker. They have all the tools to be able to do it. But it's about tempo. It's about momentum. They have to break the early game.
Yes. On the other side, though, we have 9 class Morphling once again. DM Enigma, Satanic PPA, it's all signatures all across the board.
And DeCarlos, you know, he didn't play, he played Dazzle already. He's gonna play it again. He was the hidden MVP of that game. I kind of flamed him a little bit accidentally, but I'm sorry, DeCarlos. I'm so sorry.
PARIVISION is looking for another top 3 performance. They have been killing it this year in their continued conquest over the teams, but Nigma Galaxy stands in their way. Legends and a king. Will it be more conquest for PARIVISION, or will it be back to coronations for Nigma Galaxy? They have not won a best of 3 at a LAN in a very, very long time, Avery.
It has been a while. This game is quite the throwback, though. I feel like I'm living in 2016 or something. Sumail versus no one on that mid lane. This is a matchup that I don't think many people expected to see at this point in the history of Dota.
No.
Looking to go into later portions of a playoff bracket.
Yeah, if you saw this on the first round of the playoffs, maybe you could see that happening. But this late into a playoff bracket, it is surprising to be able to see both those names, but I'm kind of loving it. I'm loving to be able to see that Nigma Galaxy for so long had been, you know, relegated to just online matches, are finally getting to go back on LAN where they have always been their strongest, right? It always seems like they level up when they're on LAN.
Ultimate LAN buff team. We're going to see if it pays off here. It's do or die. You don't get a second life. And they're going to put their faith in that GHIO that feels like they're the only team really thriving with this hero. There's some other teams kind of experimenting with it, but honestly, you look at these drafts, and they're the only team I see getting that IO banned against them, which says people are afraid of it to some degree. GH is maybe the greatest IO player in the history of Dota.
Yeah, he certainly proved that a while ago.
I mean, I'm sure Jirax would make his own argument, but
yeah.
Hey, Jirax isn't playing anymore, so I can say that.
True.
Very interesting support setup in this game. You have very limited damage and single target between IO and Bounty. And on the flip side, you have this Morphling Dazzle who give you a lot more in the team fight, a lot more spell casting, and arguably scale a lot harder here. That's the one difference between these two drafts. Like, I have an issue seeing PARIVISION lose this game if it goes ultra late.
Sure.
You have Enigma, Monkey King with Wukong Black Hole to give you AoE control and scaling versus a lineup that kind of has to clump with the IO Gyro. You have Morphling Dazzle that's going to continue to output a huge amount of spell impact in those later fights. And then you have a PA, which generally has been a pretty good matchup versus the Gyro, assuming you don't fall too far behind. That's the one X factor between these lineups is I've seen this Nigma IO Gyro pair just win games on its own.
Yep. And I love how you listed all those PARIVISION heroes about how they can win late. But then you can say the exact same thing about those heroes when it comes to winning lanes, right? Like, PA is proven to be a laning monster. Enigma is obviously one of the strongest off-laners just because you're a summons hero. If they have a way to deal with those summons, maybe you're a bit weaker, which they do in the Gyrocopter in this situation. But then you also have Monkey King mid in a melee-on-melee matchup. So it feels like PARIVISION are looking at getting an early advantage in the first 5 to 10 minutes. And we've seen how they've been able to snowball that into strong mid game, and then they just feel secure for late game.
These hybrid lineups worked really well for them. See how much no one can get out of mid as well. This Monkey versus Shaker matchup. I think Sumail's going to do fine early, but you have to imagine over the long run, the extra stacking capability of no one, the extra HP is going to get off of the Jingu should add up.
Nice play from GH, getting in front of the Enigma there. Body blocking him, forcing DM to actually TP out. So far, the Morphling hasn't been a tremendous help in this offlane matchup, which is already kind of rough. Gyrocopter versus the Enigma. Don't want to feed away too many Eidolons. Give that Gyrocopter the buff that he's looking for, especially, as you said, for Nigma Galaxy, it is one of the best pairings they could possibly have.
And this should be a free farm lane. I don't think IO Gyro is going to get pressured in this lane at all. Morphling doesn't offer enough early damage to contribute, and you always have the Eidolon clear. So they should free farm here, and that should be kind of the anchor of this lineup for Nigma, that they can either rotate into this lane with the bounty, look for extra kills, or they can put the IO gyro through the gate if they're really pushing this lane out fast and making that move on their own. Those are the two moves you're going to look for in this early game and try and get the bounty extra levels, because it's going to be pull duty down here for Omar. Just try and reset the lane for Noob as much as he can. You do not want to play into this dazzle straight up early. And I think Ducals is going to try and stop these pulls as much as he can with the poison touch. Always have a dust online. Yeah, Omar can kind of play around it with the invis, but worst case scenario, you're probably forcing him to TP out and making that lane go back into a better position for you. Very tough hero to pull lanes against.
Yeah.
It's generally one of the best. We're going to
hit him with a blood grenade here, and he does have a dust if he wants to pop it, but not now.
Got the lane back, so
sure.
Just a very tough situation. You'd have to go near the tier 2 to pull it here. As long as there's some disruption, though, maybe you're okay with this. If the poison's being used on the bounty, it's not being used on Noob, and he's full HP right now, so he's happy either way. That is the trade-off. Just looking for that Timber level 3 with the extra reactive, and maybe he can sit here on his own with that chain able to get him out of the poison touch hits.
Yeah. Noah and Samael continuing to go back and forth in this matchup. Keeps on getting the Jingu stacks, but obviously the Earthshaker does really well in a lot of melee and melee matchups because of the overwhelming power of Enchant Totem.
Yep, Sumail's doing perfectly fine right now. I think the 3 through 5 is where I could see it getting more into no one's hands.
Yeah.
That's going to be the big question mark of how much does Sumail do in that period. But for now, yeah, he's cruising.
Early levels of Jingu are never really that impactful, but once you get to level 3, level 2, level 3 Jingu, nah, that's when it really starts swinging.
You also have that bounty roam potential, which I think is going to be a lot stronger than what the Morphling Dazzle can do on the map in the early game.
Sure.
So again, where does Omar commit his resources? I think he's the one support that can make those rotations the most freely.
Yeah, I mean, is he going to have any levels to make that rotation? Because he's giving everything to the Timbersaw right now.
Lost the Lotus too.
Just business, nothing personal.
Oh, his business is not booming.
Samael actually going to be able to get this one. Another Enchant Totem hit, and he had a Fissure, but it wasn't going to be quite enough, so.
Really putting the pressure on. Boots does arrive for no one, does have some stick charges as well, so his position is better than it looks here. You're just trying to get to that 6 on the Shaker. And maybe you have some cheeky kill threat. You can bring the IO in off a TP. That is a classic Nigma move.
Yeah.
That GH-IO TP mid, you got to think of it.
Avery, you were one of the people backing Nigma very early on before this tournament.
Yeah.
You actually had a lot of faith in them. What is it, what did you see in this squad leading up to this tournament?
I think the synergy is just improving. I think Noob's getting better on the offlane, and I think their drafts have been better in the last month as well. Maybe just putting more work in, maybe the meta shifted in their favor, whatever it is. Give credit where credit's due, and I think they've just looked a little sharper in terms of the team fighting. So
yeah, I mean, it certainly helps when you're leading the meta, which is what the panel said. That, you know, for once, it's teams taking from Nigma Galaxy rather than the other way around.
It's a good sign. I don't know how much I buy into that, but
you don't think they're leading the meta?
I don't. I mean, they're leading it in some ways. I still don't know how much I believe in things like this Abaddon, but I believe in this gank. Is the Fissure block there?
Can they burst him down in time? They will be able to do so. Ducalis could only do so much with the heals. He will be able to get some stacks up on Omar. Omar, his dust is still on him, so he can't just go invis. The dust is about to run out. That final hit lands. The poison ticks him out. No, it doesn't. 2 HP. Oh.
That's a big kill to miss here for Ducalis. He committed a lot for that rotation, all just to watch his mid laner tie to that, you know, level 1 to 2 bounty rotation. That's that play I was talking about, but it came before the Shaker had 6, so no one just not expecting it. Catches him off guard, and that's a big move for Nigma. They need the levels for the bounty, and they needed to skew that mid matchup just a little bit for Sumail so he can get out of it in these later stages.
And it puts the net worth a little bit more even between the two. The Monkey King still leading thanks to that pretty large CS advantage, but with the kill, things are reaching a bit closer to parity.
And again, you're going to sacrifice your Timber for this, but at the same time, PARIVISION are having issues standing on this top lane with this Morphling and Enigma lane. Ghost is putting in the work up here, 46 and 10.
They're going to go for a bit of aggression here. Running at DM. Omar gets in front of him. Nice body blocking. Finally slips out of the leash they had on him. DM getting through the trees, but they run him down. Nothing 9 class can really do about this. Again, the The power of the Morphling in the lane. Support Morphling anyway.
Doing nothing.
Not doing nothing for you.
And that's a rough position when you have a support that's doing nothing versus IO Gyro.
Yeah.
This is an Omega free farm lane for Nigma, and they're getting bonuses on top. A lot of XP going into this IO right now.
And it doesn't really seem like the Dazzle is picking up too much of the slack either.
I mean, they're going to make the gate rotation.
Yeah,
this is
here it
right
comes.
on point. You shove that lane in, you get the kill. Now you're going to take the pain to Satanic.
Oh, even better if Satanic gets baited into trying to harass Noob. He pushes forward in lane, and this is prime backstabbing territory. He jumps onto Noob, and that's when Ghost and GH strike. They surround him. No outs for Satanic in this one.
Man, Nigma making all the right moves right now. They got the mid gank off the bounty. They didn't feed any kills in this double melee off lane. They moved the bounty top to get the Enigma kill, and then with that lane push in, they get Satanic on the backside through the gate. Pretty much everything you want here as long as you don't lose your Wisdom Rune.
Omar. It would be a bold play for him to try. Yeah, he tries to jump in, boundless strike to open up an opportunity for Takalis to try and snatch away that Wisdom Rune. It doesn't work though, so they get the kill and the Wisdom Rune.
This is a well-executed early game from Nigma. Not that they're crushing it in terms of net worth or anything, but just conceptually what they wanted to do with the lanes and how they played them was right on point.
Showing why they win 3-1 in the group stage.
Yep, no fluke.
Mid Earthshaker games, Sumail at 16.
I like how nothing to say is number one. That was probably the arrow where Zhao was just picking him every melee mid possible versus Huskar for 30 games in a row.
Against Huskar in particular. That's a cruel fate right there. Echo Slam, there's the rotation that you were talking about. You said the one earlier was caught no one by surprise, became earlier before the Echo Slam. This time around, though, PARIVISION well aware of the power of the Echo Slam. They are well set up for this gank. They deny the kill on no one. And now no one is hoping to be able to get kill of his own onto Omar, but the Timber Saw cuts him down from his tree. He was looking at the bounty hunter, but Noob slips in from behind and executes him. 2 kills going over to Nigma Galaxy.
Heads up rotation from Ghost makes the TP mid. GH was already there. Easy connections for them. And a 6-0 start for Nigma here, as they are just laning into PARIVISION in terms of outmaneuvering them on the map. Really abusing the slowness of this Morphling Dazzle support to it. Just can't keep up with the numbers. Omar picking the points of attack, making them work. And they have all the levels they need. You're still waiting for this drum on the Enigma. That is how slow DM's lane was. You just got nothing out of that top lane.
If you don't have Eidolons, you don't have the drums, what are you providing?
Nothing. Now they're here trying to protect no one. But Nigma just going to make a different move.
Yeah, I mean,
top and keep farming.
If you're forced to like group up like that, then the IO Gyrocopter is just going to get a huge lead over you, purely off of being able to play different parts of the map and rely on relocate. Omar trying to do a bit of warding and de-warding, will be caught in the process, and a dust will spell his demise.
Nice, so fine, get on the board.
PARIVISION.
Again, you're making this move without that Enigma 6. No one's already half HP. And yeah, the flank from Noob on point with the tree cut. Yeah, I will say, as well as Nigma's playing this, they're not that far ahead in terms of abusing PARIVISION, right?
Yes.
PARIVISION still finding a decent amount on the map. This Morphling with that catch-up kill and some of those waves completely caught up here, and Satanic is doing Satanic things, man. Like, he lost his early tower, but he still had a pretty free farm laning phase, and he's absolutely up there with the gyro. So you still have to get some more momentum based off this start, but conceptually, it's what you wanted with these lanes set up.
Yeah. How does the matchup for PA go in this game? Is it a good Phantom Assassin game? I feel like it's a good hero against IO Gyrocopter specifically, but the rest of the heroes seem a little bit hard for him to burst.
I think it's okay here because you have 2 other semi-carries in Enigma and Monkey that bring you a lot of AoE, so you don't have to be the only damage source. I think you are a little dependent on your BKB durations here. You want to get them to work for you, for sure.
Okay.
Traditionally, what really hurts this IO Gyro is you just jump in with BKB PA and you're not matching the physical damage at that point in the game.
Omar, he's just giving vision. The Eidolons try and slip past the trees so they don't get hit by the flat cannon shots, but Omar was sitting behind the tower.
It's another tier 1, just free for the gyro. That relocate is up as well.
It does leave Noob alone on an island here on the other side of the map with 9 class picking up his level 6. He is finally a force to be reckoned with. He is a morphling into both a Timbersaw and an Earthshaker, so he does have some damn good options of turning into enemy heroes.
It was a last pick morph, right? You're not going to last pick morph in a game where there's nothing to steal.
Yeah.
Well, I guess you could, but
I would hope you don't.
Just going to be the drum crit build here for the gyro, so the farm rate should pick up for Ghost. Satanic Battle Fury closing in, man. He found a lot in this game, despite some of the early gank and his tower going down.
Yeah, and I think other times, other lineups, you'd be concerned about losing your offlane tower so early. If you lose your mid tower as well, then that opens up the triangle. The Ancients are exposed, but I would say PA is not a hero that is reliant on that part of the map so much, right?
Definitely not. You can get away with playing some of these sides. As Nigma, well, they set up on both runes, and they'll find a Ducalis.
And with that kind of pressure, they will leverage it into a mid-towers. No one's not even going to stick around. He goes into the trees, TP's bottom. This time around, maybe this is part of the offlane adaptation you're talking about. Noob, he's not going to get caught a second time. He plays back to farming his Ancients, a spot that a Timbersaw isn't usually going to go for, but he recognizes if his team is all showing mid, there is danger in that offlane.
And they want DM top.
And they're going to have him too.
Well,
I don't think DM's getting away from this one. The missile's already on him. He's going to have to get out quickly before the Fissure is close enough, and it was just off. Samael had his Blink Dagger too.
Yeah, I think he might have been able to get him, but
I thought
didn't see the TP, I guess.
Yeah, I think that was the problem.
Weird situation, but DM does escape. Both these offlaners avoiding the bad deaths in this game. But right now, Nigma, they have a 3-tower advantage. And
straight up, Echo blows up the Morphling. Samael spotted his opportunity, and here comes the relocate to follow it.
It's a Grave Wukong. It's going to be a lot of damage here.
It is, and is it going to be enough for a single kill, though? GH gets low, so does Ghost, but it's all not enough. He can't finish the job, not alone anyway, but DM is able to do it. They relocated back into the black hole of the Enigma. He gets a double, but it does leave Satanic to try and clean up the other side, and he's outnumbered 3v1.
What a weird situation where you just don't expect to go straight back into this Enigma because you're probably thinking about him going to the fight. DM salvaging what otherwise just would have been a wipe here, as PARIVISION find themselves skirmishing Nigma in a jungle area that's not that favorable for them, and was a blink reveal that completely shattered that support. So,
I mean, what is salvaging of the situation there?
Completely.
From DM.
I mean, that rebounded his game. He needed that a lot.
Yeah.
Nonetheless, it's a great fight for Nigma. Taking out this Morphling first with no grave going off, huge here.
The call is just not quick enough with the fingers. Back in the live game, though. Noob in some trouble. There's that Morphling. Almost blows up the Timbersaw, but Samael, he managed to stop 9 class from delivering the final blow. Another hit is not enough.
The Noob just playing on the edge right now in all these fights, and they need him to stay alive in these fights because he's a lot of their early damage. Nigma taking a strong lead here, 5K net worth, really pushing this DM Enigma to the limit in terms of can he find a way to recover in this game. You just lost so many towers so early to this IO Gyro combo.
Here comes that relocate. They spotted no one. They got damage on him. He has to Wukong's command and hold for his life, but he has 4 heroes raining down on him again. Nigma Galaxy is just too good at playing the map right now. PARIVISION is getting picked apart.
The vision from the bounty and the stuns from the Shaker. This tag team duo continuing to move and set up the plays. PARIVISION don't have an answer. Smoke going straight into mid now. Kaya already up on this Shaker. So much extra early damage between the Shaker and the Timber.
Setting up on another one. DM. I just question. I mean, they just killed top. You know they're probably sweeping through the map.
This game is too fast for PARIVISION right now. Yeah. They can't slow it down.
GH is going to be spotted here in the bottom part of the map. Off the relocate, they do manage to get a kill.
Still, you're losing more at the same time. 9 class going down. Sumail is just ransacking the map.
Yeah, there's the rest of PARIVISION are 3 of them are just in the corner of a map that just cannot be economically advantageous for you.
Saying, team, please, I need something here.
Yeah.
Like, get out of my space. Where are you supposed to go right now?
And they don't have the best heroes. They can't really cut waves or anything like that either, right? There's no...
I mean, the monkey kind of can, but you're worried about this bounty hunter setup.
Yeah, he is just hunting no one constantly.
That reload is always in the back of your mind.
Hey, I'm beginning to think that we've talked a lot about... Yeah. Relocate. It's on its way. Ducalis, he knows death is coming for him.
The track kill.
Raining down from the gyrocopter, and as you said, these kills, even just to support, it's well worth it. You're not only kicking PARIVISION off of the map, but the kill itself is worth that extra bit of gold.
They just can't get these lanes out. And that is what IO Gyro does to you. You give them the early towers, they're going to push the lanes into you. It's going to create a situation where it's hard to get the other side of the map out. You just run into these brick walls. It's currently just idle on showing.
We've talked a lot about PARIVISION's playstyle. They have been one of the most successful teams this season. And you've talked a lot about how there's these shove mechanics that they have. A lot of times they have some sort of zoo hero or other ways to be able to shove out lanes without showing too much. It feels like the IO Gyrocopter is one of the perfect strategies against PARIVISION's playstyle.
There's a reason teams like this duo versus the Enigma too, right? Because you're always going to win that lane.
Sure.
And then when you win that lane, yeah, you can stifle a lot of the lane shove here. BKB is closing in for Satanic, but the Axe is already done on Noob. Sumail is pushing towards Kai Assange. These heroes are tanking up. It's going to be a big damage test for PARIVISION in the next fight they decide to take here.
Good movement, though. DM does manage to get almost killing the mid tower, does kill the top tower.
Oh,
but he is getting caught trying to TP out. No one. I don't think you want to stick around for this one. I don't think you can bail out DM. Wukong's man goes, oh, he jumped into that echo. No one's at half HP. He does TP away before the relocate catches him out.
I think PARIVISION are lucky to get away with what they did there. How fast Nigma can respond. They're going to send Noob back into mid, and this IO Gyro pair straight into bottom. Hunting Satanic.
Now there is TPs coming in. They use the relocate. Yeah, this is a bit of perhaps a step of over-aggression from the duo. Especially when Nigma is still fighting in the mid lane. Going after Sumail, just a little bit of a poke. He is a very tanky hero, and there's just no way that Morphling Monkey King at this point can finish him off.
What does the damage even look like for PARIVISION? It's just Black Hole Wukong and whatever Satanic can do.
Yeah.
That's it. If you play around those two big spells, you're not worried about anything right now.
I mean, you did say that the BKB timing can be very impactful. You also said, you know, being successful with that window is crucial for PARIVISION, and we are about to get to that BKB. Satanic picks it up now.
But part of that BKB timing is you have to be able to cut heroes down, and you're looking at the EHP Nigma are building up right now. That's the strength of this IO. You just pump so much extra survivability into whatever core is getting jumped that even if you bring this gyro down, it might take your entire BKB duration and the other two cores clean you up.
Yeah. He's going to have to deal with the IO first, who has 1,300 HP, but on top of that, an extra 250 from the mech, and then an extra 400 from the Great Healing Lotus that he has in his back pocket.
I find Sumail top. Remember, he went this Sange build, not a BKB, so still susceptible to the stun act.
TPs are coming in. See if they can burst down Sumail before the reinforcements can land. He is stuck inside the Wukong's command. No way out there. Meanwhile, the Aghanim Scepter from Noob does allow him to man up against no one, and he easily bursts him down. He chases after Satanic as well. Satanic, he needs to be able to get the jump onto DM. He gives him a little bit of a shove to try and get some distance out. They black hole, but DM, he calls it off. He says, get out of here, Satanic. I am running interference. You just need to get out of here. All hopes on the Satanic carry to stay alive. Everybody else's lives can't be forfeited.
They get the PA out, but it's another costly fight. You use your Black Hole and your Wukong. You don't get exactly what you want out of that first BKB, and now Nigma can just go back to playing the map. Another freebie for Ghost, as he is racking them up. 5, 1, and 9 for this gyro, straight into the Daedalus. I like it. You have the survivability. Why not just get the damage online early?
Yeah, and you don't have to worry about addressing the PA this early, right? Just kill everybody else.
I mean, if he gets Daedalus into MKB, which is what he's eyeing, and you throw an Aegis on that, that's a game ender right there.
Yeah.
There's no way this PA can combat you one-on-one in the fight. It's just so far ahead.
Yeah. Also, Satanic still has no levels of blur.
Yeah. Doesn't want it.
I keep forgetting that people are doing this, man. So what's the point of even thinking about an MKB if he doesn't have blur yet?
Well, it's passive, Austin.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about.
You always forget about those passes.
Don't just change too much, man. Can't keep up.
It's okay. I also did that the other day.
Yeah. All right, 7-20. 10,000 net worth lead. Now cut down to 8K off of the Tormentor, but it's a trade-off that heavily favors Nigma Galaxy as they took the Roche.
Omar walking over a sentry trap.
And even just this pickoff, it's taking so long for them to kill Omar. They can't even get him, and they will lose 2 heroes for it.
That's a full vessel on Omar. He's 1,500 HP. It's not an easy target, especially if the Morphling doesn't get a good amount of damage in. They reload back into the team.
Oh, another dangerous situation, relocating back blind.
And it takes the fight.
And it costs Ghost his Aegis.
That was pretty convincing for him, honestly. Dealing a decent amount of damage before the Deso even comes out. Noob wants to find something.
Oh, okay. He does manage to clip DM here. DM still has that force staff to get out. They're stuck in a corner, though. Satanic hoping to slip on by. Has to pop his BKB and gets the jump to DM. Are they going to dive inside the base? Noob wants to. He's got the Blink Dagger and he's got his Aghanim Scepter. He just needs the shield to blow up on Satanic and have that kill, but
Monkey King's
too many stuns. And now with that Aghanim Scepter and the Whirling Death does serious damage to Noob. A little bit low. Nine class missed the timber chain. Yeah, the trees all cut down.
That MKB just finished for the gyro. He opted for that over the Daedalus Rush, which makes a decent amount of sense here. There's just so much damage coming online for Nigma right now.
Yeah.
You got to find a way to weather this storm. If you're PARIVISION, another smoke. Instant pop, amp damage rune running out for Sumail.
I mean, weather the storm is one thing, but you already have a BKB that's on 7 seconds. DM
straight in on the Enigma. Didn't get the stun.
Yeah, a little bit of a whiff there, but I think they've got the kill nonetheless. Okay, or not. Noob, he still has a chance here with the Timber Chain forward. If he can get that Aghanim, still not quite enough. Sumail, though, he can play the distance. He's got a Blink Dagger. He's got a Fissure coming up in a second. Will that be enough?
They just can't get him.
They clip him again. Where's the Fissure? Oh, it nailed him. Right on the tip.
And straight into bottom lane. Ghost ready to clean up some base.
And look at Noob. He's just clearing out all the trees. No way for no one to slip in to this team fight from the side.
I mean, he's so far away from BKB anyway. I don't know how this monkey commits.
Yeah, that's true. Oh, Fissure into a quick assassination from Noob. The burst damage of the Timber Sauce made so much better by that kind of long-range setup from Sumail. Now they fully commit. A relocate coming out. They can't do the damage fast enough, but they can stop the relocate out. Ghost has to turn around and fight. Satanic gets his kill.
That Echo absolutely annihilated DM.
And now Sumail, he's trying to finish the job, but Satanic gets the help. The Shallow Grave, not needed quite yet, and he's already finished off the Earthshaker. He's got to worry about Noob, though. That Aghanim Scepter blows up into Colossus' face, but it doesn't hit Satanic.
Get him here. No blink available.
So he's got to go back to deal with no one. No one with the Boundless Strike hits GH and gets a leap away, but Noob can always pursue. You can't get away from the Timber Saw.
And Omar, he's alive for all that. Track kills galore here for Nigma Galaxy. So yeah, you lose your gyro, but you got double buyback, a bunch of track kills. Massive economic damage. Yeah. And man, that Echo Slam, it was all the rebound hits, right? All these mini units getting blasted out. I think they killed DM there. He didn't even really get anything off in this fight.
Yeah, look at that.
So much aftershock damage. Brutal for him. It's really been difficult for Ducalis to land timely graves in this game because there's just so much burst damage that can come out. There's the Fissure that might catch you as well. The Shaker's an old school counter to this hero.
For sure.
And a lot of time, Nigma's just had fights. That fight started out with Omar tracking Satanic, so Nigma knew he was going to commit there. But nonetheless, this PA is doing some serious damage. You're starting to see this PA versus Gyro matchup. Yeah, you can sustain Ghost as long as you want, but Satanic eventually will cut you down to size. Solid fight for the PA. Does get some Deso charges pushing towards Satanic. Give him more survivability here.
Yeah.
And the long-range poke. Always something Nigma can play around. Do not have to commit these cores. All right, BKB done for Noob. Items are starting to pile up. This Shiva's is almost done for the Shaker. You're looking for Satanic on the Gyro as well. These are the next fighting items for Nigma. If they can get to those and align them with a Roshan, they have a very decent chance to close this game out.
I gotta say, I mean, he hit that one good black hole. That was great. But it feels like the Enigma has been more of a detriment than a help in this game. I mean, his net worth is terrible, first of all. But there have been so many Eidolons that have also been killed. Like, he hasn't actually been able to get that influence on the map that we normally see from DM, where he's pushing out all these lanes and keeping the enemy team on the back foot.
He did not get any of the momentum we normally see them use this Enigma for. And I mean, part of it was a first pick. They had limited bans.
Yep.
Nigma did a decent job getting that physical AoE hero on the lane to shut him down, which I think is the biggest component. And then, yeah, PARIVISION still value the hero for the mid-game team fighting, but he's just so far behind. Dreams of something like Blink BKB here completely out the window.
Yeah, he only just now completed his Boots of Bearings, so.
What is going on here?
Yeah,
Does finish the BKB for the Monkey. So this is about as good as it's going to get for PARIVISION to contest that next Roche going into this next team fight.
Yeah.
It looks tough, though, man. You don't have a lot to play around with. I think you're going to have to get 2 good Graves off. And one of them's going to have to be during that Wukong, right? A situation where Nigma commit into a Midnight Pulse Wukong, PA's hitting them, and you Grave the Monkey or the PA to fight through that. I can see them winning a fight that way, but Nigma can just play around the poke. They can throw out the Fissures, the Blink Timber, put him on the front line. There's no Dispel yet for this Timbersaw Ags. And
Shiva's in an instant echo. Sumail has the one-shot power to take no one out of this game.
Okay, that is a big setback for no one trying to push these lanes out if Sumail can just 1v1 him completely. That's a 2,000 HP Monkey with a decent amount of armor.
I mean, the only mid laner who was able to contest No One's Legacy in 2016. These two went back and forth for so long. Sumail showing that perhaps he still has No One's number from time to time.
I mean, this Shaker's 12, 2, and 9, so he's absolutely had his number this game.
And Noob's just exploring the Radiant base at this point. Nobody's home right now. They take the full lane of barracks as PARIVISION hoping to extend the game a little bit longer until they have better items. Satanic completes his aforementioned namesake in Satanic.
Yeah, they're looking for this PA right now. Trying to get a BKB or at least force them to base. They will do so.
Satanic not actually backing down from the fight.
Yeah, they have a ward up here. It's one of the few wards they have out on the map, so PARIVISION want to try and use it. They knew this Timber was alone.
And they have to contest the potential for an early Roche on Dire's side, but they switch over now to Radiant as daytime approaches.
Oh, they got baited by an illusion in the river. Sumail doing work right now.
At least they didn't commit anything serious. They still have all their ults.
And this Shaker build has paid off this game. He just went pure damage and damage amp, right? A Kaya build up plus a Shiva's to give you this multiple stacking spell amp.
Yeah.
And then you got a ceremonial robe on top of it.
Oh yeah, that's nice.
There's a lot of damage amp in this Shaker build where you might not have time to get that Grave off. Right now it's PARIVISION smoking behind. No one opts to take the Courier. It did have a Ghost Scepter on it, but it was a bounties. So Nigma know this is coming.
They're set up.
They're just gonna run straight into Satanic.
No, instantly jumping onto Satanic. It's already down to half.
He got Fissure.
Oh, and he got stunned out! The black hole comes far too late. The damage is gone from the side of PARIVISION. No one in vain is attempting a showdown with the gyrocopter, but he will lose that fight.
I Cannot believe Satanic did not pop BKB there, because there's a decent chance he got instantly echoed the second he was revealed. I don't think Nigma are afraid of jumping this PA. You see the damage burst. It's insane. You do not have time to grave this guy.
And at this rate, it's going to be Nigma Galaxy just closing out this first game.
Like right here, you have to BKB or just pre-grave him. Neither comes out. He's absolutely gone. Honestly, still a decent fight for no one.
Yeah, like he actually did an okay job, but they had no impact from their carries, so what's the point?
You're missing so much damage, and that might just be the game here. No buyback available for this Phantom Assassin. There is a glyph. There's a lot of HP to get through on the 2 tier 4s. So yeah, this looks a little risky to go for the game ender, and there is a tier 2 top, so no megas available. I was gonna say that TI game will forever haunt that stat page. Fissure block off, or no, he's good. Is he? Yeah, he is blocked.
Yeah, that's a little awkward. The Fissure in return onto Satanic, another block out. They do spot no one hopping his way through the trees, and he does not have a BKB yet. Satanic actually opts to go for Omar, about the strike that hit Noob as he blinks in. Satanic fans up on it goes. He needs some help, activates his Satanic, gets a heal, but it's all not enough. There's just too much burst and no help whatsoever from the back line that is being decimated by Noob.
What a clinic of a first game here from Nigma Galaxy. I think people would have put the odds towards PARIVISION, but after this game, it was just clean and crisp from the laning phase onwards in terms of, you know, how these lanes were put together, what they were supposed to do, where people were supposed to roam. They nailed that completely, set themselves up for success, and man, what a debut from the trio here in terms of the cores. I feel like the itemization across all three was on point. This lineup's one lacking aspect was maybe damage. All 3 cores itemized for damage. Early MKB on the Gyro, early Kaya Shiva's build up for the Shaker, early Kaya Ags build up for the Timber to let him frontline and deal some extra burst. They just made those team fights look easy. Other than Satanic getting some damage done with the BKB timings, the supports got outmaneuvered in the 5-on-5s. I don't think a single one went PARIVISION's way.
I won't lie, no, like their performance in the group stage was one thing, but I still had that bit of doubt lurking in the back of my head. Would they actually be able to take it in a best of 3? Well, with this game, Nigma Galaxy have certainly shown they deserve their spot late into the gauntlet stage, and they're ready to go.
We've got a special guest on the desk here with us. Gork, I know you're watching on your co-stream over there, so you're going to help us break it down. Talk a little bit about this and just how great it is of this game with Nigma Galaxy now 1 up in the series against PARIVISION.
Well, I'll be honest, I'm a little bit in a shock. I might have said that this might be a 2-0 for PARIVISION. They're coming in hot, and wow, I was really surprised. I even waved down Kuroki as he walked by.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, and he said he liked IO Gyro's their best strat, but he wasn't 100% sure about the Timber, so neither was I. I thought they were gonna roll down that lane, snowball on PARIVISION, have a huge PA, but just didn't happen this game.
I thought so too, because Satanic PA, it's a whole nother beast, right? This man can find farm anywhere, make space for himself. We've seen it in multiple games before. He still found space in this one, T, but it just wasn't enough to 1v9 like it has in the past.
No, I mean, it feels like they kind of didn't really set him up for the best success, right? Like you have a PA Dazzle lane, and suddenly you're the one losing your tower at 7 minutes. Like if you have Dazzle, you're trying to poison touch the Bounty or the Timber Saw, prevent them from pulling waves, PA free farms. The fact that you're losing your tower, where's PA gonna farm? She has to go retreat elsewhere. It just felt like they lost their map a bit too early, when normally they're the ones breaking their map and setting up their own farm. Like EM, he was nowhere in this game as well. Like his Enigma is countered by the Gyro. I feel like PARIVISION maybe just didn't respect Nigma. Like you're giving them a Gyrocopter and IO pairing on your first pick Enigma.
Yeah, they had the opportunity to ban this Gyro too. And I think they even doubled down on the disrespect when they snap picked that Morphling. At the last, 9-class said, I'll carry this game, just give me Morphling. But in reality, you're just bringing the weakest possible lanes to Nigma's best strategy.
Exactly. And I mean, I don't know about you, but if you're in a ranked game and you have a Dazzle in your lane, are you happy going into that one? Are you double downing Gorg with that one?
I don't know about that.
There we go. That's what I'm thinking.
Just the support duo, like in general, getting the Dazzle and the Morph. It's not just the Dazzle, but it's both of them as well. You're kind of left in this limbo of how do lanes play out? How do we transition out of that?
No, it's true. I think Dazzle is a very snowbally hero. But I think Nigma have played this double melee offlane for so long that they're actually very good at surviving these lanes without feeding, because that was what I was worried about the most.
No, I think the point is, I think PARIVISION exposed himself here, where they show that they can pick quirky supports because they're used to their offlane creating moves, no one creating tempo. When your mid shut down and your offlane hasn't taken a single tower, your support duo cannot be like this. You cannot have Dazzle Morphling in like a static game. You need to be, like Gorg's mentioned, you need to be like the aggressors, setting tempo. So maybe for PARIVISION, a little bit more respect in the draft will help them, because it's baffling that you pick Enigma and you're giving Gyro, you're giving Io, you're giving Shaker. It's like a little bit of prep and you're not giving them Nigma's best lineup. That's it. Yeah.
Time and time again, we always talk about this overwhelming team fight, having numbers when it comes to Wisdom Rune fights, when it comes to taking enemy tormentors. Everything is about these numbers, and you give that Io. That's exactly what you're doing. You're giving them numbers. You're giving them the advantage every time in a team fight. So big props to Nigma Galaxy, but that's just one part of all of it. The Bounty Hunter as well. T, you want to talk about this position for?
Yeah, maybe they're going to have to ban the Bounty Hunter on PARIVISION, because even though we're praising an Io, we're praising a Gyro, I think Omar on Bounty Hunter did so much work. He rotates to mid in a Monkey vs Shaker matchup, which can go the way of Monkey King with levels. He sways that way. Then he rotates to top. He then plays with the Io Gyro. He's punishing the Enigma. Wait a second, let's take a deep breath together. Where's he going to go after this kill? To the bot lane, and he's going to continue applying that pressure. Sorry, that's a little bit longer, but it's fine. And now the Io Gyro come in. I feel like as much as we're emphasizing other heroes, because of Omar fixing mid, breaking top, bringing everyone to bot lane, he's putting this like psychological torture on PARIVISION. Like, where's the bounty? If he's here, they're going to join us, they're going to fight, and they're utilizing relocate. And finally, PARIVISION, they find the Bounty Hunter, they try to go on him, the relocate comes in, and they turn it around again. So Bounty Hunter was like the true gem.
What a stat line, 12-1 and 13.
I had to say the same thing. I knew he did good, but 12-1.
Yeah, wow. No, he's definitely the MVP. He had the hardest job to do this game. Like you said, T, he opened up the map, and there was even more highlights here they didn't show, where he was like constantly tracking and finding people everywhere.
How would you play against it, Gork? If you're in this one and you saw this Bounty Hunter do it?
Oh no, I have him on my ban list, and when he's not banned...
He's on the ban list for a reason.
When he's not banned, I cry about it. This hero is stupid.
Do you try to do that thing where you're a core player, but you pick ban the hero you don't like?
I do that all the time.
Yeah, I had Army in a pub. He tried pick banning Nyx, failed miserably, and then he had to play Nyx. I was like, But no, Bounty for me, in my ban list, don't want to go near it. Yeah. Especially like players like Omar, you can see why. They're exceptional.
Yeah. What is a take from you, Gork, about the Invis +4s at the moment? The Nyxes, Bounties, the Rickies?
I mean, they're crazy. I think with the size of the map increasing, the sentries being the same size as always, something is wrong with the concept of the game, where you're giving too much vision and too much information with these Invis heroes. Yep. And I honestly think they all should be banned in the draft. We saw Nyx going out.
Yeah.
But
that one's like a leftover from Bangkok. You know, he was like the flavor of the month there, and slowly he's teetering off. But
yeah. And then they got picked up the Bounty, and he's the king of Invis heroes, because then you don't really want to pick Ricky into it, because he kind of loses to the Bounty matchup. So I think this Bounty hero needs to be banned, but I think Omar has a strong Ricky too, so you got to watch out for that as well. Yeah, there's so many heroes that you have to respect. But I think that's the thing. Coming into the series, we were like, okay, Nigma, what can they bring? And it's their own identity. They showed that they weren't looking at PARIVISION going, we need to respect this, we need to respect that. They still drafted their own heroes, they played their own Dota, and that's what we wanted to see. And maybe they get a Bristle in the next game, we see a run back, but I'm afraid for PARIVISION. I feel that type of loss, when you're getting some of your staples, your Enigma, your PA, and to lose in that way, that can shake a team. Yeah, I agree. I think the shameless Enigma first pick, that's not going to happen again. That's gone. Yeah. Or ban Gyro, right? Maybe. Yeah. There we go. Yeah.
Maybe protect it a little bit more.
Yeah.
Everyone's always very ballsy. I like seeing the difference in where teams are prioritizing their first pick. Like we've seen Falcons, they loved the Dawn, and then on PARIVISION, it feels like almost always it's a DM hero. Would you like them maybe, Gork, to hold off when showing their off lane as much, maybe look towards a support opener?
Yeah, I think so. I think that's important. I think the Bristle, like Tiga mentioned as well, that's going to be the hero for both teams now coming up, because that survived the first ban phase the last time, so expecting to see something more Bristle or something like that.
They could have picked a Bristle, right? Like they picked Bounty, I picked Bristle, and now I build a lineup that, even though you got Bounty, I'm hugging my Bristle the entire time with Auras.
Yeah, that might be the only like offlaner right now you can pick so early. Yeah. Otherwise, they should probably go for a support.
All right. Well, we're theory crafting here a little bit. Our players have had some time to reset themselves. We're going to go to a short break. When we come back, game number 2 between our two teams.
Roundfall is over. Queen Imperia is dead. The Nest of Thorns is over probably by the time you're watching this. 2 million points on Nest of Thorns. Is it possible? By you? No. But maybe here at Blast Slam 2. Nest of Thorns Goddess, I heard, Nat T.
Whoa, I don't know about that.
Yeah, you said you were good. How often have you played?
0. I really don't care.
How could you say that?
You don't have projectile count, though.
Just one.
That's the hypest one.
I see you're an expert at this, right?
I am, but I'm getting unlucky already.
This is really bad, actually. I think I'm going to die.
You're not going to die.
How do you get more points?
We want track. We don't want any other spell.
Damn, what about getting the extra spell slot? Is that good?
That's an item.
Okay, great.
Okay, I'm just in this place because it's good for the Mortimers to...
All right, because it's a smaller little hallway there.
Yeah.
This is actually expert ass tip. Oh, these are bad. These are bad.
I can knock you back.
Oh no.
Uh-oh.
We're gonna have to waste some rerolls here. Oh no.
Oh.
Please take me into the sweet slumber, thank God.
Okay, well done. 81! Congratulations, Avery. You
That's a
did
good number.
very good.
I feel like I need some more AoE.
Do you have any IRL AoE capitals?
I know the kids talk about aura. Yeah, I've got aura.
Not 15% of 9 is, what is that? That's like, so actually the phylactery is really good.
Yeah, no, there's...
Oh my God. Chekhov's track. This is the run. This is the run, fam. Everybody says that the big guy that follows you is the worst. This guy's by far the worst.
This one is by far the worst.
Thank you. I knew I was a pro player.
Knock him back. Knock him. No,
Oh, no. All right, final score.
Yeah.
Almost 200K, 185.
It won't be the best, but I think I'll be in the top half.
Right in the middle pack. All right, well done.
Thanks, Zach.
Easy, dude. Oh shit. We're taking big hits here, Prow.
So this is the first one you want. So you want to take the track, and I know it's not extra damage, and so the time between like the next boss is the hard one because you're not like doing mad damage.
Okay.
I feel like you're like an ancient times bard following me around, detailing my quest.
Okay, treasures. Oh my God, Nat, you're taking big. Oh no. No,
This
Nat.
is the beginning of the end.
This is fine.
This is the beginning
more
of
than
the
half.
end.
More than half.
I might, no joke, beat my record.
Okay, this is good.
Oh, now I just run for my life.
No, guys, don't distract.
We're almost done. He's gonna beat his personal record. We're almost done. Team is mad. Doesn't matter. This is about
Who cares about
personal
the
record.
True.
You're not gonna make
I'm
it.
gonna die.
There's no point
That's
talking about it. You did very good. That is
390,000.
390,000.
Really close
One
to
of the
2
best so
million.
far.
That's fantastic.
Why are
One
you
of the
instantly
best.
going to your phone? He didn't even say goodbye. He's just instantly going to his phone.
I'm trying to find, I swear we had a cheese somewhere else. No!
Nat, that was incredible. Well
you.
done.
I might be able to beat mine, but it's gonna be very close.
Okay. Queen
No,
Imperia
so-
can kill you though.
No way.
Nowhere near 2 mil. That ship has sailed a long time ago. We're fucked. But there could be a glitch and we could still get the 2 mil, okay?
Oh,
there we go, there we go.
Nice.
Skillyman,
Come here.
Skillyman.
1.6
perhaps? Oh, you killed her
1.58.
too fast. Is it the new record though?
No, it was 1.560. This one was 1.538.
We're talking about Nest of Thorns. We've been completely distracted for the actual purpose that we're here for, and that's to see a Game 3. We want to be able to see this series go all the way. PARIVISION be able to come back and go, I don't know, as the PMA man that you are, how do we uplift PARIVISION to come back in this series, to win a Game 2?
Uplift.
Yeah.
You know what? I don't want to give them any pointers. I'm a Nigma fan, all right? I want these guys to win.
So you're going for the 2-0 here.
Yeah, just roll them over.
I'm conflicted, all right? You know, the fantasy on Blast TV, I've got Satanic as my carry, but I have Sumo as my mid, but he's my captain. Sumo, he is my
Then
captain.
you're not conflicted. You and Nigma Galaxy are also 2-0.
Yeah, no, that's true. But for the sake of all things fantasy, and I'm currently like, second, I need Sumo to
Globally,
win.
by the way, TGov is second globally in the fantasy
So if
points.
Sumo wins here, then I might even be first today. So I need that 2-0. I need to lock in that global first, so then my mum will be proud.
She'll print it out.
Yeah.
She'll put it on the fridge.
Yep.
Give you a standing ovation, T.
know, yeah.
All right, well then what do Nigma Galaxy have to run back in a game number 2, Gork? How exactly are you going to get the 2-0 here?
I think tempo, strong lanes, Bristle, and IO if they can make it through the bans.
Both? Even both?
Yeah, both, why not? And an Invis hero, and they're good.
I think the key thing is make sure that you don't get too carried away from that first game. I think you were gifted a lot of good strategies within the draft, which meant that like mistakes weren't really punished.
Yeah.
So I think just keep yourself grounded, continue your strategies, and then you'll be fine. But yeah, don't get too carried away.
Don't get too carried away. Well, we still got a little bit of time. These players, they're biding their time before they get into the lobby, before they get into draft. Is there anyone, Gork, that you've been seeing pop out in pubs that you think could potentially be a hidden strategy? Nigma have been coined, the kings of the meta at the moment. They're setting the tempo.
Okay, but there is one guy.
Oh, okay.
And I hate to give him a shout out because he keeps sniping me. Oh, maybe know who I'm talking. He keeps sniping me all the time. Amar finally got convinced to do his bristle build, all right?
I knew you were going to say
And it's the Dota Sama bristleback offlane build. You go Lincoln into Glimmer Cape.
Yep.
And, it sounds ridiculous. It gets flamed every time. Yep.
I'm not.
But it's picking up. It's becoming good.
But you're walking around in lane with Brown Boots Perseverance. It looks so ugly. And then suddenly it does so much. Yeah. So,
wow.
Yeah.
All right, so we potentially could see that. Maybe not so much a specific hero, but a specific build you'd love to see. Either way, though, we are going to be seeing some heroes jump up on our screens because the game number 2 draft is ready.
All right, I'm here today with Gork. We're gonna do some drafting.
Yeah.
You're good at drafting, right? Because I'm not, and I really need you to carry this one.
I pretend to be, at least.
Okay, well, we can just shoot this shit and just see what happens. That's fine.
All right.
Okay. Don't pick heroes. We got it. Don't worry.
What did you think of the last game? I didn't get to see you on the panel.
Yeah, I thought it was fun to watch Sumail play Earthshaker and kill literally everyone constantly all the time.
Yeah.
I mean, it was... I think seeing last series with PARIVISION and seeing how many problems their drafts created for the enemy, and then seeing this game where it felt like nothing they had was really having that much of an effect was just a bit rough, I guess.
Yeah.
I didn't like their support duo too much. I didn't like how they were never really set up or ready for the idea that, okay, they're gonna look on Nigma for pickoffs and with bounty vision into a Sumail initiation into a relocate. It was like they always just lost a hero and then ran in with other heroes and fed those because they were outnumbered.
Yeah, they were too slow, and I think part of the reason was that absolute stomp on the top lane. So as long as they get a little bit more of a competitive lane, I think we will maybe see Pari being able to fight back, because I think Enigma was just kind of stuck up there farming while his team was feeding. So I think we might see a different approach from them this game on Pari. I'm noticing now they banned 2 Invis heroes on Nigma. There's one remaining, and it's the Riki. Let's see if PARIVISION actually pick this up, or if they're gonna leave it for Omar here. There's a couple other value picks as well, obviously, like the Bristle and whatnot.
Yeah, it looks like Alchemist has made it through.
Oh, yes. I mean, Satanic had a notorious, legendary Alchemist game against Nigma in the groups. I've never seen an Alchemist be in that farm in a professional game in a long time, and he lost. So I think they're traumatized, and they probably won't want to pick it up again.
Yeah, they're scared. I mean, they have to choose between this or Magnus, right?
Yeah, they banned it. They knew. They don't want it. The Phoenix slipped through, though. Okay, that didn't do last time.
Okay. The Phoenix is an interesting one because we've seen it played on offlane and support, so it can flex there. Like DM's played it. I do not know what Nigma want to respond with, because like I said, the Magnus has been banned like every single game, I think, of the playoffs, and this time he is through, so it's like, do you want to take that?
I think it's the Magnus or the Riki. I would personally prefer the Riki, just because of how badly PARIVISION played against the Invis game.
Right.
But I wouldn't mind if maybe they will want Magnus. Like you said, it's been banned every time. Yeah, they go for that one. They play that lane well on the Magnus, and also they flex it obviously to the mid lane. I'm not sure about Ghost, I haven't seen too much of him to know if he plays Magnus safe lane or not, but it's potentially a triple flex hero, which is very valuable. As we see on PARIVISION, the Phoenix serves the same purpose. Like DM plays it offlane and they play it as a support, so it's important. It's nice to be able to open up with such a flexible draft.
I haven't seen Ghost play the Magnus. I know in the last 2 tournaments at least, including this one, they haven't.
But even Omar has, right? I think I have some memory of him playing +4 Magnus quite a bit for a while. So not recently, but I used to do it. So it's even more potential there.
Yeah, I imagine we're most likely to see it go between Noob or Sumail.
Yeah. They banned the PA. I wonder what hero Satanic is looking at this game. If I see a Magnus, and I'm assuming he's either offlane, I usually think, like, I want a Morphling. So I'm pretty sure that's on Satanic's mind as well.
I cannot remember every single facet in the game. Does Lifestealer have one that lets him just break out of RP? Like stuns?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
I think Unfettered might give you like status resistance or something.
Yeah.
But yeah, you could take that one if you wanted to. It's an okay pick against Magnus sometimes. I like that they banned the Shaker. Sumail had quite a performance last game, so. The monkeys left in the pool though. PARIVISION are kind of the king of monkeys, so they could also pick up that hero. I wonder if they're gonna get it's gonna get banned here.
I've seen such a what's it called, focus on like support play in this tournament. I'm mostly interested in what we're gonna see coming out now on both sides, because Io was taken out, Bounty was taken out. These are the ones that are kind of like setting up, and like these were the key 2 heroes of last game. Io saying, being able to play with that reload, and Bounty being able to set up all of the gameplay for Nigma. So what do they do now? I think PARIVISION kind of experimented a little bit too much with this Dazzle morph.
Yeah.
I don't know if they want to return to it and they are super confident, or if they're going to go for that more normal, like, okay, let's get a clockwork going. We're going to just press the hook and go in.
No, those heroes were banned last time, the clockwork and whatnot. One thing I'm worried about Nigma, do not disrespect PARIVISION's Enigma just because they had a bad lane last game. I think they gotta be aware that this hero might come up suddenly, right?
I really like it when DM plays Enigma, when he's able to enable his 4 to roam the map and do more. I think last game playing with the morph, it's a little bit sadder because this hero cannot just have the same impact that something like a Bounty could have, which is what they've paired together in the past. You know, if they are able to roam on mid or just have a bit more impact, it's like, it's fine if DM is having a bad game as long as other lanes are really suffering as a response.
Yeah, I agree.
Nice to see Shaker taken out.
Yeah.
That was a massive problem.
It was. I mean, it was definitely the pairing with the Bounty that I feel like made it so good. They banned a lot of melee forces, noticing. I'm really wondering why either team isn't really picking up a Riki yet. It hasn't been like super popular.
Whoa, there he is! Nice one, Gorg.
Yeah, I mean, I felt like I wanted. It's so obnoxious to play against. So.
Right. I guess they ban the clock and they take the Riki, because both of those supports are going to be able to give vision for them, so it's choosing one or the other, and it seems like they value Riki way more, which I appreciate for the reasons you stated earlier.
Yeah, we've seen Liquid, they try to respond.
I need to get my eyes checked.
It feels good to be this good.
Okay. I was wondering, is someone talking to me? No, those are voice lines, okay. No, I saw Liquid try to respond with his Invis heroes with a Zeus. I know PARIVISION plays it as well. I just don't think it's a real counter though, and I think Riki is better against Zeus than the other way around. But that could be something they're looking at right now. Oh, this is also a hero that pretty much only PARIVISION play right now on 9 class, the Spirit Breaker. This is a very strong lane, I think, also the Phoenix Spirit Breaker. He gives you a BKB piercing stun to be able to get the eggs off. Okay, that's also a hero that's very good against Magnus in lane.
Yeah, this is going to be posing a lot of threat as well for Nigma on the map. If you ever pass over that trap, you just have to be conscious that Spirit Breaker could instantly own in on you.
Yep.
It's going to also help. I think I've seen TA come out against Riki in previous games as well, because it's nice to be able to do this area control where you have traps laid down with a sentry and you're seeing Riki before he can even get close to you.
Yeah, I like that idea. And the lane also, if this is their lane, right, Magnus, Riki, there's really nothing they can do to a TA. So. What's the response here on the side of Nigma? They're gonna have to show something here. Probably a ranged support. And then we're gonna need a core that's good against, potentially against the Morphling in lane, and against the Phoenix, and that's the Morphling. That makes a lot of sense. It's also a traditionally good matchup against TA, right? Because you can steal her Refraction, Maelstrike, and even bigger so against Spirit Breaker. Old school, used to always steal Spirit Breaker, get that status resistance from Bulldoze, and kind of be untouchable in fights. So quite a good Morphling game so far. And that's the disrespect right there again. You forgot about the DM Enigma, and now you're stuck with Morphling against Enigma. Have fun. This is his specialty.
Yeah, you are. I mean, it's hard as well to rely on Magnus to be able to cancel it, right?
Yeah, no.
There's been some ideas that other teams have thrown around, like this Warlock, but you're playing with Pugna instead, which is defensive. Like, if Pugna is playing back and you're not able to reach him, right, then maybe he can help this Morphling survive. Obviously, like, last game, DM had such a poor lane that he was going for, like, 4-staff and boost of bearing instead of a blink. And if you're not able to get a blink and do your job and get BKB because you're also playing into Smoke Cloud, right? He does require a lot of items, I think, to get a clean Black Hole off.
Yeah, but honestly, I don't even think they care about the Black Hole, to be honest. The DM is not that type of player. He plays for the lane, drums pipe. So that's what I'm mostly worried about. If Nigma don't find a lane answer right now, I think that's the biggest problem I have. So, I mean, I know this sounds crazy, but maybe it's time to put Morphling mid here and pick like a gyro if they leave it, because it's just, yeah, I mean, it's very old school, but Sumail used to play Morphling mid. But now we're thinking really outside the box, considering the current patch, but it might be what has to be done.
Looks like Parry is more concerned and think this mag is gonna just go mid, and then they're looking for an offlaner.
Yeah. I mean, Bristol's also one of the few heroes that can match up against Nigma in lane, so it's also a cover against that, if in case they wanted to maybe like potentially lane the Magnus offlane and still put Bristle off safely.
Okay, I'm surprised Nigma banned Pango. I thought they might want it for offlane, because that was one of the classic Enigma counters. I know you're saying they're not going to play around Black Hole, but being able to get that basher and have the passive proc on Swash was...
No, it's always nice.
Always nice, yeah.
I'm a little bit worried for Nigma now. Let's see. No one has a free pick mid, and Monkey is still available, by the way. That didn't happen for very long in the previous tournaments. But he might have lost a little bit of confidence with that Monkey, considering what happened game 1.
Game 1 just felt rough though. Like there was no real easy hero for him to kill, and when he had his lane go well, and then the first fight they took went poorly because of the side lanes kind of suffering a bit.
I'm expecting, since we have a TA here, I don't like TA Monkey in the same team. They're kind of too much all in on the single target physical. I'm expecting him to pick some sort of team fight AoE like Earthshaker or Tiny. Sorry, not Earthshaker, Earth Spirit.
Yeah.
Earthshaker's banned. So yeah, Earth Spirit or Tiny I think fits better for PARIVIsion.
Honestly, it'd be so funny to me if they just threw TA mid and just picked a Lycan.
Okay, now you're crazy.
No, come on. You're telling me this Magnus is not gonna have the saddest game of his life trying to play with dogs biting his ankles? Like Pugno wants to sit there and heal. He just has 2 dogs on him at all times.
Those dogs are strong. I'm with you there.
Who has overall last pick? Nigma, okay.
Yeah.
That's pretty nice then.
Yeah. That's why I think you want to pick something like that doesn't get countered easily mid.
Yeah.
So that's why I think Tiny is usually the go-to, or the Earth Spirit, but maybe they'll think of something else.
Oh, it was available. We got.
You're the expert. Is there any Meepo game?
No, I don't know about this one.
Nothing. Okay.
Meepo's kind of sad to play into Ricky just because that makes it really difficult. I was like, Ricky makes life difficult with so many heroes. So I was like, oh, is there a Puck? And I was like, nah, because then they're gonna be able to play like Dragon Knight.
Yeah, they went for the Monkey anyway.
Yeah.
A little bit like I said, a little bit anti-synergistic with the TA, but if he's like does fine on that lane, I think it's okay.
Do you think they can just put Mag off and pick something like Huskar here?
Ooh, I don't know if I like the Huskar so much. It's potentially possible, yes, but I don't think Sumail likes Huskar very much, in my experience. I'm really worried. Like, if you look at theoretically, if they don't answer the Monkey really well mid now, they have 3 losing lanes. So I'm a little bit worried there. Okay, that means they will go for the Magnus mid against the Monkey. That's bold. It could backfire.
Yeah.
But the Dawnbreaker has been very popular lately, and it is an answer to that black hole you talk about. You can cancel BKB black holes now with Aghanim, so we'll see. It's good matchup into TA and lane somewhat. I mean, it can go both ways, but you can easily go on her, break refractions with your hammer.
I want to know what build he goes, because we watched yesterday this entire series, right, with the Dawnbreaker picked every game, and there was like this Bloodstone build.
That's just the Mar for you.
Yeah, I think it's.
I think the Ags is mandatory this game.
Yes, Ags. Even when Skitter played it, they went for the Ags.
Yeah, it's just really good.
Super strong.
Who's your prediction? Are we allowed to like be biased, like, or something?
We could both be biased really hard for like a team each.
Okay, so I think this is going 1-1. Like looking at this right now.
Oh, you think your Parry's gonna win?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think so. I think now
the bro, like really fight about it.
No, but I want Nigma to win, so I'm just sad.
Oh.
Yeah.
What? You can't be biased and say you think Parry's gonna win.
Like,
you gotta cheer
I'm
for your
sadly
team.
biased.
You gotta put the goggles on and cope.
I don't do that.
I want to hear the cope enter your system.
Okay, there's some cope here. If Omar like pops off and like roams all 3 lanes and wins it for them, I can see the chance.
You're not going hard enough. I'll go hard for you.
Okay, go.
I think this is absolutely free. Sumail, one of the greatest players of all time.
Okay.
He's going to smash this mid lane with amazing rotations from Omar to help him there. They're going to bring in the Dawnbreaker on 6, take some amazing team fights. They're not going to be able to do anything to stop them, right? They're going to completely mitigate all damage. Pugna's going to be right there. They have double damn heal. How are you meant to kill Ghost as a Morphling this game? It's impossible. And it was never going to get a black hole off. Oh. It's so easy.
Okay, see you in 20 minutes after they lose.
What the hell? You got it. You got it.
Nah, they got it. It's gonna be a good one. I hope like this is a true test for Nigma. I think this is, if they win this, I truly think they can make it all the way.
Let's go.
Yeah. All right.
If they win this, they can go all the way. Nigma Galaxy are certainly going to have a harder time in this game 2 than they did in game 1. At least in my opinion anyway, Avery. It did feel like they had a draft advantage in game 1. Game 2, I don't see quite as much.
They had a lot more going for them in terms of I could see how they shut down that Enigma and then play with tempo around the map. Io is also one of their mega specialty heroes forever, and it's been working for them this patch. Here they don't get as many of those, power specialty heroes, though the Ghost Morphling, nothing to sleep on.
Sure.
And this Enigma has a way different setup. This is not a lane that deals with Eidolons at all, unless you're bringing in the other two cores between the Dawn or the Magnus. I doubt we're going to see any crazy lane swapping shenanigans. Maybe a long time ago that would have happened, but not today.
Don't panic, everybody. We should be able to get back into the game fairly soon here, but...
That's where you just yell, Sumail Ultra Kill.
Oh my God.
Oh my God.
He's killing everybody out here. Nigma?
This is another melee mid lane too, which is interesting, right? The King just doesn't care, man.
Yeah. I think he probably should care. I don't know. I guess we'll see.
Look at this setup, though.
Yep, Melt Strike to be able to start things off. GH being blown up almost immediately. The Blood Grenade and the Fire Spirits will take him out. More Fire Spirits raining down on Nigma Galaxy. Omar, he gets dangerously low as well. So, not the best start for Nigma Galaxy in this game, too. That they start very nicely in the series. 1 up, anyway.
First Blood and 3 runes. PARIVISION will absolutely take that. Did go to Ducalis here, not the best First Blood target, but hey, you'll take it every time, and a nice little meld play from Satanic, getting them on the board. So this top lane is going to be the big one here. 1, the Enigma has a much better setup, and 2, 9 classes on a hero where if he leaves the lane or pulls, he has instant capability to gank and rotate and have impact in this early game where that Morphling really did not. So those are 2 huge differences in terms of the setup here for DM and PARIVISION in general, which should put a lot more pressure on Nigma in the early game, make it harder for them to find those openings, especially with a support duo now for them that might be the clunky one, right? Ricky Pugna, yeah, you can move around the map, but you don't really have stuns. You don't have a lot of early damage unless you're just crushing the lanes here.
Sure.
You're looking more for that mid game. The mid game 5-on-5 is where the support duo can excel.
Okay. Help me with that one, because I actually feel like PARIVISION should be really favored in a lot of the 5-on-5. I didn't like the Dawnbreaker so much because I feel like the ult is dropping into, maybe he stops Black Hole, right? But he's dropping into a Supernova. He's dropping into a Wukong's command.
Whoa, right? Who says he's dropping it at all?
Okay, maybe.
You just buy Ags, you let it sit there for the 6 seconds or whatever, you know?
Yeah, I guess so.
The evasion's decent this game. Versus the Monkey and the TA. I think that's most of the value, and then you're just threatening the Black Hole block. It is a good Dawnbreaker game in terms of that Solar Guardian preventing a lot of the committal, but I agree, the team fight from PARIVISION looks pretty scary to go into. The one thing you have going for you is the displacement with the Magnus.
Yes, that is, I think, the #1 tool they have to win this game.
Yep. If you can just keep skewering heroes out of the ball, PARIVISION don't have great answers to that. They don't have an instant stun outside of either TA Trap Silence or the Boundless Strike. You have to land one of those 2 when this Magnus goes in, and it's not the most reliable, right? I think the trap one's incredibly hard unless you have the trap on him before he blinks.
Yeah.
Outside of that, if you can just keep skewering heroes into you, you have a lot of single target burst damage. You're going to put them in a smoke screen into the Pugna Ward area of control. That part looks really solid for them. I think that's how Nigma are going to want to take these fights because, yeah, I agree. Just committing into Wukong, into Black Hole, into Supernova with a charge going through is not going to end well for you.
They do have really good ways to protect that Supernova too, right? They've got, bottom lane, Ducalis commits for the kill and gets it too. He will die underneath the tower, but a very worthwhile trade to the favor of PARIVISION.
Yeah, he's happy about that, especially with the waves going into Satanic down here.
Yeah.
Full lane control available for PARIVISION wherever they want it. As the Lotus gets taken by GH, so little victory up here. Ghost mainly free farming so far, but that Enigma level 3 I think is where it really starts to pick up.
GH. He gets a little bit low, as does DM.
I mean, honestly, Ghost is putting in work on the early stages of this laning phase. 12 denies for this Morphling. That is huge. Denying
GH is going to die here to a bash. Yes, he does. Whoa. 9 class, he just knew. He's like, I haven't hit a bash in a while. It's coming. My time's coming.
You can play for it. He gets it there. Nice little pickup for the Spear Breaker. They needed the extra XP up there.
No one. Nice response there. Sumail was gunning for the Shockwave into Skewer back. Immediately strikes in. And even just a momentary halt puts no one in better control of things with the Jingu stacks. But now he does actually get skewered back. The Jingu stacks are gone, and GH here to help out. Hits him with a blood grenade. But Takalas, he is also here, was securing a water rune for no one, and helps dissuade a bit of that Nigma aggression.
They take both water runes. So no refill in the bottle available for Sumail, but it's full anyway. As Noob getting chased down a bit.
Yeah, he is not a happy camper here. He did not get to the wave. It slips past him, so he's going to have to hang out here and, I guess, wait for the next one or TP back to tower.
He has equilibrium on his side. It's another game where they kind of just leave him in the 1v2 a bit. Like, Omar's been down here a little, but they're not committing a huge amount of resources. I think they're okay with sacrificing Noob in a lot of these games and just having him come back in the team fights. Yeah. As long as the other two cores get off to a better start, right? Make sure that Sumail doesn't get crushed in these matchups that maybe aren't as favorable. I mean, he does a damn good job doing it on his own, but this is a player you want to play around.
You know,
nothing to say once more at the top of melee mids that probably got picked into Huskar. Sumail looking for the skewer.
Boundless Strike hits too, but this time around, no one is going to be outdone in the department of supports as Noob is going to join in on the fight. Now they get a smoke screen onto Takalas for the extra kill. Noob walks away with a double. He was the one struggling the most in this laning phase. His CS is sitting at 11-3, so that double kill makes a world of difference for him.
Oh, what a rotation. I don't even know where that came from, but absolutely huge for him. He's sitting on 11 CS, but he is ahead of this Enigma in terms of net worth right now after the double kill. Really nice gold injection for him. And again, Nigma playing around this Magnus in a lane where the monkey might abuse him in the vacuum, but not when he has help on those skewers under the tower. Sumail really putting work in on that matchup. And Ghost continuing to put work in here. Top 19 denies on this Morphling.
He is just killing it. All right, not getting out of the smoke screen, it seems. Charge is going to come on through, though. He tried to cut down the tree, but no one hops down just in time. Does manage to get his Jingu stacks and turns that damage back around onto Omar. No chance for a kill, though. So it's just the pick off on Takalas.
And the rune. Sumail's going to get a top.
Oh, nice pickup. And an Invis rune. Not the most powerful of power runes early on, but...
Well, this feels a little bit like game one. Nigma just outmaneuvering them on these little plays to stabilize this laning phase, and the PARIVISION support duo is the one suffering again. Just super low level between this Phoenix Spear Breaker, having to sacrifice a lot.
That is very surprising because you would have expected them. Both heroes have innate mobility, so you would have expected them to outmaneuver Nigma when it comes to the mid rotations, but not the case here. GH, though, does get caught as he was trying to slip behind the tower and go for the Wisdom Rune steal.
Yeah, that was a bit ambitious.
Yeah, it really was.
They'll get the split here, and very even game across the board. Which maybe you're not too sad about, considering you had this Morphling Enigma lane that I think on paper was a lot more favorable for PARIVISION.
Yes, I think so.
Can still ramp up here, though, for DM. He's level 5. That drum is coming in. Should be able to start creating some pressure in this off lane.
And he bashes. Ghost should be fine here, DM.
This is a catapult wave, though.
Yeah.
GH, he wants to take this down.
Yeah, you could see GH is chipping away at that creep wave. Make sure it's not too big when it hits the tower.
Yeah, smoke's coming through, though. PARIVISION know this timing. They're going to make sure they clear the area out.
Imagine no one catches Ghost as he's full agi, but not the case here. Instead goes for GH. GH with the Decrepify is going to slow his death.
Yeah,
and in fact, we'll be able to turn around with Sumail coming through with a skewer right on through the middle. Now the Boundless Strike only is a temporary salve to the wounds inflicted by Nigma Galaxy, and they'll run down DM as well. Turns around, gets off the black hole onto 2, some damage and fire, and now Noob has to drop his ultimate to stay alive. He keeps himself up. They do lose Omar, so 1 for 2 trade.
Sumail TP mid wants the kill in the room.
Yeah, he's gonna get 9 class as well, make that a triple.
Man, nice rotation from him. Save the TP, gets back mid, gets another power rune. I mean, not the best one. I think that's what that shrug was about, but once more, you're controlling the pace with this Magnus versus a Monkey King where no one, he joins the fight and just dies. Nigma ready for that move. Counterplay it nicely here. And again, you lose a little bit of that advantage with the Enigma, right? You don't get this team fight with the Eidolon drum. You don't get that catapult flag bear wave going into the tower, getting massive damage to protect the Morphling. It's a lot of space and a lot of time you're going to buy for Ghost to come online here versus the counterpart in Satanic, who is free farming down here. He is once more the highest net worth in the game. See if he can have a larger impact with it than that PA at an earlier point. Definitely a hero that can take stacks sooner and go into that Roshan faster. Which, I mean, you look at this PARIVISION lineup, you can't really ask for more around the Roshan pit.
Yep. That is definitely true.
Once more, back into the brick wall that has been this top lane. Smash your head against it. See if Nigma defend this, but I doubt it this time.
I mean, you just need to bring more heroes.
Okay, yeah.
Break the brick wall with enough force. And that is all 5 heroes of PARIVISION. No kills for it yet, though GH is probably going to be caught out. And sure, indeed, he is
out of there.
Decrepify TP out. He is out. No Maleficent time.
He has really been playing with him up here. That's a lot of time wasted. Sumail gets mid lane in. He gets some tower damage of his own, and that blink is going to be arriving here.
Uses Illusion to try and help catch the top rune and hope it's bottom. It's top, though. Arcane Rune.
Man, his rune luck has not been great this game.
No, it hasn't. Those first 2 power runes were the kind of the worthless ones. Now the good ones are going to spawn. Arcane Rune, Amp Damage, Haste.
It is something to think about. These next 2 runes are guaranteed to be pretty good. I'd like to get him on either team. Maybe throw some traps there if Satanic wants to make this mid-rotation that we've seen him make, I feel like, pretty frequently in this event.
I will say, Nigma Galaxy have so much... Like, this is just not going to be a fun Monkey King game. Now the laning phase is already over. He's going to be dealing with the missed chance of Dawnbreaker ult once he gets the Aghanim Scepter. He's going to be dealing with Decrepify saves. And you've got Smokescreen evasion as well.
And Skewer out of Wukong.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a decent amount of effective disarm, I want to say. I mean, it's also a lot that the TA has to deal with.
Yes, which is why it's so critical that Satanic is getting a free game. That is the silver lining here for PARIVISION.
They need to play around this TA's windows and make sure they align with the Roshan, because Aegis gives you a way to just barrel into these fights and not care about a lot of that control. Gives you a lot more time to play with.
GH trying to bait in the mid lane while the 2-man smoke slips by. Omar and Sumail on the hunt. They head to their ward in the bottom lane.
This is the blink reveal. Should land.
And if they hit Satanic, it would be perfect. Even better if they get the 2-man here. The smoke's going to break. Sumail almost taking the damage, but does manage to blink just in the nick of time. Skewers back into the Dawnbreaker ult that's raining in, and they've got him surrounded. So the blink dagger reveal is successful for Nigma Galaxy.
That was like the last second possible to get that blink off.
Yeah, seriously.
It barely connects. They even got a bunch of TPs out of PARIVISION down here, just looking at nothing. Once more, getting outmaneuvered in this early game.
And that's going to be a power rune. It's going to be shield rune for Sumail. Again, all the good ones.
That's a little better.
Took the first tower of the game at 940. There's been 15 faster towers taken so far at Slam 2, 5 of which were by PARIVISION and 2 of them by Nigma.
I mean, they really got stalled up there. I think that is on the slower end of where they would have expected to take that tier 1 with the Enigma Morphling matchup. Just the early denies from Ghost and Nigma making the proper rotations really stalled this game out, and all these little things make a huge difference.
Yeah.
They are once more eyeing the top lane. Do not know if 9 Class expects this. So this gank is a little awkward.
Man, 9 Class still not being level 6, and he's not going to get it either.
And Sumail starting to build the same momentum we saw in that game 1. 3-0 and 5 start for the Magnus. This guy's in prime form right now.
He really is.
And he is not letting up. A revenge tour?
Perhaps.
The start of a revenge tour, perhaps? So you have that Solar Guardian back up in 10. Blade Mail for Noob means he's super happy to join any of these early fights. A little extra armor versus this TA as well. And you're still looking for that Deso on Satanic, which would be the big ticket into this mid-game for PARIVISION.
14-minute Wisdom Rune is coming up. I think GH is, yeah, he's slipping up there. He's going to try and go for the steal again.
More likely than the other one. He might get it here.
Yeah, it depends on how on the ball 9 Class is for the exact timing. He's probably not expecting anybody to try and steal it.
On that flip side, PARIVISION trying to make an aggressive move, gets blocked by Omar.
Yeah, Omar breaks it, and now the chase. No one feels like he has to drop the Wukong's command to prevent them from chasing after them. They're going to get double. What a nice pickup for Nigma Galaxy.
Currently a 4 to 5 level advantage for them. Not insignificant here. Once more, stifling this support duo. They really want the extra level so they can start playing the map a bit better. Gonna have to give them lane priority. See what Nigma try and do in the next few minutes here, because I think they easily can make some sort of smoke move. Either try and find the TA or just get some deeper vision out. And if they connect on one of these plays, they can be the ones taking the first Roshan in this game with this Vlad's Morphling.
Oh, nice blink forward from Sumail, but misses the skewer.
That's a big miss.
Yeah.
That potentially would have just been that Roshan as it flips sides.
Charge on through. 9 Class almost saw an opportunity to go for Noob. Instead, has to hit Sumail with the ultimate. Trying to stall Sumail from being able to get the skewer back here. Black hole, it doesn't grab him. Instead, it gets the Reiki, but now comes the Dawnbreaker ult coming on down. Now, Omar is going to be able to hop away to safety here. Trading blow for blow, but nobody gets knocked out.
Very awkward fight for both teams, but in the end of the day, that's Black Hole down. Yeah. Over 2 minutes here. Still, PARIVISION, they're the ones smoking up. They want to get something going, even without the ultimates.
And they're going to run straight into the Dawnbreaker, but won't be able to get to him in time, at least not before he gets back to his tier 2 area. Still, though, he tips out of that AoE. The TPs are coming in, but his life is already gone. Nigma Galaxy, now the question is, can they get any revenge? A Shockwave nabs him. 9 Class. Long-range nuke brings him low.
And Sumail will clean up this triple ranged wave. Not a bad rotation for him in the end.
Oh, yeah, he is feeling real good. Still top net worth for him. On the dire side anyway. Satanic, a full 1K ahead of him, though. Deso complete and soon to be a Blink Dagger. So the trifecta of Templar Assassin items, his mid-game is almost ready to ensue.
Got to get this TA involved very soon here. You'd love to have the Shard and the Blink, but can't ask for it all before you get him involved. Especially with Roshan on the table for both teams in the next 5 minutes here. Nigma making a move bottom.
Yeah,
they used a lot of early smokes this game, though. Don't know how many they actually have left. They're carrying none right now.
They've yet to take this safe lane tower. Satanic has only been caught by that one smoke gank, but otherwise, a lot of the pressure has been around the mid lane instead.
Yeah, he's defended this bottom lane forever, and he's the highest level in the game. Yeah, by a decent margin here. 14, almost 14 and a half on the Templar Assassin, and the blink is done. I mean, he's hitting an incredible timing on this TA. PARIVISION need it right now.
Scouting this out.
Really good vision.
They won PARIVISION to make the jump because they're trying to sandwich them with a gate maneuver. But PARIVISION head south. Nigma Galaxy hold the north.
Honestly, it's tempting to just TP Ghost top and just try and force the Roche.
Now it's PARIVISION's turn to try and set up around a high ground ward. They're going to go for Sumail, but he blinks away. before the 9 class ult could catch him.
They know what's going on up here.
Yeah, Omar's getting a lot of info. And he actually goes for it. He wants to catch no one before he leaps away into the trees and hope his team follows through, but a quick disengage. The 2 supports are going to be taking some damage here. Supernova goes on out, bumping the puck back into play. Meanwhile, the DM is caught, skewered behind the tier 2, but Sumail didn't make it over that cliff line. He may have killed DM, or maybe not. DM is able to get away. Too much heal coming over, and Sumail, because he didn't make it through the cliff, he's gone. Now Snoob is fighting to get back to the tier 3 tower line, but he won't make it. 9 class hunts him down. Omar into the corner of the map. Meanwhile, Satanic goes after Ghost. Ghost in some trouble. Noob. That's going to be a buyback ultimate to be able to catch Ducalis out. The Phoenix does end up going down, saving Ghost's life, but is Noob going to be in some trouble? He managed to get a nice slam onto no one, but a charge on back, and this is going to be a dieback for the offlane Dawnbreaker. Still, though, Ghost comes through, turns into the Enigma, hits the Malphys onto no one. Another kill for Ghost, the carry of Nigma Galaxy. It picks up a triple, and they chase for more, but Satanic should be out.
A very mixed fight for Nigma. Yeah, you kind of turn around to get the 4 kills with the amp damage Morphling coming through, dealing all the DPS for you, but costs you a noob die back there. That's extremely expensive for him. Kills a lot of his item progression in this game.
Also honestly, slowed down Sumail quite a bit.
Yeah, he just got caught on that high ground ward. PARIVISION just saw everything, and he just gets charged. He gets hit by the Supernova. There's no blink for the Magnus in that fight, and that was the biggest difference maker.
Which is funny because he knew he should have known there was a ward there because he almost got caught earlier. But
they were just all looking at the Riki on the monkey and got caught off guard.
Yep.
And once this chase down starts happening, we've seen this before with PARIVISION with these Spear Breaker lineups, you're not getting away. They're absolutely going to try and commit and get all they can. I think Nigma are lucky in a way that Ghost had an amp damage for this fight, because I don't think they're cleaning up in the same way.
And that Noob had buyback ult, right? Like, he was crucial for the turnaround here. Ghost was taking a lot of damage.
Yeah, he gets a blade mail off at full HP. It's a lot reflected here.
Yep. He creates the space that allows Ghost to use that amp damage effectively and get multiple kills.
And Vlad's paying off in these early fights. So the Morphling still having a very solid game here, and that Roche still up. Nothing claimed too early by either team.
Is this a game that Morphling can carry? Or is he going to struggle in this one?
I mean, in a way, Morphling can almost carry any game if you're good enough. He does have some strong steals here. The Spear Breaker steal. Even the Enigma spells that we saw there, you might get a Midnight Pulse Tree Cut or something.
Sure.
The TA steals are good.
Yeah, we've done that once or twice.
It's a strong Morphling game. You're going to have Empower on top of it. You're going to have double healer behind you. There's a lot he can play around with.
There's also a lot of percentage-based damage between Phoenix and Enigma. Smoke is going to be broken, though. PARIVISION backed up Smoke to try and take control over the Radiant side Roshan pit.
They want the Aegis right now. They've got the Blink and the Shard completed for the TA, so Satanic's hitting prime fighting territory.
You've got such strong AoE team fight to play around the pit. This is going to be tough.
It's very tough lineup to fight into here. That pipe also got delivered on that fight top for DM. That's why he was able to just walk off that skewer play.
And even if they wanted to contest, it may also be a timing thing. Nigma Galaxy may not even get to the pit in time with a Deso TA.
You'd have to just down. Jump, but 9 classes fending off one side and no one's in trees on the other.
Yeah, they're going to push forward on Amar. He's immediately going to be dusted. Silence up as well, hit by the charge. While the team finish off the Roshan, they're trying to help out Omar here, but they can't save him. And the Aegis picked up by Satanic. A silence onto Sumail. He stops him. Yeah, this setup is just way too difficult. If you've got Templar Assassin traps set up as well with that shard, this is an impossible fight to take.
That's just no good entry. You have to basically smoke to the pit and blind jump it before a trap scouts you, before a Monkey King scouts you, and it's just too tall in order. PARIVISION are ready for that. That was their Roshan to take. They will get it here. Strong Aegis on Satanic. He can do a lot of work with this.
This will make Satanic feel a whole lot better about its next item progression into the MKB. We talked about all the multiple ways that Nigma Galaxy can provide some sort of evasion against a lot of this physical damage.
That's it. I don't know if you want to be lingering around here like this versus Spear Breaker lineup.
And drop the Dawnbreaker in to save GH's life.
Nigma have to watch that kind of, you know, tentative gameplay, because you linger around with some of these heroes and a charge comes through. Suddenly you're separating a hero a little bit from the fight. You can just lay down this Sunray. You might be that ones that have to commit into the Supernova Black Hole. That's where it gets really tough.
Sumail with the 3rd highest kill participation at this tournament, 66%. Quite impressive.
Not too shabby indeed. Shadowblade on the menu here. Would be a big tool to try and control the map. Make these lanes a lot harder to get out for Nigma, which they've kind of been banking on Noob cleaning up some of these dead lanes with the Dawnbreaker and being able to join them in the fights. Spearbreaker, in theory, kills a lot of that idea.
Yes.
Especially once that Shadowblade is out, because then the Riki scouting isn't necessarily doing as much for you. Early Atos for Omar. Yeah, great for the catch, but he's an item that can fall off here. These next few minutes look a bit dicey for Nigma in terms of how are you controlling the map and what type of fighter you're even looking for. Ags on the Dawnbreaker definitely helps you in this straight 5-on-5. You just might not get it on your terms, and the traps are putting in some work right now. Every time you get hit by that trap, you're wondering if Spearbreaker's charging you. It's giving a lot of space to Satanic, and he is gobbling it up right now. His cores are starting to climb the chart.
Just get better and better setup. It feels like they're kind of corralling Nigma Galaxy onto their side of the map. There's more traps set up. They're getting more aggressive vision down. The only real hope here is this bottom lane that's constantly pushing in due to Ghost's presence. And he does manage to nab the Spearbreaker illusion.
Almost solo killed 9 class.
There's the MKB. So you pick up the Ags on Dawnbreaker, but Satanic already has a bit of an answer to it. A smoke up from Nigma Galaxy anyway. They're going to smoke into this high ground ward area, though. Dakalis is set to break the smoke. He gets the info, immediately dives away. And PARIVISION, they want to play for it.
3-on-5.
Sumail's going to try for it, though. He does manage to hit the slam on 2. The RP dropping down on top of the Dawnbreaker ultimate as well. They have to turn and deal with the Supernova. They got it well in hand. The situation is controlled.
Yeah, PARIVISION got to get out of here ASAP.
Use the Wukong's command, trying to get away, and Morphling no longer having that Spearbreaker morph isn't able to chase him down.
And what an RP from Sumail. Glimpses him for a second, gets to the 2 big team fighters on top of it.
Yeah.
He's looking for more.
And Satanic, oh, what a timing on the Boundless Strike. What was that from no one? Completely reads Sumail and counters him, allowing Satanic to get the quick kill off of that one. Sideblades hitting Ghost as well.
No one chasing for more. Once Noob here.
And should be able to have him too with the charge coming through. The BKB committed just to make sure there's no outs for Noob on this one.
Ghost lingering as well. Again, this is not a team lineup you want to linger around with. We need a couple more kills. It was all that mid ward. Was expiring in the next 10 seconds and did expire here, but it scouted out that Magnus blink. No one able to set up for it. I mean, that is just such a fast read by Sumail. There's not a high ground ward there for Nigma. He just has to do that off the raw vision.
Yeah.
And with both team fighters gone, a Wukong that is for nothing, it's just all a bait here off that ops. Nigma getting a little greedy.
Both teams recognizing how important the vision is to this game. PARIVISION obviously have the advantage when it comes to the vision game. They want to keep it. They bought a gem. Nigma Galaxy have done the same. So this next team fight, it could really break things one way or the other.
Yeah, vision means everything for these
they managed to get a pick off perhaps. Rod of Atos on no one, but he had a shield rune, so no damage taken. He's able to hop into the trees.
Does feel like Nigma need this BKB on Sumail. I mentioned the 2 things that can interrupt this kind of skewer RP gameplay. It's the trap silence and it's the boundless strike. We saw both there in that mid lane, but right now it's the traps causing Nigma a lot of problems.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can get a gem and deward them, but it's hard to run into the fight and deward them at the same time. BKB on the Magnus just gives you a lot more to play around with here. It's just a question of how much are you giving up in the meantime. 7K lead built up for PARIVISION here. Continuing to put a lot of investment into this TA. But the Enigma's in a way better position to help pick up the scaling this time than that first game with DM cruising into that BKB. He will be a black hole threat at some point. Yeah, you have a Solar Guardian to play around it, but again, right, who can hold the Solar Guardian versus who can hold the black hole? Big question mark.
Yeah, it definitely feels like very likely you're going to need that AoE evasion against the Templar Assassin. You pull the trigger on that. That's just going to set up
not go base here.
Yeah, and didn't know that there was a charge on him. 9 Class going to play it slow here. Wait for no one to show up. Wukong's command to be able to surround him. Noob does try and get out, but he's bumped back by the Nether Strike. And unfortunately, GH was just a little bit tad too slow to get there in time for the Decrepify save.
Very awkward with the charge being canceled. It ends up working out. And yeah, Nigma sitting here again left wondering, how do we enter the fight? They have this high ground ward.
It's all about the skewer back. It's all about the scouting that Omar can provide and Sumail delivering pickoffs.
So they lose their observer for that, but yeah, you got to take something off of it. And that Aegis did expire, so you are back on even footing in that regard. Still looking for the Magnus BKB, while PARIVISION looking for the Enigma BKB and just more damage. More raw scaling here between the 3 cores. TA hurts. Need these decreps and smoke screens to land. And the more damage that PARIVISION get, the more that they're just going to power through some of these saves before they have an impact. Hey, they got a Wisdom Rune.
PARIVISION's a little split right now. 3 heroes at the bottom part of the map. Nigma, they're down here with 4, essentially 5 with the Dawnbreaker ultimate ready to go, but PARIVISION going through the gate.
Yeah, they want Nigma here, I think.
Yeah, you always know the Dawnbreaker is going to be playing solo, which means that more often than not, it's better to play wherever the Dawnbreaker is. Try and get the pick off on him like they're setting up now, but Noob is playing it.
PARIVISION got a lot out of that Aegis period in terms of, for me, it's not even necessarily what they got, it's what they slowed down in terms of the momentum Nigma had. Like Sumail is just crawling to this BKB. He's a lot more afraid to show on the lanes. The traps messed him up in some of the fights, and he's still 1,000 off here.
Having to huddle together constantly.
And you look at the lane pressure right now, Eidolon's just taking tier 2 mid for free.
Yep.
I mean, Noob can help balance this out a bit, but he can only do so much.
Yeah, because he can't overextend himself. He can't really aggressively push out those lanes.
No, there's no way versus the charge of the monkey. So expect a smoke from PARIVISION here in the next minute to try and contest this Roshan. I do not think that's an objective they want to give up for free in this game, especially with all the AoE fighting they have.
Look how, like, PARIVISION is spread out. They take the Tormentor. Like, they're getting so much off of the map. Meanwhile, Nigma, they're trying to play for a fast Roshan, hoping to, like, I guess, sneak it on a fast spawn or something like that.
Not close, though.
It doesn't happen, and now they're giving up on the real estate, which is going to allow PARIVISION to set up, and PARIVISION is so strong if you're pushing into them.
And I don't think Sumail's really hit a camp in the last 2 minutes here. Like, its BKB is just nowhere close for the mag, so it's all in on Ghost here in terms of what he can do in this next fight. Trying to finish that Scotty. They're giving him the farm priority. I feel like that's the bigger item. We'll see if it pays off. This is a really pivotal moment in this game for Nigma.
I just struggle to see how they're going to be able to win this fight if they...
It's all about the jump.
Yeah, it's going to have to be like catching no one when he's sitting on the trees scouting you out.
Tough high ground position to push into. BKB did arrive for the Enigma, by the way. Do have that Ag Solar Guardian to play around it, but if you cast it first, then DM has a pretty free fight to go into.
Nigma, they're going to have to take a leap of faith at some point, but look at the traps that are set up. They're going into a veritable minefield.
I mean, there's no pressure on PARIVISION to push out here. They know they have better AoE fight around the pit. Blind skewer attempt from Sumail does not land. You're probably only going to get away with that once here. And it's a standoff. No one through the gate.
They're going to try and catch the Dawnbreaker.
Yeah,
they catch the Dawnbreaker pushing out these other lanes, then they probably break Nigma Galaxy and get Roche for free.
They were expecting to get a little greedier there.
And at the same time, them making that kind of play, it left an opportunity. Nigma, they take over that high ground. Now it's going to be PARIVISION who may have to push into them. Very different situation.
That's a huge find here at exactly the right time. Now you have a 4v5 situation. You do have buyback on the Spear Breaker.
Yeah, buyback and charge can get him there pretty quickly.
But you lost your vision.
You still have the charge here. The Morph, he spots Satanic. He's going to chase after him. Managed to get the buyback out of 9 class without losing anything for it, it seems. They do not want to jump onto Ghost.
Back into the pit, try and force PARIVISION into you. That's the name of the game.
And for once, Nigma Galaxy are the ones getting pressure from these lanes pushing in.
But this all about that jump from the Magnus here.
Yeah.
That is so much of your team fight on the side of Nigma.
You gotta always love these standoffs as a Dawnbreaker. You're the only one in the game farming.
He's not too sad about it right now for the true stalemate.
And if they're also getting the Roshan at the same time, PARIVISION, they can only throw TA traps and Eidolons every once in a while inside the pit. At this rate, Ghost is going to be able to take this Roshan before they even make the jump. A quick execution onto Amar, but Ghost has got the agent. Oh, they got the charge on Sumail. That stops the initiation. Now the Wukong's command. They do have the Decrepify. He's going to be able to get out of that one, and it does put the Spirit Breaker in a corner here. Meanwhile, Ghost, he does manage to get the egg. Doesn't lose his Aegis just yet. Sumail does die as no one jumps in hot. But Ghost is still... Oh, he gets away from the black hole. Waveforms on through. DM, a complete whiff there. And now Satanic, he doesn't have the help. A charge quick in from the Spirit Breaker of Ghost, and he's going to be able to take down Satanic and looking for even more. Noob's trying to give him the vision. Ghost is hot on his tail. All he needs is the vision in 4 seconds, and he can get an additional kill. A big swing for Nigma. Oh, a good corner turn from DM will get him out of there. But you cannot undo the sins of a missed black hole.
So much damage coming out from Satanic, and none of it matters as it's just all laid into this Morphling who plays around them with the waveforms and the charges. Ghost doing so much work in this fight. You have to get a buyback out from Omar instantly, but he gets everything off this Roche. And then look at the damage he takes here. It's just Satanic laying into him. He never dies with Solar Guardian on top with the evasion, and that allows him to finish off the egg. And that's what really lets Nigma stay in this fight for the long duration.
Yep.
And of course, no black hole for you. So many small things that Ghost does right here. Nigma backed into a corner, but able to fight their way out of it.
I mean, the fact that the Spirit Breaker dies in this fight and Ghost just taking that form, turning it around, back on. Dawnbreaker Ultimate is not going to be able to save him here.
And he's going to.
And now he's going to be dropping into a Wukong's command.
It's an amp damage Monkey King.
GH is up here on the high ground. Ooh, Night Class. He pushed forward into double supports who are maybe going to get the kill on him, trying to get a charge away. He's out. Noob, not so much. He hits the slam onto the Monkey King. Can he stay alive thanks to the heals from GH? He will. And now DM, no black hole, has to use his BKB, force step up to the high ground and TP out successfully. But it's still an awkward trade-off for PARIVISION, and as Ghost continues to run the map.
He's on a rampage right now, 10-0 on this Morphling. He has not died once in this game, delivering a perfect performance so far. As the team fight's starting to build for Nigma, they just lost Sumail straight off the bat. They were still confident enough to take that exchange. Sumail's woes continue here, but the rest of the team is pulling the weight. Ghost is starting to get aggressive. He knows the amount of heals he has behind him. He knows how tanky he is.
And he also knows to watch out for those side blade hits. Those are dangerous. If you get a crit, kind of pure damage there. They're going to try and take away this Aegis from a distance. Ghost.
The man don't care.
Manta, and he just pushes forward. Any takers in this fight? Oh, with the RP, it does go out. Catches the Enigma. They skewer him back in. No saves possible. The Supernova will successfully go off to college. Just got to quickly dive on out of here, though.
Incredibly clutch blink by Satanic to get out of that.
Yeah, Satanic still sticking around. That's dangerous. You've got Sumail on the hunt.
They just have no answer for this Morphling.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a mostly strength morph just running into your whole team, and you're the ones getting pushed off. Yeah, Aegis, but you're worried about this RP with the morph on the front line. And again, there's a bunch of damage getting outputted, but it's just all getting soaked up. Daedalus delivered, pushing towards that level 25. He's going to be an absolute beast if he gets to that talent. PARIVISION, the net worths don't look too bad, but the team fight impact.
Nigma Galaxy put all their faith. We talked about how nobody else was farming as much. Noob was collecting some creeps, but Sumail, he was foregoing any farm in favor of Ghost. And it seems their faith was put in the right place.
Oh yeah, he sacrificed a lot to give this Morphling what he needed. And he will eventually get to that BKB, so did pay off during this next Roshan period. Now you got to think about the next one here in the next 5 minutes, what that team fight looks like.
Dire are scanning.
I like this AC. It's going to give you a lot here, a lot of armor on this Dawnbreaker. Tough target to get through.
Ooh, no one. Sumail has worked very hard to clear out these corners of the map, both in Game 1 and Game 2. When PARIVISION loses a bit of their momentum, they go straight to the split pushing and the cutting of waves. And Sumail knows that gameplay. He knows how to shut it down, taking the extra effort to clear out every part of the map.
And no one might be the most important part of this fight for PARIVISION in the sense of that nullifier on the monkey has to connect in a big way. There's so much utility on the side of Nigma right now, particularly this Pugna. You don't have good answers to the Pugna without this nullifier on the frontline target that he's trying to save.
Yeah, I mean, you could see how important it is to deal with that with a nullifier also being built by 9 class too, right?
They've identified it. They know this Pugna's a big problem. They're just going to try and plow through it. But then that means you have to keep this Monkey King alive. You have to keep your supports alive if you're PARIVISION and be able to burst a single target down.
Noob is just he's gonna double armor up. He's gonna get the AC and he's gonna get the Shivas.
I mean, why not? All the damage on PARIVISION's side is mainly physical between the Monkey and the TA.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a black hole, but you're not gonna be the one, in theory, caught in the black hole. So, still big items arriving for PARIVISION. Blink on the Enigma means you have that Blink BKB black hole available. And Swift Blink for Satanic just as he hits level 25. So that 1 second meld bash is now online as well. This TA is still dealing an immense amount of damage, and that meld bash is something that could catch Ghost off guard a little bit.
Yeah. And really, I mean, no matter what kind of upgrades either side gets, even if there's momentum lost on the side of PARIVISION, they are just one team fight. Like, they can win kind of any team fight, no matter what the net worth difference is.
Oh, yeah, net worth. It means nothing in this game.
They've got some crazy wombo combo of Black Hole, Supernova, Wukong's command.
This game is all about the team fighting. It's about Roshan, and it's about the vision that allows you to get that team fight going.
Yeah.
How much can you scout with this Riki versus what do the traps and the Invis Spear Breaker do for you?
Yeah, where can
Sumail
find its openings? An early pick off on Omar, perhaps, but they're so scared of what lies behind Omar that they can't commit for the kill. And Omar, he tries to commit the kill onto them instead, fully committing all of his mobility. Very awkward. He does die underneath the tier 2 as his team was not as mobile as he was to get out there. And now 9 class, he's already got the charge on Sumail, a perfect target.
You got both cores. This is ideal.
It really is. Another strike back in. There goes the Decrepify, but there goes that nullifier. It hits Sumail, and he gets blown up from the low ground. The Templar Assassin does the damage. Now GH, he's going to be caught. Oh, that's a good black hole. Ghost doesn't die with, though. DM is the one to die in turn, and Ghost waveforms out.
Very clutch ult from Nuke to bail his carry out.
But they still got him with the charge. They do.
Satanic claims that bounty. The perfect streak for Ghost comes to an end. 2,000 gold going into his hands as his damage finally pays off. And a huge team fight for PARIVISION, and it all starts with a little overextension by the Riki, which allows for the charge.
And now it's just snowballing into more and more and more. PARIVISION, they have to buy a bit of time here as Sumail charges forward. Okay. Watch out for those side blades hit. A buyback from Sumail. There's no punishment for it. PARIVISION, they reset.
No buyback on this Morphling. He committed for Disperser before that fight. PARIVISION could be aware of it if they clicked his items. There's a lot of net worth.
They do have buybacks on these other supports. If Samael finds an opening for a good skewer into the tier 4s, they can maybe take a pick off or maybe even a small fight.
I don't know, man.
Without their carry.
It looks tough without this Warfling. He's been so much of their damage.
Well, in that case, it's just going to be 2 lanes then. PARIVISION will take over.
You have that tier 2 bottom. You know, these fall back on that.
They have plenty of time to get this building and still get out before the Morphling is up in 13 seconds. Though the glyph makes things a bit more awkward. They will have to retreat before the melee is dead.
And just so much gold going into the side of PARIVISION here. Full Hex for the Phoenix. Full Scotty for the Monkey King.
Well, time to get gold for a buyback and perhaps an extra life in Roshan as well. Nigma can still get control of this game again, but it's going to come down to a real team fight around Roche. They can't afford any more pickoffs like Omar led them to in that last one.
This age just means everything right now. I think you have to secure it if you're Nigma Galaxy here. Because Ghost is peaking, right? He's basically 6-slotted. Yeah, you can get a Satanic here, but his damage is the best it's going to be. You want to make the most of it. You do not want to give up this Roshan.
And PARIVISION, all they have to do is deflect this initiation.
By the way, that Morphling is still half a level off that 25 talent.
Yeah.
Which is a big one when you have this Daedalus buildup.
There's that double armor item. Shiva's is done for the Dawnbreaker. Nigma do manage to get up into the high ground of the gate area. PARIVISION, they gate that up. Now,
this is a lot faster than the first time.
Yeah, this is the same setup that they lost the Roshan to last time.
Look at the positioning from no one up north. He's looking for the mag in the trees.
Yeah, if they can just get that vision, get the charge, they're going to try and chase after him. No one is fully committing. They got the nullifier with the charge. The male is just surrounded with an egg in the corner.
And meanwhile,
much better execution, but they do lose the Enigma for it, and Ghost is still the biggest threat in this game, and he's going out for the charge. There goes the nullifier, hit by the Boundless Strike. He's chasing after Satanic, already got him low, and executed nice and quick inside the Roshan pit. 9 class dies the AoE of the Roshan, while Ducalis pinned against a corner. No way out.
Buybacks coming in from PARIVISION. This fight is not over for them.
Boundless Strike hits Ghost before he can commit the charge onto no one. He waveforms through, commits for the fight. Can he win it though against 2 cores? Doesn't look likely. Noob lending a helping hand, trying to finish off the Monkey King. Does manage to get him. Noob meanwhile hit by the Roshan. He'll die through there. Meanwhile, Ghost goes in. He dies. Satanic stands firm, wins the fight, anchors it for his team, and they will have Roshan.
That meld bash on the Morphling going in. Ghost, he's been playing so aggressive in these fights. He knows he has to put the team on his back right now. There's just so many lives to fight through. Quad buyback for PARIVISION on their own outpost. It's the only thing that gave them victory here.
Yeah, it was entirely about where Roshan spawned, but they do manage to get the Aegis, yes, but it looks like Nigma Galaxy went straight back to it. They take the fight inside the pit. They say they don't have cooldowns. They manage to get 1 life. 9 class with a little bump as Ghost is trying to reset away from the second life of Satanic, but he's quick to pounce. He plays forward. He makes sure there's no out for Ghost, and now there's no out for anybody on the side of Nigma Galaxy. They will all fall.
Satanic God just cleans them up, crit after crit with a Divine Rapier delivery right on time.
And it is all over from here. Samael, it's not possible for him to hold in a 2v5. The end is coming. Satanic is coming with his Divine Rapier. Samael would have to pull out something special here. He's got to get some way to skewer him back into the fountain, take away that Divine Rapier, but if he doesn't find the opportunity soon, with a charge on him, he's stunned up. He does get saved by the Decrepified. Where's the Nullifier? Bob's BKB, but Satanic, he's just finishing up the throne. He's got that Divine Rapier to commit, and there's nothing, absolutely nothing to stop him. We are going to a game 3.
What a team fight performance from PARIVISION down the stretch there around the Radiant Outpost. They controlled the timing of that Roshan for most of that game, and it kind of paid off in the mid game, but it absolutely paid off in that late game as the buybacks come through clutch. Nigma commit their own. Man, did Ghost play one hell of a game on that Morphling, but in the end, the Divine Rapier delivery for the last fight on Satanic gives you the extra damage on top of the Meld Bash to just crit that Morphling into oblivion. Enigma left wondering where that mid game went on.
Yeah, one slip up of Nigma Galaxy is all it takes. They got a little bit of control, and then it slips through their fingers, and PARIVISION are too good of a team to give that kind of opening. They will push it to a game 3.
We're going to be talking about this game number 2, the ending to it, how close it was throughout the whole entire game, T, and it just comes down to how you utilize your buybacks.
Yep.
And the courage to pick up a rapier.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, this game, it really was just the battle of the carries, right? We've got Satanic finishing the game 15-3-9, picking up the Rapier, going for the buyback, getting the Aegis, Meld bashing the Morphling. On the other side, you have Ghost doing the heavy lifting of the team fights, also finishing the game 15-3, but only 6 assists. But still, it's like such an incredible performance from both of the carries on Nigma and PARIVISION, doing so much work to try and get their team the win. And it all comes down to the smallest choices. How do they start the fight? How do they wrap around? Getting the early pick off on the Magnus, especially in this fight, not having the buyback. It was just a beautiful game, exactly what you want in a game 2 when your back's against the wall and close to elimination. PARIVISION, they stepped up.
Yeah, the carries, I was going to say the exact same thing. Like, watching these guys play, no, it's good that we agree because we both, everyone here understands how good these guys were and how much their like item choices and the way they played affected this game. Like seeing that Roche fight and seeing how hard it was for others to be in it, right? Like Ghost can sit there and stand and he knows, oh, I have like Dawnbreaker here to always ult and protect me from like Black Hole, right? But there's no one protecting Sumail. Like there's a bunch of fights like top where we see Sumail get gone on, you know, all stunned up, but they refuse to use this Dawn ult onto it because as soon as they do, it gives DM the opportunity to hit a Black Hole and kill Ghost. So you have Noob holding it. And that, as a result, you lose your Sumail. You then have to take an extra fight where they're still chasing because they have this Spirit Breaker and you just have, you know what I mean? Like, I feel like you feel so bad on Nigma Galaxy when you can't protect everyone. You have to hold your ult for another ult and then it pressures you and makes these fights so difficult.
I mean, I feel like, if anything, that's testament to how well Nigma played. Like, the fact that the DM had no game, sure, Enigma into Dawnbreaker, it's very Dawnbreaker favored, but they kept playing around it. It's why Ghost had so much confidence in these fights. And I think you touched on the Spirit Breaker a little bit there. I think Spirit Breaker is kind of the hidden gem in all of this. Like, a lot of the clips that we saw is he's getting that charge onto Sumail, or maybe the vision from the Monkey King in the tree, then gives Spirit Breaker another charge, right? So between those two, it gave so much life to Satanic having the position. And I kind of feel bad for Ghost. Like, the way that he was playing, it takes so much confidence to have some of those moments, but they just didn't have enough to kind of close it out. And PARIVISION, Spirit Breaker, TA, like this is like their lineup, and they want to get these fights. And I think, we're looking at the confidence of Morphling a little bit here for sure. Like, a lot of the early game was this idea that if Morph can stand his ground, if Morph can take the fight, Nigma looking amazing. And fight after fight, I think PARIVISION was slowly kind of recalibrating how they wanted to take fights, and eventually they understood the assignment, right? Like, get around the Morphling, kill the other heroes, then deal with Ghost. Because
I was about to say the same thing because we saw that final Roche fight when it started in the bottom. Magnus taken out instantly, right? And then they're looking towards this Pugna. So they knew and they realized that by the end of this, the way team fights were playing out is you can't just go all in on Ghost. They were willing to sacrifice other heroes first, other players, take them out of the picture. And I will say I was nervous when I saw Satanic buyback. And I was like, this could be it. This could
make
be
or
the
break.
end. Yeah, it was.
I mean, he's done it before though. On the PA, he buys this Rapier. He knows that it's like, this is my moment. If I get the kill, I win the game. Does the same thing, and he just reads the fight well. Again, the key thing is Magnus is dead, so play with that confidence. If Mag was alive, then he's probably making this choice, right? But he sees one thing, capitalize on it.
I actually have to question, like, item-wise, if we're talking about it. Obviously, you ask a pro, like, did you like your item choice? And they will have reasonings for it, and that makes sense. I want to know if they regret on Nigma's side any of their choices, because I'm thinking in so many of these fights, if Noob had 2 ults, then you're able to potentially save your Sumail and save your Morphling from Black Hole, right? You don't have to only be like, I can only trade my ult for his ult. And then on, like, Sumail's side, he doesn't have anything defensive. You don't have a Linken's, you don't have a Shadowblade. Like, I wonder if the game would have been easier if he's able to not be scouted at the start of a fight and then killed.
At what point do you make that decision, though? It feels like you're going so heavy down this route of, okay, we want to do damage on our Mag. We want to make sure that he has that potential. When do you shift it, T? When do you potentially look at, okay, at least one item needs to be outside of that all-in?
I think the only change to Sumail's build would be, rather than going Yasha Kaya, you would go Yasha with Shard to push waves. Don't complete the Yasha Kaya. Sorry, I said Kaya, right? Yeah, I did.
Yep.
So you Kaya Shard, push waves, then you get BKB Lincolns, and then if you are still in a good position, then you go back to complete the Yasha Kaya. I think if you're trying to survive, you do need the BKB and the Lincolns, but the Kaio is so critical because it gives you so much damage with that shard and the shockwave. So I think his build's like fine, other than maybe he could swap out 2,000 gold to push him closer to another defensive item a little bit earlier to make fights feel better. But yeah, that's the one change I'd make.
Yeah, because I know it was hard for like the supports like Pugna to be able to defend themselves no matter what, because you have Monkey and Spirit Breaker running together to do it. I think Spirit Breaker went for the Shadowblade BKB, and then he was trying to go for a Nullifier, right? Because like he wants to help his Monkey just get in there, obliterate these guys, and then leave, and just let the TA clean up the rest.
I mean, it's also a game where Nigma's offlane didn't really do well, right? Like Noob was level 3 early on. The only way he gets into the game is he walks mid as an offlaner, gets a double kill.
Yeah.
Suddenly he's got a game, right? And it's like, if his lane was better, then he's going to have a couple more items early. If Sumo gets the Yashakaya and his offlane's having a good game, it's probably fine, but his offlane's not doing well. He's going for like the independent build and still getting picked off. It's like 2 cores are getting picked off and Ghost is doing a lot of work, right? So if 1 core is able to maybe be a little bit more survivable, then sure, it could be another game. But I think the small choices, they happened, sure, but it still was an incredible game. Either team could have won. It really was just like the one team fight, the one moment.
I was gonna say, we're like nitpicking all the way back at the start of this.
We
It was
really
still
are.
like a 40-minute game, you know? Nigma Galaxy were in control for a lot of it. PARIVISION making the right choices to close it out, and then we're blessed with a game number 3. Yes, Ray, I feel like you're bursting at the seams.
No, honestly, it's not a big point. It's just like T mentioned at one point that Noob did come mid, and I did want to say that something I noticed when I was looking at the minimap was any time there was like a little bit of fighting mid, Noob just started walking. He just started walking to the mid lane. Like he would walk towards it and then like turn around and go back to his lane when nothing was happening or there wasn't an opportunity. But that's why there was like this time when a little fight broke out and Noob was instantly there with the hammer to like help get the kill clean up. I just thought it was cool that he was so proactive with like trying to be there and ready for opportunities, knowing his lane was hard.
And also PARIVISION kept finding the Dawnbreaker. How many times did we see Noob die by himself? Other teams, they ignore the Dawnbreaker for some reason. They kill some other guy, then, oh my God, Solar Guardian's broken, you know? But they actually kept finding the Dawnbreaker. So both teams, you know, they're showing their strategy. They're showing their improvement.
They knew their win condition. PARIVISION knew, try and pick off this Dawnbreaker, buy yourself a little bit of time. At the end, they knew exactly how to execute team fights for themselves. They do get a game number 2 win. It was a hype game at that, and that brings me so much joy because it does mean we have a game number 3 on our hands right after this ad.
I'm here to confess about some bugs that happened and I witnessed them. This came from an ex-teammate, or actually current teammate. They won the game because they fountain hooked people to the fountain. I approved 100% because anything that happens is a feature, not a bug. So props to them on figuring that out.
Have you ever used a bug?
I have never used a bug in my life.
Have you ever used a feature?
I've used many features.
Hello, my name is I have never abused a bug in the entirety of my existence as a celestial being because I am perfect and beyond reproach. People I have seen abuse bugs, Aoi2000 abused a bug where a Necrophos Q had 4 times the range and he won Star Ladder 6 with that.
Hello, my name is I've been having people abuse bugs against me my entire life. Every time I play Primal Beast and I'm about to charge someone, they somehow know. They're scripting, they're hacking, I don't know what's going on, but these pro players ain't legit. And I know it because Nisha abused the hell out of the Storm Spirit bug. We just did like triple damage from his overload. I think all bug abusing cheaters should be banned. They should be sent to a high security prison where they're no longer allowed to play Dota.
If I were being fair about what the punishment for be for people like this, I'd say maybe firing squad.
Nigma Galaxy up against PARIVISION, a game number 3 on the horizon for us, and just a treat it will be after how good that game number 2 was, Rhea. It was everything you could ask for, all the way down to a final Roche fight deciding it all.
Genuinely, I'm mad. I'm mad that one of these teams is out of the tournament. Like, this was my grand finals. Like, I have like had the most fun watching these 2 games. Especially that last one. It just was so fun seeing how like down to the details of like how these fight executions had to go. Like there was like back and forth. Like one team was strong, then the other team was strong, then the other team was strong, and then it's more like execution based. And it's kind of it's cool and exciting, and I was really actually super into it. So I think PARIVISION, from the last series we've watched of them and how they've managed to get here today, have shown so many strategies and so much like beautiful gameplay and outskilling and just everything.
A lot of potential.
Right? And then Nigma is here finally at a tournament and they're performing so freaking well, right? They super deserve to be here. It's so sad.
Yeah, I actually just spoke to Astini, the coach of PARIVISION. I know that's the fun of having them all in studios. So Astini standing there by himself, I thought, oh, you know, I might go over, have a bit of a conversation, see how he's feeling. And I'm like, how are you guys resetting for game number 3? And he goes, honestly, we should not have won that. That Nigma Galaxy deserved that one. We're just playing so bad right now. And I was like, is that what you told the boys? He goes, yeah. We just have to actually bring some good Dota at once. So he wasn't even, you know, he was worried. Didn't think that they were going to be able to close out that game number 2. He said, all right, guys, game number 3, it's got to be cleanup. We've got to be able to play some good Dota here.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like every team can always, you know, clean up the act a little bit, but I think that maybe selling themselves short just a smidge. You know, I think 9 Class did very well. You know, I think that, again, individual players did very well. Maybe some didn't, but you know, maybe he's putting the whole team in that position so they equally feel like they need to level up. But as long as game 3 is the same as game 2, I'll be happy. I want it to be that close game. I want the draft to feel like either team can take it. Like these teams, they stick to their own identity. They stay true to themselves, and no, I respect that. Other teams that we've seen already fall short in the tournament, they overreact very quickly, but I don't think I'm really seeing that overreaction here. Like, we're still picking Enigma, we're still going for like our comfort from Enigma, right? It's it's refreshing.
That's a good hero to bring up as well, because the Enigma is a big question mark for me. It feels like in both game 1, game 2, they did have an answer for it on the side of Nigma Galaxy. Of course, they didn't win game 2, but it did feel like there wasn't that impact we normally see DM have on such a comfort hero. So do you turn away from it? Do you look at something else, right? Where exactly? Or is that overcorrecting too much?
Do we have to overcorrect? I feel like both teams had really good shots here of winning. Like, I think the game 1, there was a bit too much like lanes losing and hard to come back off.
On the side of PARIVISION?
Yeah, I don't know. As soon as it's hard because as soon as Samel got that IM, it was just like pop off after pop off, and they never really like reacted properly to it. Game 2 though, I don't know. I thought both drafts were good. I thought they both had easy, like clear win conditions.
It's more, do you lose confidence in anything? And that's from either side.
I just don't think they should. I think they could. I think
you
they
like
both
they
look
might,
great.
but I don't want them to.
You've already answered your question, because in game 1 they draft Enigma in first phase, they lose, and then now they wait to pick Enigma in the end of second phase.
Yeah.
So they didn't lose confidence in it. They just drafted it better.
Okay.
So I think it's just more about that. And also, like, for example, Bristleback is a hero that we spoke a lot about in this draft, in this series. We had to really see it. It's now like an end of phase ban. Like, maybe that random just get picked up.
That.
Like, yeah, I feel like, go into a game 3, throw Noob or some nasal goo Bristleback, ban TA. I'm sure your game's going to feel really good, right? So there is room for this game 3 draft to feel like a completely different pace of game compared to our last 2, as they've not fully respected their best strategies there. Not respected, utilized.
Yeah, one of these best strategies is like this Bristle with the Pango. I've seen that combo so often, and having it all go through like this is there's clearly like team specific.
We got a game 3 for it. That's why.
Yeah.
Well, do you guys know what we have to do before we get into a game 3 though?
Yeah, of course.
We have to wave at Gorg again? I don't...
No, we need our game 3 draft. All our players are in, so let's wait no longer. It's a game number 3 coming at you.
We're ready for Game 3 draft.
Oh my god, no
I'm
way.
so excited.
Misery, I can't believe it. What's your predictions right now? Say who's the winner is. Right now. Right now.
I mean, I said
Right now.
PARIVISION from the beginning. I stick with that.
All right, I'm Nigma all the way. Not to be controversial.
What do you have? What do you think is going to happen in this draft?
Oh, you can't ask me to predict such a thing. I think we will see.
It feels good to be this
Okay, let me ask you a different question. Do you think we're going to see in this hero again for Nigma? So that's kind of been the name of the game so far. I didn't feel like the same impact from the Ricky.
I didn't like the Ricky at all.
Also a little surprised by his item build.
Right, that's what I was saying.
Yeah.
I was watching with Gork on his stream, and I was just like, what do you think of this Ricky with Atos instead of a diffusal blade? And it was so confusing. I don't know if you have more thoughts you wanted to elaborate on, but just the fact that it felt like he was so poor all game with only the Atos.
I think the Yules makes sense later on. Yeah. Because it not only is good against Bristol, but it also saves yourself oftentimes in the team fight. It makes you even more annoying to kill. But you have a Magnus with Empower, right? Isn't that the obvious game to buy Tread's Diffusal and try to become a core? I don't know. It's definitely something that I haven't seen before.
Right. It also felt like they didn't really use the vision that well because they don't have people that can super jump. It's always like you're relying on Sumail to find a skewer back, but there were fights where he was blinking in and then just getting like Monkey King stunned or someone like that because it was just so hard.
I felt like it became Morphling versus the world at some point, right? Everybody else was kind of poor in the draft.
Yeah.
But here we have a new one, and Bounty Hunter has been banned out as well as Venomancer, Chen, not too surprising. So we have another Phoenix versus Magnus game coming up here.
Okay. Yeah, this is the exact same opening. I did like the Magnus overall. I think that the way they played around it was excellent because his lane matchup was a little difficult, but they rotated heroes in. They had a lot of fighting that was beneficial to them. And genuinely, I think the main issue with me, I don't know about you, but I felt like his iron build was just a little rough because he had nothing defensive and was getting picked off at the start of every single fight.
But I think it's not necessarily the item build itself, it's the fact that he got stuck at his net worth side. He didn't get to progress into Shadowblade, into Lincoln Sphere against Spiritbreaker. Like his net worth was kind of stuck at that level where you only have the BKB and one more item. So I think that was the main issue. That's also why I was talking about the Morphling being 1 versus 5 in that game. Nobody else really had net worth to help out.
Do you think it was how would they have fixed that though? Because I feel like when you're playing against this Monkey Spiritbreaker, you're gonna get picked off if you try and split up
it just comes down to some of the fights they took in the mid game. I think that ended up having like Morphling got a lot of kills, but everybody else died. But
that makes sense.
It's a nice adjustment in a way that PARIVISION ends up banning both Shaker and Morphling, two heroes that were very important both in game 1 and 2. Also, the Phoenix died several times to the Morphling, so we really saw the strength of the carry Morphling against the Phoenix in that game.
Yeah, the Morphling was so powerful, and it meant as well that like when PARIVISION wanted to unload all of their damage, they're playing into this like Morphling who's able to morph up strength, and this Dawnbreaker who's just mitigating so much and protecting against all these ults. Like They don't have any more bans here on PARIVISION's side, so Nigma could potentially like try and cover with a Dawnbreaker again, but oh my god, it's the exact same freaking drop. It's the exact same thing.
It's the same thing. I wouldn't mind seeing the Ricky again, honestly. now I don't have a choice, but I would like to see him go for the different build this time. Imagine he adjusts and go for the Diffuser Blade. I think it would be really good, because like with Diffuser Blade, you're actually a threat as well, right? You can actually kill the Phoenix, for example. If you catch him off guard, you can start dealing more damage in the fight. You're not just this guy who's smoke screen and who's giving vision, right? You have more potential in the game.
Yeah. Okay. This is different. Last time Monkey King was picked on the final phase. Previously, PARIVISION took Spirit Breaker here and TA together.
So I think that, I would like PARIVISION to pick I'm not too big of a fan of the Spirit Breaker, this Dazzle. I feel like, maybe the Spirit Breaker is okay again with the Phoenix in particular, but I still feel like they're picking worse heroes than they have to in their games, and that's why some of their games are very hard. I think if it is their comfort, I suppose, but it just feels like their heroes are a little bit inferior sometimes in their games. But again, another Spirit Breaker game. It did have a lot of impact last game. The fact that Mag didn't get to Lincoln Sphere or Shadow Blade meant that he was always charged in the fights, right? And then it was very hard for him to get spells off.
I guess consideration here, at least, is because Morph was banned, PA wasn't. You do have the option here for PA Mag combo. I don't know if that makes your damage too low, though, when you're playing with the Ricky.
No, I think the PA is a pretty good option here.
Yeah. They showed, even in game 1, he was farming up like so well. Like you're still getting outscaled by the IO Gyro, but we've taken IO out of the equation here. I think PA can look better in this game. I know it's a different team, but
last time you had the Morph angle because you saw the TA, and Morphling is, traditionally has been good against TA. That's also something I was thinking about watching that game, is that some of these matchups that we're used to, like the Morph against TA, it kind of switches when the TA can suddenly hit bash on her traps and has 25 talent that bashes. But yeah, they end up picking the PA here. I think PARIVISION should not be too surprised about this, considering they banned the PA last game and now they left it in the pool. So they might have something planned for this a little bit, like what kind of carry they're gonna go for.
5 seconds remaining.
my main issue with it is what I really liked was Morphling could kill the egg, and I don't see Nigma being able to fight into egg right now. Like PARIVISION are going to play the exact same way as last time with this Monkey Spirit Breaker. We saw how well they did at trying to find these angles on the back line. Like this Pugna is going to be hunted all game long. I don't know if Sumail's going to itemize differently, but he is also under threat, right? And at that point, if you start the fight like that, Phoenix comes in with the egg to cover that initiation. I don't know where PA's meant to target her heroes or what they can really do.
No, I definitely feel your point with the team fight being in PARIVISION's advantage right now. And DK, so DK carry probably.
That's nice.
Gonna be here. Yeah, a very solid hero.
Yeah, I think it's hard. It's hard to be Nigma now, because what I was thinking is the benefit of their draft, right, is Ricky's going to go ahead and give you this vision. You're going to try and reposition people. You're either going to try and jump them at once with PA and burst someone who's alone, or you're going to try and reposition someone with your skewer and get them out and then pick them off. Dragon Knight is much harder to do that. He's so difficult to kill. He's also a natural Silver Edge buyer if they want to play it that way. Then you have another hero on top of the Monkey and Spirit Breaker who's going to be able to go and find the targets that they want and make it difficult. This actually feels like a decent way to play around the vision advantage you get from a hero like Ricky.
Yeah, I also think it's the early game might be difficult for Nigma Galaxy, but they still have the X factor of the PA Mag, right?
Yes.
The fact that these two heroes alone can pretty much win the game.
They can.
I'm interested to see what Noob is gonna end up playing here. I think Timbersaw looks pretty good again. A lot of strength heroes that he can bully. There's not that much damage, and you can easily kite the Phoenix egg. You can kite the Monkey also. I think that's something PARIVISION should consider banning.
Yeah.
I also wouldn't mind seeing that Abaddon that we've kind of hearing a lot about once again. Very good against Phoenix and lane, I would say. And the only problem with that, I guess, is that Monkey King potentially still could be the carry, and you could put the DK mid against the Mag.
Yeah, it seems a little scary.
So I like obviously the Enigma ban. There's nothing to stop PARIVISION from from just picking up that Enigma once again.
They're also forced into it now. Dawn is gone. I actually was thinking that Parry could pick Dawn for themselves. I don't know if it's just a really bad lane or something, but if you're scared of PA Magnus being able to just roll off RV and kill your entire team, then Dawn is a decent counter to that.
Yeah, I don't know. That might be one of the heroes that DM is not playing that much, so that could be one of the reasons. The Timbersaw gets banned out.
Yeah.
Bristleback is actually in the pool as well. Not the best game for Bristol, but I mean, the thing about Bristleback is I feel like now it's been forgotten a little bit because this hero used to be first picked, and it looked like no matter how many counters you throw at this Bristleback, he just does what he wants anyway in the game. He's hasted, he's super hard to bring down. So I wouldn't mind seeing a Bristleback here come out of Nigma. It's one of the most successful heroes, also paired up with the Pugna, has been super successful for them in the past. So that's definitely an option for them.
Oh wow, we were just off the mark, but it's not even an off lane we're looking.
No, I'm talking about Nigma here, but actually the PARIVISION guess leaves that leaves the Phoenix 3, right?
Yeah,
for DM.
Yeah. I was thinking earlier, right? Or saying the Phoenix doesn't seem like it has any natural counters so far, so it's going to be even harder to deal with him as a core.
Maybe put a core, Maybe that's part of the reasons why he has a lot of potential to snowball here.
Wow, what can you play? You can play like, oh no, you have a PA. Oh god. Just like, oh, what a wonderful Ursa game. What a nice little bear. They need an off lane.
But I don't know if you need to think about a hero that can kill the egg. I think maybe you just think about weathering the storm of this core Phoenix, right?
Yeah.
Don't fight into the Shiva's timing. Don't fight into the level 12 timing of Phoenix. You just try to like kite, and then maybe either you burst him before he gets egg off with the Reiki, for example, or RP, or you just kite the egg always, right? That's another approach to deal with this.
People used to pick like Centaur disengage from that kind of thing, but people have swayed so far away from these like
Yeah, it's not impactful hero enough. I think Bristleback or Abaddon would be my guesses to potential heroes that could be good here. Yeah, that Bristleback, because like it kind of plays into the idea of we're not gonna bother trying to kill the egg unless it presents freely for us. We're just gonna kite instead, right? PA can blink in and out, Bristle can run in and out, Ricky can blink. So it's like it's up to kind of there's a lot of stunts on PARIVISION though, to be honest. So it's not gonna be the easiest thing to do.
I don't see any natural boosts of bearing buyers on Nigma, but I would love to see one if they can do that kind of thing to just disengage from the Phoenix ult. Because especially with this Bristle pick and the PA, they can just keep fighting non-stop. They're not really that reliant on these big ults. Whereas PARIVISION, I mean, they're similar, but the Phoenix ult is a big key part of protecting their cores as they all go in.
Yeah.
Oh, these team fights are going to be super clutch.
I think I kind of like two things. For PARIVISION, I really like the DK carry. I think this hero is being slept on now. It's actually being left through pretty much every game, but people are not picking it up. It's still insanely powerful. And then for Nigma Galaxy, I also think that it's a little bit the same for Bristleback, right? Like we touched on before, how this hero is still insanely powerful, and now they get it on 24, right? So I think these two heroes for me are the X factors in this game. Yeah.
I like it. I still think I do think it's a great pick because you're going the Snot Rocket facet. Yeah, you're going to be lowering the armor of everyone. Ricky Shot also lowers armor in Cloud. You're playing with a PA who's playing with two forms of minus armor and a Magnus on top of that. Like this PA is set up for the best game of their life, and especially after she gets this shard, she should be able to man-fight anyone on Parry's team.
Yeah.
It is a truly terrifying PA game.
Yeah, on the other hand though, we have insane timings for PARIVISION. We have the Phoenix offlane has been looking so strong in this tournament. With the super fast Shiva's Guard and fast level 12, it's like one of the strongest timings in Dota. So if PARIVISION can play to this and start punishing Nigma's greed, then I think they're looking really good. On the other hand though, I think Nigma, if they can weather the storm, right? Going into a bit the same idea. If they can weather the storm of the Phoenix, and dodge the Spirit Breaker, they have insane comeback potential with the RP, with the PA. Yeah, it's gonna be a very close one. I think PARIVISION could be on a slight timer here, looking at Nigma Galaxy's draft overall.
Yeah, maybe, or maybe they're just gonna super clutch up and outplay in this late game, man. Maybe they have these really well-placed Monkey King stuns on the back line, coming in with the Spirit Breaker. Like, they have so much jump. If they can just bust the right heroes to start a fight, you don't have this Stormbreaker heal to just bail someone out, right? Like, PARIVISION have all of the tools necessary here and the right itemization that's going to allow them to dismantle Nigma if they get the right vision and they get the jump.
Yeah, I'm also interested to see what Ducalis chooses to do in this game. Enchantress is a hero we don't see that much from PARIVISION in particular. Can he snowball this early game? It's a potential X factor in this game of how to bring the lead to PARIVISION.
Well, I'm excited. Game 3, baby!
PARIVISION have been here time and time again this season. Elimination on the line, and they have persevered so many times before. Nigma Galaxy, meanwhile, still need their first best-of-3 win on LAN of the season. They might just be able to do it here. They had a chance in Game 2 to close it out, but now pushed to a Game 3, Avery. And it seems in that Game 3, they gave up the tempo of the game and the team fight to PARIVISION.
It's a lot of pace here with this offlane Phoenix, but I think it's been a bit of a controversial hero for PARIVISION in a lot of ways. I don't think it's been DM's most successful at this tournament.
No, it is one of their least successful heroes.
I definitely see a lot of hate towards the DM Phoenix, a lot of doubters. I think he plays the hero well, but for whatever reason, it hasn't 100% clicked compared to a lot of his other hero pool. And it does feel like this Phoenix is the crux of the draft. Like, will it succeed? Will it fall? How much can it get done in the team fights? How good of a laning phase does it have? Because if it falls flat here, I can easily see Nigma just outscaling you with this PA Magnus with a Riki scouting. These daggers are going to be flying. They're going to hurt. And the skewers, I think, are a bit more reliable for Sumail this game than that last one, not having to play into the TA. That's going to be a huge difference here when you look towards this Dragon Knight on Satanic that, yeah, super powerful hero, can scale super hard, can bring a lot of tempo in its own regard, but doesn't give you that vision element that the TA provided in that game too that was really pivotal in those Roshan fights.
2-2 split, no disastrous rune fight this time around. And no pickoffs. Satanic stays safely underneath his tower. Did see Nigma Galaxy did throw out a very early gate ward to see the Enchantress coming through, which you always got to worry about these 5-position jungling heroes. Bringing one of those creeps through the gate, it's a pretty potent play.
Very strong hero in the early game. Not a hero I think we see a lot picked very late as we see the percentages there. Like, third phase is not usually where I see this hero. I think it's become more popular with how the draft phase got structured, but if you look over the history of Dota, this hero's generally been an early pick. And when you get it late, I think you want it to do a lot, you need it to do a lot. It can't be an Enchantress game where you're 0-0-0 at 10 minutes on a fourth or fifth pick Enchantress and you feel good about that scenario. So I think Ducalis has some work ahead of him, but he can absolutely get it done. There's not a lot of pace on the side of this. This is not the fastest support duo in terms of early damage or contesting runes. Again, no stuns between the two. And your cores just want a lot of farm here, right? PA Magnus Bristle is a little greedy.
It's greedy, for sure.
You want a lot of stacks, you want a lot of time, you want a lot of ancients. So if Ducalis can have a good laning phase, maybe gank on both side lanes, snowball through mid, secure some runes, get vision on Nigma's side of the map, it can definitely open up a lot of that economic control for PARIVISION that they want.
It's scary when you have so much mobility and pickoff that Spirit Breaker and Monkey King give you, while simultaneously have the stack clearing that Phoenix and Dragon Knight, right? Like, there is a very real situation in which they get in the triangle and disrupt the Bristleback stacks they give him. And then if you've got a Bristleback that's from behind, then that puts even more pressure on Sumail, even more pressure on Ghost to be able to pull it out. Phoenix is 7-4 for PARIVISION. This tournament, though, it is, I believe, 3-3, 50% win rate for the Phoenix, which for a team that is winning, that's a low win rate, you know?
I also just feel like it's been the most volatile hero for them in terms of what the game looks like. I feel like they've had this Phoenix own and they've had it get owned. There's not a lot of in between.
GH is going to be dove on, but he's got a TP out, and Night Class has no stun. He chose to go bash level 1 and is not level 2 yet.
So, quiet laning phase. Everybody getting their farm. No crazy early shenanigans. And even this mid lane. Maybe a little bit quieter than those other times around. No crazy skewers. I think no one is... Well, he's had experience playing this matchup.
Yeah, I was going to say, this is one of those like mid laner dreams where you get to watch, you know, two of the best laning mids in the world play a matchup a second time and see what the adjustments are made between the two of them.
Well, no one's not getting skewered. That's a big adjustment. His HP is a lot higher. He's been playing the lane better. This is going way more no one's way. 10 denies on that Monkey King in the first 3.5 here. That's brutal for Sumail.
Yeah, he's destroying.
It's like a half-level advantage. And he has the double wave coming into him. So no one getting some laning revenge here, putting on a early CS clinic. He is in firm control of this one.
And it's not like Nigma are really going to be able to get too much help from the side lanes either. You've got a Riki Pugna. Doubt that's going to be much of a threat to no one's Monkey King at this point.
He has more denies than Sumail has CS.
Yeah.
What is going on?
And meanwhile, top lane, it's looking a little rough here too. Ghost, under the assault of a Spirit Breaker Phoenix duo, takes a lot of damage, loses a courier too. And you could throw out that blood grenade, but I don't know if Ghost wants to jump here. Class is low, and they will be able to get that first blood with the Fire Spirits on cooldown. I guess they lose any real threat on the 2-on-2.
And no charge away, so big pickup for Ghost. He's a level 30 PA player. Very comfortable on this hero. We'll see if he can have a performance that matched that Morphling. I do think he played pretty damn well that entire game. It's just at a certain point it becomes incredibly hard to enter the fights.
Yeah.
This time around, he's on a hero that can enter the fight if you land a big RP, but also play the outskirts of the fight just with empowered daggers and pick and choose when you jump. That's a big difference for him. Doesn't have to commit as much as he had to last game.
Noob back to cutting waves again.
Then the MO.
Not wanting to do the straight up laning against Satanic, who is doing very well for himself, 29-6.
Sumail looking for these skewers mid, but no one's just not giving it to him. Seems like he learned a lot in the previous matchup.
Yeah, if Sumail doesn't have a good laning phase, I don't know. What are you going to do at like 10, 15 minutes? That Blink Dagger gets delayed.
Yeah, this could be a very slow game from Nigma.
You do not really have playmaking supports. Charge coming through. GH is going to be in some trouble here. The Centaur's stunned to follow up the charge, and he's going to get burned out pretty quickly. Omar tries to come in and turn things around, but it's not going to work for him. The dive on through from DM. He does manage to dive the Icarus dive damage, but there is still the follow-up of the Fire Spirits and a Blood Grenade and a Centaur. Even that Centaur, it might just be able to get him, run him down. Oh, lost control there for a second. Lost track of Omar, and he should be good now.
The early support roaming from PARIVISION is going to be huge here. There's not a lot to counteract it, not a lot to fight it in these open areas. They should have their choice of where they want to go and what they want to do. Just about weathering that storm. And Enchantress is a hero where if you start giving up these early kills, she can convert it into towers. Especially with DK on one lane. Do not want to overcommit and get gunked up in some bad skirmish that ends up just leading to a tier 1 tower death.
Noob, only 9 games of professional bristleback. And of course, our guest Gorp, perhaps more the expert. 7-minute Wisdom Runes are coming in soon. Ghost being chased out of his tower range by the presence of a high-level Phoenix plus Enchantress. Meanwhile, 9 class, he's got the stun advantage here, but Sumail, he's going to try and make things a little bit harder for them. See how they get the Shockwave Skewer. The sun comes out from the Boundless Strike, and 9 class gets away with it. He gets the Wisdom Rune. He will die, so not entirely getting away with it, I guess, but well worth the trade.
That's very big for this PARIVISION support duo. I think they have been losing the Wisdom Runes in a lot of the games. This time around, they have the most aggressive support duo we've seen of the series, and they're going to win both of the first 7-minute Wisdom Runes. That's huge. This is the exact type of support duo that can take that advantage and balloon it into an even bigger one very quickly.
Yeah, the game is, it looks kind of even on net worth. Obviously, experience is probably favoring PARIVISION, I just can't help feeling like a bad feeling in the pit of my stomach that things are going to start swinging pretty heavily to PARIVISION unless Nigma can provide the outplay. Trying to get away now. Boundless Strike hits Ghost. Managed to get the Jingu stack to follow it up. And see if he can close that gap underneath the tier 2. He's risking it. Ghost, he keeps him at bay with the dagger. 9 class is still able to go for a charge if he wants. Kills the Centaur before he could get the stun off, and that'll lead into no one finally finishing the job.
Easy bash right there.
A nice,
right on cue.
Nice chase from PARIVISION. Very well played.
You can tell he's an experienced breaker player.
That is true. Has been playing a lot of it lately.
That's just the power of PARIVISION's lineup on the map right now. Nigma on the defensive stance, trying to run away, trying to create some space. No one's going to make another rotation.
Love this play. Straight from top to bottom, but Sumail is here, and he can help even things out. Goes for the RP, see if they can blow up. No one. Very easily do.
Nice turnaround.
And maybe Satanic could be in trouble as well, as he's going to get sandwiched here, possibly. Ghost wasn't able to get there in time for the dagger outside of the tower range. Now under the tower, Satanic has even more armor. There's no way you could burst him down. An easy TP out from him.
Not that bad of a rotation from Ghost, though, considering his tower got taken top. There's nowhere else to go. He's going to head back top now that the pressure's gone. Quick tower for the Enchantress. An RP turnaround for Nigma, trying to even it out. And it's Bristleback at the top. Noob, usually the sacrificial one in the series, finding a lot for once. We'll see what he can do with this type of game now that he's the one in the lead. Early Vanguard with a Pugna behind you. You're going to be pretty tanky here in the early game.
I think in modern Dota really tests core players in this regard. They need to know how to be able to play from ahead and behind. Not every game are you going to be sacrificed if you're the sacrificial player. Not every game you're going to be put ahead if you're the preferred core. And Noob is going to have to fill some of the space that Sumail is going to be leaving, as he had quite the rough game. Lowest net worth is the Magnus at just 4K. Charge is coming through, not making it any easier for him if he doesn't get any power runes. Surrounded in the river, looking for the skewer. Does manage to get it up to the high ground here. 9 class still chasing after, as is no one. No one, though, is going to be gooed up a little bit. He goes for the TP out, and he stuns. Nada. Nothing.
There's only one stun in this lineup.
Yeah.
It's that Magnus, so you bring him down first. There's zero control for Nigma to play around.
That is going to be very awkward.
Yes.
Because they also are lacking in damage just because they're so low on experience from losing the Wisdom Runes.
Yeah, this support duo is just doing nothing right now.
Yeah.
And PARIVISION, they have full capability to take advantage of it. Bring numbers to these fights, pressure the towers with your 2 tower takers. You can open up a lot of space. It's not happening as fast as it could, but it can definitely explode here in the next few minutes. And there hasn't been too much stacking either on the side of Nigma. Not a lot of Ancients for Noob to go back to accelerate off of. He's still having a very good game, but...
If they finish off this tower, it'll put Sumail very close to his Blink Dagger, and that will give Nigma a little bit more of a tempo to play with.
Yeah, that's super big. You getting this tier 1 mid, yours is still full HP, so you can fight around that with this Magnus Blink getting delivered. It's a very good tower for Nigma to defend. Just play around, bait PARIVISION in. Gotta know they want it at this point. DM just hitting it with a Phoenix right now as Sumail tries to finish up that item.
Just 20 gold away. Does manage to get a skewer before the Nether Strike lands. A bit of distance, but no one is able to close that gap, as is Ducalis to finish off the kill.
Another very timely bash aids your efforts, and that's just going to open up this tier 1 mid completely.
He went from getting the Blink Dagger before the tower pushed, and now he's not going to get a Blink at all before the tower is gone.
They hit that timing perfectly. And now you can open up that triangle and contest any Ancients that would be there as
nice pickup.
Finds a little freebie. I mean, he'll take a couple more of those this game.
I love that. Sumail tipping his teammate and Ghost. 9 class tips Sumail in turn. He's like, all right, sit there on the bench, do your callouts if you want. You're doing them from the fountain. 12 minutes in, 5-5, 2,000 net worth lead for PARIVISION. So they're beginning to get a bit of a lead. We'll see if they can continue to snowball it here as they find an opening on the Pugna. GH is trying real hard to take some of those outer towers, and he does get punished for it. And perhaps Omar is as well, as he still is not level 6, so there is no hope of escape from this one, particularly against the Monkey King from no one. He is just all over the map. Nice attempts at jukes, but...
It's Monkey Breaker duo. Just infinite chase, infinite catch. Very tough to play these Invis heroes against. Nigma went back for that Riki and gave him the Breaker matchup, so you gotta think they knew it was coming. And already this map's getting compressed for them, and if this map gets too compressed, you have 3 cores who all want to take stacks. Sure, Magnus can take a backseat in terms of the farm priority, but you have to think this DK is going to start pulling ahead with the amount of space Satanic's going to have compared to his counterparts.
PARIVISION also has pretty good heroes to push into objectives. Obviously, with a Dragon Knight carry, you're always going to feel pretty good about that. It feels like, similar to Game 2, there's going to be so much pressure on Sumail finding the initiation.
He's looking bottom. Blink reveal, would love this Dragon Knight.
I mean, this attention on Satanic is opening for another Wisdom Rune steal, but they're going to go for it. Instant Dragon Tail, preventing the skewer away, but he's still kind of stuck underneath the smoke cloud. He knows it too. He's just continuing to fight, and he's doing a pretty damn good job of it. See if he can get an armlet toggle in here. Nope, Sumail times the shockwave nicely. But again, the Wisdom Rune is stolen away from them, so the supports continue to lack in experience, and maybe GH is going to lack in HP as well.
These supports are just getting abused right now. You still don't have the level 6 on the Riki, man. Invis for what?
And 9 class will patiently wait for his charge to come up, though. Maybe he still wants to play this one with the ward laid down. They're going to get the charge on to Ghost. Ghost is going to be so low just off of that charge. They went for the Bound the Strike on Sumail instead. Gives an opening for Ghost to try and jump in, but he can't finish off an Enchantress. Too much attack speed slow. Sumail on the run. No one hot in his tails. He's not going to let Sumail get out of here easily. Gives the vision to 9 class to make the charge, but it's stopped by a shockwave. The Boundless Strike doesn't finish off Sumail, and now 9 class. He's going to find that noob is up here on the high ground waiting for him, and will get the kill. Baited in by Sumail a bit.
Consolation prize, though. You lose your PA on those Ancients, and that's the power of taking down these tier 1s. You can make those aggressive deep smoke plays early on. Catch some of these core heroes off guard while they're trying to build their items up. And meanwhile, the lanes continue to just get pushed in here between the Enchantress and the Dragon Knight, who are not pressured to join these moves. Or at least the creep isn't.
Noob trying to use his strength to bully back PARIVISION a bit. And they're going to chase after it to call us here.
Kind of an annoying
We're back
kill.
into the bristleback. It's going to be a slow kill for sure. Maybe enough that Nigma making caught on the outset of it as Sumail hit by the Shivas, dive in from TM. They look for 2. They'll get both of them. Both Sumail and GH will fall as they try and chase after an Enchantress. Chase too deep into the side of PARIVISION. Now 3rd hero on the menu here, but they're going to jump onto the Phoenix, and the Phoenix is going to get blown up underneath the smoke screen, and that evasion, it plays havoc for Satanic. He can't get the damage to finish off Noob, turns around and does the damage on a Ghost instead. Noob is trying to get the stacks up. Ghost was given the opening by Omar to get away, but he turns back in. Noob, he drew his attention onto Satanic and faces Death down. Death wins in the end.
Wait, they see Ghost here.
Yeah, Ghost is still going to be caught. He tries to jump down and does manage to finish off the Spirit Breaker, but he looks at that haste rune longingly, jumps over to Omar. Sumail is too late to save him, though. Throws out an RP, but Ducalis was the one to deliver the final blow on Ghost's head.
Buy this man a lottery ticket. The amount of misses.
Yeah.
That were pivotal in that fight. I mean, that's a PA fighting with just Battle Fury Treads 1200 HP. Survived so long. Another very aggressive fight from Nigma, going in there 3v5 effectively. Does show the power of this goo buildup. But this Dragon Knight is just untouchable in this game. He has the armor to plow through it.
Yeah, that minus armor buildup will feel really good when they have like the break of the PA, but trying to set up on him without that, it's still difficult. And you could see it there. Omar was hoping that him and Noob could take on Satanic at half HP.
I mean, I think this Dragon Knight got off to 6 goo stacks, and he still has like 15 armor. Okay, very balanced. But I like the idea. I mean, Nigma going in here, not a move I think PARIVISION expected. And it almost worked.
It really did. Back at the live, where GH will get burned to a crisp by the core Phoenix. Tukals picks up yet another kill. He's been getting the last hits on a number of these. 2, 1, and 6. He is a level 10 Enchantress. He's already got treads, drums, and is working his way to a Hurricane Pike. So
Instantly make the rotation into mid, looking for more with the numbers advantage.
Noob puts himself on the front lines here. Hairball to try and dissuade PARIVISION from any aggression here. Deals with the D-Ward 2. Dive in from DM. Hits him with the Shivas. Trying to get some vision onto the back line. They spot Omar. Noob underneath the Wukong's command. Attempted skewer missed. A sidestep from no one. Saw that coming, and now he gets punished by the Dragon Tail of an amp damage. Satanic.
Another timely rune here. In a fight that you got to ask yourself, do you want to be taking these early fights if you're Nigma right now? Yeah, you want to defend your high ground vision. Yeah, you want to use this Magnus, but this is where this lineup for PARIVISION is hitting its first peak. The early game XP advantage on the supports, the early utility items, and this Dragon Knight. You don't have the damage to bring him down yet, at least efficiently.
Swing and a miss leads to more openings. That tier 2 already down to half.
Shiva's timing for DM as well. Gives you a lot of extra damage to play around with here. Maybe if this skewer hits, you're looking at a very different story, but I don't think Ghost is going in there versus Satanic raid boss at this point.
Yeah, as soon as Satanic reveals himself with an amp damage in dragon form.
You know, every time you take one of these bad fights with a Magnus PA lineup, it sets you back considerably. Because that's time you could have been getting waves out with some blurred PA or getting another Ancient stack farmed or whatever. And Mag PA is it's an archetype of a lineup where you don't have to be ahead to win.
Sure.
In fact, you can be very far behind and still win with this duo.
And they do have a really good timing. If they could get to BKB and Shard on the PA, then you can actually take fights against the Dragon Knight.
Yeah,
or
absolutely.
commit in against the Phoenix.
You should not be worried about your scale here.
Yeah.
You just cannot be so far behind that that fight becomes impossible. And every time you lose one of these fights, Satanic starts to build that advantage. And this Dragon Knight, he's going to go an early MKB. He's going to have the evasion pierce. Your PA is just not going to have that much HP to work with. You jump in that fight. If Satanic has a free-for-all, he lays 4 or 5 hits into you. That might be all it takes.
Yeah. This new Dragon Knight hits so hard, man.
I'm unsurprised to see Tundra at the top of the stack list.
And PARIVISION near the bottom.
Yeah, if you don't stack for 33, you get kicked off the team, so you got to do what you got to do, you know?
Is that what happened at Nightfall? He wasn't stacking enough?
He took the stacks. That's even worse. Nobody does that.
It's an unforgivable sin.
Absolutely.
There's an...
That 9 class has been so annoying in this back line.
Yeah, even going for the early Ghost Scepter. So in situations like this, where he does get caught,
I mean, surely you kill him.
It's going to create a couple extra seconds and tries to go for a TP out.
You're near Roche Pit.
Oh, yeah, right next to Roshan Pit. This is actually very advantageous for Nigma Galaxy.
I mean, those supports are so high level. That Breaker's level 10. He's dead for 30 seconds. That's enough to push in here, do it real fast.
Normally, PARIVISION, they would be well set up to fight this with Supernova, with Wukong's command, but the first Roshan will go.
Huge win for this Mag PA lineup. Did get another Wisdom Rune steal.
They have not gotten a Wisdom Rune yet in this game.
Yeah, that is insane to think about. That XP differential continues to climb. At least you get a little more back with that Roshan, but the first one's not really worth that much.
Did they actually have a 9-level advantage?
Yes, it is a considerable XP difference here. The thing is, that can all disappear in a single fight.
Sure.
And the levels on this support duo aren't that important, right? It's not like you have big ults you need to get like, hey, we got level 2 drain on Pugna, you know? Time to go, boys.
Well, I mean, you know, when it comes to putting that heal on like a bristleback, that can make quite a significant difference, right? But yeah, I see what you're saying.
I mean, it's not level 2 Supernova or something.
Sure, sure.
It's all about this Mag PA, what they can get done in terms of the damage output and landing the big RP, if you can find it. Satanic trying to close in on that MKB. He's honestly not far off, but it is not completed yet, and it's going to give Nigma an opportunity to take some map control here.
Yeah, PARIVISION playing very conservatively on their side of the map. There's no reason to fight into an Aegis. There's no reason to fight while you're so close to the MKB. And if that requires DM just kind of hang around and let Satanic farm, well, they group up, that's fine. They've got that timing. They feel confident.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
PARIVISION are not a team that is afraid to stall games out for certain intervals where they don't want to take the fight. They'll just rat you. They'll split push you, wait till they have an item timing, then force the fight. They have another one of these lineups that can absolutely do that with an Enchantress plus a Spear Breaker.
God, Sumail is so poor, man.
Yeah, he had the roughest early game, and there just hasn't been too many team fights that have gone his way in terms of anything.
Yeah, which again means his BKB is going to be quite delayed if he's to go to this Kaya Sanj build again.
I mean, he's the 3 in this line.
Yeah.
You have Bristle, PA, they're going to be your farm priority, especially with how that early game went.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to choose one of the cores to be poor, you would choose Magnus.
Tormentor will fall for Nigma, but the MKB will arrive for Satanic. And that is going to be the green light to make an aggressive play, even into that Aegis. They do not care. I feel like this Dragon Knight is so damn strong right now, and they would be right. Level 18, he already has.
That Ghost should not think that his Aegis means he's untouchable. He gets blown up immediately. And the second life, it's going to be a BKB, but they've already Supernova. They're trying to get him inside of that stun, but not quite. And now the RP, Skewer back in. They are so clumped, and Ghost is going to go to work. He just reaps through them all. The Scythe of the Reaper comes through, and Ghost gets 3 with a 4th on the line. Dakalis barely makes it out. You may be low net worth on Sumail, but he still has plenty of playmaking capabilities.
That was a moment of realization for PARIVISION, as they said, wait a minute. We are all very close to each other and do not know where that Magnus is. And I think their lives flashed before their eyes as Sumail gobbles them all up on that clump. BKB going off for Ghost meant everything there. There was just no stun from the breaker, right?
Yeah, it had to be a Spirit Breaker charge on, like, you know, target creeps on a side lane or something.
He uses the charge here and then...
Yeah, it's going to be on cooldown for too long.
He just didn't have ult up or didn't get it off. Oh, he got blur dodge.
Oh, that's sick. Well played, Ghost.
The crew came through and just clumped them all up. Super well played by Ghost. Fraction of a second meant everything there. And that is the RP you're looking for. Kuroki, not impressed, it appears. All according to the game plan. He's like, yeah, I told him to look for that play. Start of the draft.
That face of the manager, man, was too perfect. It was such a perfect face as Ghost is replacing Miracle, so you got your own bad chest coming through.
I mean, he is delivering in this series, man.
Oh, yeah. He has done so much work for this squad. SNY now up, so add in the BKB alongside some status resistance.
Status resist is super nice this game. Getting rid of a lot of the stuns on the side of PARIVISION's lineup that they need to make count. That was a very pivotal fight. That was the MKB reveal for the DK. That was the Aegis for Nigma that they got all of that value out of it. Still a very close game. You still have a lead on the side of PARIVISION despite that comeback fight. But the PA leads the pack right now, and that's all Nigma want. They just want Ghost in that one slot, and any team fight win is possible. Now, that will not last forever, but it does go a decent way. Another big question to me is Omar going to try and scale this Riki a bit more than we saw in that game, too? Because he went pure utility, and he does have a Magnus behind him. You can start empowering this Riki in the later stages. If this game goes ultra late, you got to think about it here. Does opt for a Yules this time around, which super nice versus the Spear Breaker. Can't blame him there, but I would not be surprised to see this Riki pick up a little bit more of a stat build this time around just to help them feel a bit more secure going ultra late with a Mag PA, which a lot of those games tend to do that. BKB arrives for no one. He's going to be able to commit a lot harder in these fights. Maybe dodge out some of those pivotal skewers.
I won't lie. I mean, like 15 minutes ago, I had a hard time seeing Nigma being the ones to take a tier 2, but they actually take the first tier 2 of the game. PARIVISION find themselves so delayed, stalled out. They still have some power spikes coming. I still think that they're strong to take more fights, but they almost seem a little skittish. They're going to back up to their base, go for a smoke out now.
So much of their net worth and damage is just isolated on the Monkey and the DK, though. The other three are just kind of pure utility. Yeah, the Phoenix does decent damage, but a lot of it's based around the spells, and DM went for a Ghost Scepter 4-staff Phoenix build. So this is not an early Hex, it's not early Refresher or something like that, right? It's utility. So you really need the right clicks from the Monkey and the Dragon Knight to land. That's everything for PARIVISION right now.
It feels like a lot of that then comes down to 9 classes control. Sumail, he's been stunned up, chain stun, he's gone. Now Ghost jumps in for the Enchantress kill, but he's already been bumped by the Nether Strike. His BKB has been delayed. He knows he's got to get out of here. With the Phoenix on one side, the Monkey on the other, anybody caught in the crossfire is done for, except for perhaps Noob, who's so incredibly tanky with the pipe and the Vanguard and even the plate mail. Nice use of the Yules to stop the charge forward, but the spots GH instead. No one goes for the kill, can't finish him off, and Decrepify goes off and saving his life, but still, it's a PA without BKB.
I mean,
Nigma are likely to reset here, but maybe if Noob can get enough stacks, he's running a little bit on mana. They charge back in with the Shivas. They spotted Ghost. They hope to be able to get the control on. The charge went to the Bristleback instead. So it's only going to be GH who dies.
Yeah, but Austin Magnus respawning 1 second here.
They have to pop the Supernova for fear of any rebuttal from Nigma Galaxy. They know they need to just get out of here before Sumail can find his mark. DM with the Sun Ray, TP out, he's good. No one heads into the trees, and away they go.
Very wise disengage. Not a fight you wanted to take under a tier 2 into that Magnus respawn. Noob has been a big problem for this lineup, especially the melee cores. Getting hit with all these Goose Stacks, you're left with a choice. Pop BKB for Goose Stacks or do nothing. And of course, Satanic, he doesn't even have a Dispel.
Yeah.
So the second he gets up to 5 or 6 stacks, this DK is completely immobilized.
Especially if the PA has the freedom to jump him. Yeah. He breaks the DK, there goes all your armor. Then you've got minus armor from the goo.
This Bristle has been a problem for PARIVISION in terms of chase potential, committing in the fight. Having issues forcing him too. No early Silver Edge on the DK means you don't have break of your own. Kind of leaves you in an awkward situation where you need the next set of items to be able to bring the front line down so you can easier commit to a full team fight victory.
Yeah, if you ever wonder why a lot of these Bristlebacks are going this facet rather than the Seeing Red and just having Quills, which are obviously a lot better for farming and doing damage, this is why. This facet is just so obnoxious in team fights. The goo is so debilitating.
It's a lot of minus armor as well. AC now picked up for the Bristleback ahead of Satanics here, so the armor differential.
Omar drops ward sentries right on top of PARIVISION, same play. It reveals the fact there's vision up here. PARIVISION will deal with the wards planted, but will not get the pick off.
Nigma do not want to give up this next Roshan. I know how strong this Bristle is on the front line, especially with the extra armor. I think PARIVISION will absolutely melt him, but it has to be in a situation where you can chain stun him and line up all the damage without giving up a big RP.
Right.
And that's the biggest question in this game is you had traps to do it last time. You had extra vision mechanisms. Here, that RP is a lot scarier than that first time around. Much harder to see Sumail and stop that spell coming through. And Satanic delivered on time for Ghost. 2 huge items for their cores. If they can get into this fight in time, could be massive for Nigma.
Do they hit the window? They're going to run into no one on the high ground here, and he gets off the Wukong's command. He's going to stop the assault into the Roshan pit, give his team the time they need. No kill for him here, but they do manage to get the Aegis. Noob, meanwhile, he charged the pit, drawing their attention, getting those stacks up.
Ghost
jump forward from Ghost, gets a quick kill onto the Enchantress, pops the BKB now. PARIVISION, they're going to have to weather through this BKB, and it's looking all right for him. Ghost has to retreat. He has to run from this Dragon Knight, who just seems too large, especially with the extra life. Sumail playing for the RP, goes for it immediately, Dragon Tail. No skewer back, but Ghost is able to deliver. He gets the kill on the Phoenix. They're playing away from the Dragon Knight, kiting him out. Noob is doing that excellently with the Goose Stacks.
The Dragon Knight is having the hardest time getting these heroes. They are throwing so many stuns onto the Bristleback here. Might just be able to burn him out. Noob is not dead yet. A bit of heal from the high ground. He finally falls, but Ghost plays it patient. He goes back in, sees his opportunity to take away the Aegis on the Dragon Knights. Just him and DM. A 2 versus 4. Are they going to be able to bring him down a second time?
I don't think there's anything you can do to
They're going to go
here.
for the Phoenix now. They're both stuck underneath the smoke screen. This is just Ghost's fight to take over. He played it beautifully in and out, and now time for the death blow on PARIVISION. They're stuck. There's no way out, and Ghost will deliver the damage. Wait a minute, Satanic with the Dragon Tail. Can he finish him off? No interference. Samael hits him with the skewer, and finally Ghost takes off his head.
A 1v1 for the ages as Ghost and Satanic just dueling it up while everybody watches in the Coliseum. 17,000 damage from this Dragon Knight, and you can't get a team fight win around that pit, even with an Aegis.
They said we can't hope to stop him. All we need to do, though, is contain him. Take everybody else out of the equation, and then it's just an unfair game.
I mean, Ghost played this fight absolutely beautifully. Nigma had the perfect idea. Just take out the support, take out the backline, eliminate the big ults, and pick them apart one by one while Bristle kites them all out. And easy pickings at the end. Well, not that easy, to be honest, but...
And shout out to GH, man. He's doing his best IO performance here. The saves were amazing. The fact he almost got the Bristleback alive in that fight. He put himself down to like 10 HP trying to save that Bristleback's life.
Lived. That was insane. This team just has no fear right now. They believe they will win the fight, and they are all committing together. And now you have an amp damage in the bottle of Ghost. He is ready to slay as 9 class is going to get caught, and it's another kill for the Phantom Assassin. It's absolutely getting out of control here, 13-3.
This is what PARIVISION was dreading, the game pushing into a late position. And now the question of whether or not all that mid-game team fight can stop a rampaging Phantom Assassin. Level 23 with amp damage. Seemingly nothing to stop him.
Nullifier arrives for no one. This is a huge item, but again, you have to make it work in the fight. We have not seen them being able to connect the control and the damage at the same time. Just getting kited out. Have to find the right target here. AC for Satanic is another huge delivery. So much armor on this Dragon Knight, but if he gets caught in that goo trap, it's not going to be worth a damn. And a smoke flank from PARIVISION. We can see the racks in a tower, look for the kills, but Nigma, they're just out of there. Nothing to do with that fight. They will take their victory and head home. Looking towards that level 25 on the Phantom Assassin. Ghost should get there first, ahead of Satanic. It's going to be a smoke that misses everything and a nullifier to arrive for the PA. I mean, there's no hiding from Ghost at this point. He has the nullifier, he has the break.
I mean, it feels like
the empower.
His nullifier is just the better of the nullifiers. The Monkey King, no one has his as well, but
these ults have to do work for PARIVISION. I mean, that's it. You have to make this Supernova, you have to make this Wukong do something in the fight. You have to keep heroes inside of it.
I mean, that's it. PARIVISION, they were on the back foot in game 2 as well. It only took one slip up from Omar in that game 2.
Yeah, but generally the Phoenix struggles in these kind of games. Like, it's a strong late game hero, but he has no burst damage. So when you go into these late game situations, sometimes somebody gets RP, they get jumped by PA. What is Phoenix doing in that first 1 or 2 seconds of the fight?
Yeah.
Almost nothing, right? He needs that fight to go 10 or 15 seconds for him to have the impact he's looking for. The burst on the side of Nigma is just crazy, and all you're going to see is this Bristleback. You have to be able to break this front line without getting hit by that big RP.
They're going to smoke wrap around. They do not want to go through the Bristleback.
Yeah, this is a
They need to go in through the back door.
Gotta find the Pugna if you can, and Omar, he's
heading up the side. Yep, Omar, he's ready to break that smoke. Word on the high ground. 9 class, he smokes through, getting a lot of attention, straight to GH. They have identified the problem. They've hit him with the nullifier. They're going to take out the
healer. He's gone. A 4 versus 5 now.
Noob is in the middle of all of them.
Noob taking a lot of damage. Here comes Sumail. Skewered through Dragon Tail. No RP this time. No, he got it off. He gets off the RP onto the two of them while Ghost is taking out Ducalis. Now he wasn't able to jump onto the RP because the Supernova on the high ground has to play it slow. Jumps in, Riser charge comes through, but he commits his BKB, and the Battle Fury splashes is going over PARIVISION. They quickly scatter, start backing away a little bit for the fear of the Phantom Assassin.
Does he want to go back in here? He says no, does not want to try and chase as PA had the level 25 advantage over him. It's a scary high ground to commit back into. Everything for Nigma was on this PA, and Ghost, he gets a couple of kills there, but the team fight just so hard going up that high ground hill into the Supernova that was laid down at a pretty damn good time from DM. Completely mitigated that RP.
Both teams take a bit of a breather and search for the tier 4s. PARIVISION, they didn't get the complete team fight win, but they did get a small win nonetheless.
I mean, they have very good position for this fight. Despite Omar breaking that smoke, they still are able to find GH first. This Wukong isn't the best, but it gets the job done, and the spacing here is what counts, right?
Yeah.
You don't get that Phoenix in the Supernova, which means everybody's under the sun right here. That's a tough ask for Ghost to just go into head on. And at this point, Satanic, he's still strong enough to commit in. Almost able to chain stun the PA off of that charge through.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Ghost almost got a couple of cleave kills in the end, but PARIVISION, they get the numbers advantage off that team fight, even if they weren't able to stop Ghost and put this game back on even footing, showing that they can win fights still. They've got great team fight power. They just need to be able to find the right jump, and finding GH was perfect. Nigma Galaxy, I don't imagine they're going to make that same mistake again and just get scouted out by a Shadow Blade Spirit Breaker like that.
No way. Gotta protect this Pugna. He will protect you. I guess Nullifier helps you a little bit with that, even if you don't find him. But we're once more in the same position. That same ward is still up, by the way. Omar's going to kill it, but gets
Found the strike, hits on 2. They fall through. The charge on through, clips Omar. Meanwhile, the BKB had to be used by Ghost. He gets a little bit of heal, and he goes and commits onto 9 Class, who quickly buys back and is ready to re-enter the fight.
Satanic just doesn't know where to go right now. Who do you want to focus? They still do not want to commit on this Bristol
Look at
back.
Noob just charging forward despite the buyback, despite everything else. I mean, he just goes for it. The BKB is on cooldown from Ghost, but Noob doesn't give a damn.
I mean, it feels like at some point you're going to have to try and take this Bristle down. But you still don't have a Silver Edge. You don't have a break.
He's got his own BKB flying out. Needs a few seconds for it to get here, though. He's got an empty slot with that Null Talisman, easy to dispatch up.
I mean, you got to think about next Roshan here. Do you want to wager this game on a high ground push? When that objective's coming up soon, there's an amp damage in the river. As BKB will arrive for the Bristleback, he is getting massive. You got to remember this guy still has some power on top. He hits hard on his own. 9 Class in the middle of everybody here. Scouts the DD.
Another bottle pass over for another amp damage. Nigma, the map control is yielding big opportunities for them. But it's still the question of you have to push into all this AoE team fight that they've got. And once again, there's a ward to be played on, perhaps.
Very good vision. Trying to fight over this little hill for the fight.
He's got to be careful here. Sumail, he's got that level 20 talent, the skewer range.
9 Class behind them right now, looking for a cheeky angle. And they just got the MKB on the Monkey King. So the evasion Pierce is there on the side of PARIVISION. If you can isolate this PA in some stuns, you can melt him. It's just so difficult with the Ricky scouting, the Pugna behind him, the Bristle in your face constantly.
Finds a courier, doesn't go for it.
And Roshan is spawn.
Is he gonna cut the wave? What's his plan here?
I mean, there has to be a plan soon for PARIVISION. You don't make a move. This Roshan is gone very quickly. There's no way they can even get here in time. This is Cheese Refresher Shard banner to the side of Nigma. You're potentially looking at a Refresher Shard on this Magnus.
And with all the tier 2s down, Nigma, they're in prime position. to just end it, perhaps.
Did get another wisdom room.
Another wisdom room steal.
That's worth something here, but
okay.
All the XP in the world doesn't really change the fight.
No. No, it doesn't.
And amp damage expiring out of that bottle. So Lincoln's putting into inventory for Ghost. More survivability on top of that Aegis. He is going to be extremely tough to deal with here. And he wants to push the ticket. 20 seconds left on this amp damage rune. Can you get a fight going before it expires?
Ghost pushes up with his amp damage. Halfway burned through, but an Aegis, plenty of time for that one. Tries to use a nullifier. RP caught him midway through the dive, but the BKB went off, and a nice interception there. 9 class with the 3-man charge through.
He has
Stops
one.
most of the damage from that skewer back.
Gotta keep that refresher shard in mind. You cannot overcommit here if you're PARIVISION, even with the buyback.
Another opportunity may present itself for Sumail, but he is patient. Let's Noob do damage to the buildings. They do not want to go for this bristleback.
Gotta get on the back line somehow.
Constant whittle of dagger after dagger. Buildings taking damage. PARIVISION are losing this game, but they're trying to find an opening here. Dragon Tail stun onto Ghost. Commitment heavy. Supernova gonna be used. Another strike back in. Ghost, he'll get burned out. That's gonna be the Aegis. But now, no Supernova in tow, no Nether Strike. Can PARIVISION fight with that one? If they got skewered back, it'd be danger time.
Stuck in the base, they still don't want to commit on him.
Now the Wukong's command has been committed as well, and Ghost is all in for it. 9 class, that's a dieback on him.
4 minutes.
1 down, 4 to go. Ghost spots a second kill, perhaps. Ducala stays alive.
Bigger issue, you don't have Dragon Form for 25.
Yeah, how do you fight this
way
monster of a PA?
And losing that breaker is a huge deal. He's half your stuns almost. You need Wukong back up as well. 45 seconds, no Monkey King ults.
And at this rate, it just seems like they're going to have to give up too late. That leads Jules interception. DM. Troublesome. Forced that backwards. There goes Ducala. A 4th member down. An instant buyback. DM gets skewered back. There's a 3rd. Nigma Galaxy cleaning them up 1 by 1. A buyback from Ducala makes it 3. Ghost. All that tipping from Ducala early on in the game, and he will turn it back around on them as he feels the end is nigh. They will push for the end. They will push for the tier 4s. Satanic with the Dragon Form back up. 1 building left away from Megas.
9 seconds for this Wukong.
Mega's now up. Skewer attempted, but it misses because Ducala, he's already dead. And now an RP. It lands onto the Monkey King. Pushing forward, they take out the Monkey King. GG is called. Dread it. Run from it. Destiny arrives all the same. Nigma Galaxy is back.
Their first BO3 win in what feels like forever. This squad gets it done versus one of the favorites for the tournament. And honestly, they look composed, they look collected, and they looked in charge for a lot of the later half of that game.
And the stand-in goes.
Yeah, give this guy all the credit in the world. He played a tremendous game 2 and 3 there.
Fantastic performance by him. Put the team on his back. Game 2 and Game 3 wasn't good enough for Game 2, but Game 3, he locks it down.
And despite losing every wisdom rune,
let's go.
They made the fights work. And honestly, give it to Noob in this series as well. I think both his Timbersaw and Bristle caused so many issues for PARIVISION in this series. He's a player that's received a lot of criticism in that role switch, but he is starting to find his own way on that position and make it work. And man, he was indomitable on the front line this game.
Yeah, absolutely amazing. The fact that he's able to step it up when Sumail had the roughest game of the series for him. Still found his way back into it with some blink skewers, with some RPs. But it's nice to see that Nigma Galaxy, they've got teammates to be able to share the load, and as a result, they will move on, taking out PARIVISION. They stay alive in the gauntlet.
With a win is a winner's interview as well. The lovely GH joining me. Talk me through this series, the Game 2 and the comeback in Game 3 here.
Hello. I'm happy with the result, first of all. I want to give props to PARIVISION. They're an amazing team. I feel like our coach, analyst, drafter, everything came together. We had really good picks. Second game, we knew that we could have won the game, but we made a couple of mistakes. Game 3, we made sure to close the game correctly.
How do you transition from that game 2, which was very hype for us to watch, obviously hard for you guys after the loss, into a game 3? Like, how do you just ignore what happened in game number 2 and move on from that one?
Well, we never really ignore what happened, so we basically try to feel our emotions, understand them, understand why we felt the way we felt, and try to move on. We had a talk outside how to reset completely from the loss, because sometimes the losses are a bit hard. So we just talked a bit, reset it, and came in with a better mentality.
How is it leaning with Ghost as well? You're picking up the IOs, the Pogners. Do you feel like you're just one of those, I gotta buff him up supports?
Honestly, Ghost is an amazing player. Game 2 and Game 3, he shined really hard. Even Game 1, actually.
All of them.
Yeah, but Game 2 specifically, his morph was really good. I'm really happy to play with him. He's a very humble, very hard worker, and just great player.
Look, at the risk of sounding like a fangirl here, I gotta say, is it time? Can we officially say Nigma Galaxy are back?
I don't want to say that. I'm not going to confirm nor deny this.
All right, I like it. Keep it in the middle ground, GH. Thank you so much for joining me. Congratulations again.
Thank you for having me. Take care.
I feel like we can answer that question, for him. They've just eliminated a team in the last 2 Tier 1 tournaments that came first and top 3. They've eliminated them from Blast Slam 2. I will happily say that they are back. They are able to hold their ground against the top teams in the world. They are back for sure.
Yeah, I think that even their play, just even disregarding the result, which is amazing in itself, the play they had this game was amazing. The Roche fight was some of the best kiting I've seen in a long time.
We're going to look at that later, don't worry.
Yeah. It was absolutely amazing.
Dude, this too as well from PARIVISION, they were also really good at dancing back and forth, like both these teams.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we talked about it a little bit during the draft, you and I, what the recipe would be for Nigma to win the team fights, right? And kite the egg and kite back and forth, utilize all this Blink Strike, Ricky, Blink Strike, Phantom Assassin, in and out, and they did exactly that. So that was very impressive to watch from them.
Yeah, I was. The third game was just as good as the second, which is so mind-blowing to me,
you
right?
very rarely get 2 bangers in a row.
Right?
It's like game 2, sure, and then normally in a best of 3 you get into a game 3, and you're like, all right, one team's feeling a little bit down, kind of one-sided. But Nigma Galaxy, they didn't stop, right? Sure, it wasn't a perfect early game for them by any means, T, but they didn't give up. They got a massive RP from Sumail there, and that is when it turned it around.
Yeah, and I feel like when you talk about a team who's trying to return to form, the discipline required. This was the discipline of a Tier 1 team. Like that Roshan fight, we're going to have the highlight to look at it, but it's just the small moves that they make, right? Like when you start this fight, the fact that the PA BKB to kill the Enchantress already, that's screaming some alarm bells. Like, can the PA continue this fight? They have to move back. Also, Magnus, soon after, he's going to be TPing at the later end of this clip back to the Tier 2, but it's the fact like they've used so many resources just to whittle down the supports. I think if you're PARIVISION, you're feeling so much confidence here. And yeah, this is the point I'm making. Sumo, he TPs now to the Tier 2 tower. And I like the fact that when he's making this TP, he's pinging himself and he said, guys, look at me, wait, you need the Magnus for this fight. He had the Lotus, and look at the high ground. They all move back to the high ground. Bristle moves to the right side because they respect that Sumo's not available. The communication in this intense fight is exactly what you need. Wait, use all your resources, and then go back again for like the 3rd, 4th layer. And I think other teams here, they would have just committed. They're just all in, we lost the fight, whatever, we're not good enough. But they made sure every little move was to the top of their game. Like this fight is exceptional performance from this team.
The fact that they're doing this is what you already talked about, the Magnus going back, it felt like the perfect timing because Omar on the Ricky had just fought back. He TP'd to their outpost and was going through the twin gate. So it was like, all right, we kind of get to 5-man again after disengaging. Like that is phenomenal to drag it out and play like that.
I think also one player to highlight in that clip is
GH. There we go.
Sure. Like he saved the PA, he saved the Bristleback, he saved everybody over and over again in that clip. And yeah, just amazing display of teamwork from them. Like Sumail TPing to Tier 2, for sure communicating what's going on.
And everyone moving instantly.
Saving them.
Yeah.
They're like completely amazing. I haven't seen Nigma play like this for years.
Yeah, no, it has
So
been.
they are officially back now.
They are. And it doesn't even matter if people think we're overreacting. I think just the quality of their play, even if, let's say, their next opponent is Tundra, that's going to be a very scary opponent, but the quality of their team fights, we've yet to really see this from any roster under the Nigma banner for the last couple of years, right? That team fight is I don't know. I could watch it again, like 2-3 times, 100 times. It was that good.
Well, we heard it from GH. He just said that like everything came together for them, right? The captaincy, the drafting, the analyst works, everything that came into it. And yeah, it was perfect, Ray. The fact that we get this one, the first display in a best of 3 in a while for Nigma Galaxy, and it's this one, and we get to see it again tomorrow.
It was awesome. It was just great consistency throughout the games of high quality, top tier play. I know they're standing, but I think Ghost is so wonderful to watch. The ways that they were going in and playing these fights, like we talked about the positioning, I just think that it's so... being able to play fight after fight without getting like these mistakes. He was going in on the right targets. He was backing out at the right moments. And the nice thing about the drafting as well is that Noob can go and commit in with Ghost, but is then still tanky enough to like survive and then wait for a PA's like second initiation. Like
That's a banger.
Sorry, I couldn't read it because I have like pretty bad eyesight. I was like, what's a lot? It's patience.
Patience.
A lot of patience.
Seriously, the patience. Like he was super willing in multiple fights. You brought up earlier to BKB to go on one guy, then he'll just blink strike out and wait for the next available moment to go in. Like this dude had such a good read on every fight, and it's not just the PA game; it's the Morph game as well. Yeah. Like these
He's a stand-in, by the way.
Yeah, stand-in.
Potential free agent after the tournament, right? You know, like after the tournament, right? Miracle returns, right?
Yeah.
This guy, Ghost, carry player, making performances like this against teams like PARIVISION, that is like insane. The fact that you have the caliber of this player in a free agent position and also pushing Nigma into this form, it's like. That is just, a lot of praise to go towards him. Because like that, again, the level of team fight, it takes months, if not years, for players to mesh to that level, right? Like, it's not a simple job, but the way that they communicate, clearly, it's just,
It's been a lot of fun.
In awe.
Yeah, I was gonna say, it's been a lot of fun to watch it, a lot of fun to break it down as well. And props to them. Props to Nigma Galaxy coming out here, putting up a fight. But there also is the other side of it, PARIVISION. We've got to give them props because their bracket run was fantastic. Despite it falling short right here, they were able to escape round 1 against Talon. They knocked them out. Then they went up against Liquid and were able to win that series. But right here, 3 games. It went the whole distance. They were in control of game number 3. Unfortunately, not able to close out, so we do say goodbye to them here at Blast Slam 2.
Yeah, I mean, great performance overall. They brought a lot of new stuff to the tournament, a lot of interesting things the last few days. I would say I think they got baited a little bit by the offlane Phoenix.
Yep.
We had DM actually talk about it himself the other day, that he felt like it's kind of easy to play around, or he understands it very well. So I think maybe they got baited a little bit by the last pick Ench and going for core Phoenix, because I don't feel like the core Phoenix actually offers anything extraordinary that a support doesn't. It's only the Shiva's timing. It's only the little faster levels, but yeah. So I think they would have benefited from picking a core last, and they would have had a much more scaling in their draft and made it much harder for Nigma to play out their draft. But yeah, I mean, you can't blame them for trying it, right? It is a very strong timing that Phoenix has, but yeah.
I didn't like his item build very much, if I had to say. Because it felt... At first, I thought highly of it because I saw that he had gone the Shivas, but he had also gone like a 4-staff and a Ghost Scepter, because you're playing into what? Ricky, Cloud, you need to be able to get yourself out of that. You're playing against PA, you don't want to die to her. And that's where things felt like they slowed down for his progression, and he followed up 2 defensive items with boosts of travel after. So you're just kind of getting 3 items in a row that don't help your offensive capabilities at all to actually help deal with the enemy. Like, you can survive them, but you're not dealing with them. And then you are just kind of giving the same sort of thing as a support Phoenix. I think that was where my biggest issue was. It didn't feel like he was a core Phoenix after the first part of the game.
Yeah, so maybe itemizing for either going for Hex or going for early refresher. So you have 2 eggs. Like the moment he clicks egg, the enemy can't do anything. So perhaps itemizing differently, I can agree to that. I also think maybe it's unlikely that he was going to be the one dying. Probably it's his own mistake if he gets caught by the RP. So I kind of agree with that, yeah. That could have made it work.
Also, the format didn't help them. I think PARIVISION was the type of team that they had some really good strategies, but because they had to start in round 1, show them to survive, get to round 2, show them to survive. I think Liquid was, Liquid.
Whoa.
I just thought of Kuroki and I said Liquid.
Whoa.
Nigma was able to utilize that against them, because like for Nigma, they hold their strategies close to their chest. They only have to play the 1 best of 3 today. And I think just that alone is proof that the gauntlet bracket is going to hurt teams that aren't able to truly adapt. I think PARIVISION had this confidence that they were setting a lot of the meta. Like we are the team of this gauntlet bracket. and then they actually didn't have a deep enough playbook to deal with like the top teams that are now, you know, at the later stages of it. So I think that is the beauty of this format.
Look, it also gives them a lot of material to go back and look at for themselves as well. A team that definitely wants to be improving every tournament, getting better and better results for themselves. But fortunately, PARIVISION getting sent home this morning. If you guys are hungry for some more Dota, then stick around because we are only halfway through our day. We're going to go to a break. When we do come back, a whole new elimination best of 3 between Yakult Bros and Falcons. Welcome back, everyone. We got our second elimination best of 3 happening for today. It is Falcons up against Yakult Bros. Falcons, we saw them yesterday. We know a little bit about that team already. So instead, let's jump straight on into it and let's learn some more about Yakult Bros.
The esteemed, the beacon of excellence. Their name commands respect across the battlefield. With grace, precision, and an undeniable presence, they embody what it means to be truly legendary. The Spirit King, a force untamed, driven by passion and a fiery will. Their energy surges through every move, every strike, leaving a lasting imprint on both allies and foes alike. They don't just play the game, they dominate its spirit. The talented, a prodigy in every sense. Their skills flow effortlessly, as if they were born for greatness. With natural brilliance and endless creativity, they turn every challenge into an opportunity to shine. The Monkey King, playful yet deadly, cunning yet precise. They rule the battlefield with wit agility, and mischief, leaving their opponents stumbling to catch up. Chaos is their playground, and they are its ruler. The destined. Guided by fate, fueled by purpose, they move as though the stars themselves have aligned for their success. Every action feels inevitable, every victory foretold. Destiny isn't waiting, it's here. Together they are an unstoppable force, a symphony of talent, spirit, cunning, destiny. Their titles are no mere names. They are the essence of their greatness, etched into the very fabric of competition.
I am so excited to watch this game. This is the one thing about this format.
It's not this game, it's just this team, I feel.
Yes. Like, the group stage was such a joy to watch. These guys were not only great players with great games, but the interviews we did with them as well made me fall in love. I love Zeal. They're really nice and really personal. I'm really excited about being here because I think it was in your interview with Ame, they were like, yeah, we lost early in our last tournament and we've had a lot of downtime and a lot time to create strats or prepare for this one. And now they've come in, they've done really well. They're bringing out strats that other people are not doing, like the Beastmaster on the carry role, right? Ame played that twice. Yeah. And it went really well for them. It seems like they have a really good grip on the meta. They're twisting it in their own way and they're performing.
Yeah, I think most drafts that they have, it is just overwhelming pressure, right? Like you look at a Beastmaster strat, but then you have like Ember with it, so it's a lot of poke, and then another one you got Lycan and Bristleback. So I think the theme of their drafts that they do well on is strong lanes into together and enemy jungle keep fighting, which maybe can be exploitable from teams that respect that, can give some more room, but I like the fact that they are just so aggressive. It is just, a slightly different style to other teams.
Yeah, the group performance is kind of the only thing we really have to go on right now. That was 4 best of ones, and that happened 3 days ago. If you guys didn't catch up with that one, then, well, check it out right now.
See if they burst him down. Hookshot's going to come in first. Cogs trying to disrupt some of the action here. Ame is ready to go, looking for a roar on somebody that's not the Abaddon, but it's Evo. Comes in through the side, drains some of the damage of the gyrocopter. They have to relocate away and forfeit this fight because it is already over.
The rumors of China's demise have perhaps been greatly exaggerated, with Yakult brothers going 3-1 in their group.
Can they deal with this Bristle? They couldn't last time. See if they can do it here in round 2. They cannot. WS is able to take down Ame. They'll leave the Pugna behind.
Though this next match of Dota is no ordinary one. The ever-squawking Falcons have had plenty to say about Ame, but all that could be silenced by a single question mark.
A single question mark, that's all it takes. But Misery, they've had their time now. They've had the chance to see Falcons play yesterday. And Yakult Bros, they're coming in with their own meta. And then you kind of get this advantage of seeing what happened yesterday.
Yeah, actually something that I was thinking about just now with the PARIVISION and now with Falcon, that applies to Falcons too, is that when you're playing these gauntlet games back to back to back every day, it's kind of smart if you come up with something new on the fly every day, right? So you catch your opponent off guard. So that's something that I was just thinking about. Maybe we're going to see something new out of Falcons. Like yesterday we saw a lot of Venomancer, a lot of, these different heroes from Falcons. But if they show that again, that's kind of a disadvantage, and that's something that Yakult's going to be expecting.
Yeah, and it's a tough thing to balance of you bringing in something new, but also not really knowing or expecting, or knowing what to expect, I should say, sorry, T, of your opponent, of Yakult Bros.
Yeah, I think they're also, of course, on paper looks pretty good. For Emo specifically, he's had, like you mentioned, he's had moments of brilliance, right? When they did win the Singapore Major, when they did get 4th at the TI in the same year. But then after that, his kind of career just went from the tippity top all the way to the bottom, right? Like he qualified to some lands, come last. He went to some other ones, come second last. He did some DPC, went to Division 2. Like his entire career post question mark has been probably one of the weaker ones from the, the big mid. The names from the mid lane, right, from China. So I kind of think right now,
we're not going to see any question marks.
No question marks. But the point is like he went from like a potential shining star to disappearing off the face of the earth, and now he's back with Yakult Bros. He has tried with some other teams. Last year he played with 3 to 4 different teams, but to play with Ame, to play with like the caliber of these players is quite a big statement, especially for his career where it's had like he's gone from like so many different points. It's quite a roller coaster, but this roster is a good home for him to kind of rebuild that image. Like in the previous series, we're saying like, Sumo's been 900 days or something without a win. No one before that had 2,000 days before land win before Bangkok, right? I think Emo's kind of in the same category of he wants to prove himself because he once was there, but now isn't.
When I was coaching Bleed, towards the end, we actually had Emo stand-in for a couple of weeks for an online tournament, and he came in with a lot of fresh energy and talked a lot.
Nice.
And he was very aggressive player, very talkative coming in, like pretty much just taking over the team and dictating the pace in game. So I think he's a very important player for Yakult Bros, and in general, I think his energy is very important. I think he also has a lot of good niche heroes. Like we see him play Ember still, like the only player pretty much in the whole scene. So that's also something to look out for.
Okay, that's good to hear and very interesting, because I felt watching their group stage games that they really did have a lot of good direction on what to do on the map at each part. Like this is one of the teams that they understand the meta, they're playing the right heroes, they're building the right items. You're seeing them abusing this, everyone's abusing Sanji and Yasha, right? But they're getting them, they're going and invading the enemy side of the map at 20 minutes to take their Tormentor, right? Like they understand all of the key objectives and they're making very proactive plays to do them and pressuring the enemies really hard. It's just like nice to watch them play so cleanly, which is a difference to their previous showings, right? Where they have fallen short. It seems like they've really cleaned up those issues and they have a good idea now. So it's nice to hear they have someone driving that forward.
Did you ever have an overlap between coaching Bleed and having Zeal on Bleed?
Yeah, Zeal was also on the team at the time. So yeah, I have also had the pleasure of coaching
You got the double
Zeal.
whammy of Emo standing in and also Zeal.
And to talk well about Zeal, I mean, he's such a positive and logical person. It was a really treat to work with him. I think he's extremely talented, much better than I think people has given him credit for in the past. Having a rough time when he was kicked from LGD and stuff like this. There's been some stuff on that, but I think he's extremely a good player, and look forward to see more from him for sure. I'm happy that he found a good team here.
Just kind of flies under the radar. You're not really expecting much. They come into Blast Slam 2. All of a sudden, we see them in the quarterfinals here, already secured themselves top 6. Zeal, when he came in, I made sure I grabbed him, pulled him to the side, and got to have some words with him. Zeal, thank you so much for joining me. Let's talk about your Yakult Bros performance in group stage. You guys going 3-1, absolutely phenomenal. How did you prepare to have such a dominant start in day one?
We just was going with the flow. We tried something that we didn't even try on scrims, and it went out well, and we just go with the flow, I guess.
Really? So things that you hadn't even tried yet in scrims, you're just like, yeah, we got the confidence in a best of one to pull it out?
We kind of have like, maybe like before we took a flight, we had like a small, like just saying like this hero can be this position, like Beastmaster. And we went for it and it worked out fine in the official, so.
Yeah, you guys got a couple of days break, so how did that look for you?
We played a couple of scrims and we played a Western Europe Open Qualifier actually for another tournament, and after that, then we watched a couple of games. We were catching all the games and tried to learn something from it, yeah.
I know the Western Europe qualifiers aren't for this Blast tournament, but I still want to ask you guys about it. You know, you're having to play because you're in the region right now, competing in Blast Slam 2. How different, though, was doing a qualifiers in Western Europe compared to China?
You can't really tell because we haven't played the close yet, but the open qualifiers is kind of tricky because we don't really know the local players around this region. So if they play some cheesy picks, we don't really get to prepare for it. So we did well because we prepared okay, I guess.
You had your own sneaky strategies. That's exactly what it was. And Yakult, you know, he's someone that he's the name brand of your team, someone who's put down as a coach. But who would you say has the biggest influence for the team right now during draft?
Basically, Ame and Bowaka is the main one, and me and Tianming is another backup voice in the draft, yeah.
Cool. And then final question is, you guys coming up against Falcons. How is the team feeling coming into this, and what's the vibe like?
We'll just take one game at a time. We haven't been scrimming them since last tournament, and we'll see how it goes.
Awesome, Zeal. Thank you so much for joining me, and good luck today.
Thank you, thank you.
I finally got to get to the bottom of exactly who is pressing the buttons during that draft. And I mean, Tianming, there you go. They're the brains behind the position 1 Beastmaster and the success it's finding.
Good to know though, right? Because if Ame's your key part of your strategy, right? He's playing these weird Beastmasters, which are winning their lanes against things like Bristlebacks, or going even, or getting kills though. And a support who is playing these cooler heroes like Elder Titan, right? We don't see, well, I heard some talks about it and how it's strong, but no one's playing it anymore. Like, what happened? But this is a team that were playing it in the group and made it look really cool. The deconstruction facet, like they're coming in, especially when you're pairing that with Ame in the lane, right? And they're coming in and they're able to just bully out any offlaner. And this is a patch where it feels like you really want your offlaner to be doing well. I think that's making their enemies really trip up.
I think it's cool when a carry player like Ame decides himself to demote himself into like a more like a position 3 type of role, right? A bit like Skeeter kind of does sometimes.
Okay.
Is he demoting himself though, or is he going, wait, offlanes are having way too much fun this patch?
I also want to have
the
fun.
carries are always meant to have fun, so your heroes are broken, let me take them because I'm the carry, look at me.
That could be...
We transitioned all the way back to, what was it, 2023 in the Arlington Major, where it felt like we always had 2 offlaners.
Yeah.
We've come full circle, we've gone all the way back to there. But guys, we focused on Yakult Bros a lot, and rightfully so. We haven't actually seen them yet in the studio. But standing right behind me is their opponent, so we should also talk about them. Team Falcons.
He finds him though. They do. They get him. They catch him. They drag him back. The Solar Guardian's coming in though, and it's healing crit up quick. Big connection. The stuns it onto the 3 of them. Falcons. It was the bait. Ready. It absolutely was. They did not care one bit. The crit gets caught because Falcons turn up as a team, and they're going to be able to take down the 4 of them.
The first Blast Slam marked Falcons' first time being outside the top 6. Since then, Falcons haven't been able to return to their cocky tournament-winning ways.
Here comes Pure, with the waveform. We're going to focus down the Pango. They'll be able to kill Marine. Pure now turns over towards the second.
They're going to need that brash attitude for the upcoming grudge match against Ame and crew. We don't know who's going to win, but we do know it'll probably involve some alt chat.
Yeah, that is one thing you can always guarantee with this roster. The all chatting, it's going to be there in good faith, I would say 85% of the time. Is that too generous?
A little bit.
I think it also depends who they're playing against, right?
Yeah, I mean, the Bedroom Team series yesterday, that was all in good faith.
Yeah, against Yakult Bros, I don't think there's any real reason to all chat, you know? Maybe, unless Emo is the one starting it.
True.
Maybe Yakult Bro could bring out something out of the hat there, but...
Who knows? Let's focus a little bit more on Falcons and what they bring to the game outside of that all chatting as well. We dabbled on it just before, Ray. You alluded to it.
Hello.
Bringing in, actually, maybe it was Misery, bringing in new ideas. The Venomancer, we saw that. It was game number 3. I thought it was bugged that Venomancer was up there above the enemy cores in net worth.
Yes, it was my point, definitely my point.
Yeah,
not
Misery would never
so,
make such a good point like that.
No, please go ahead.
Oh, no, of course. I think that it's cool. You know how we talked about how people know what's strong, but they get a little twist on it, right? I think that is something that they did when they picked this Abaddon, but like without the IO, right? They're like, we don't need to have this. We can just play it without, and it's still really good. It's still topped the net worth chart, right? I really like that they had their focus on Dawnbreaker in the Betboom Team series. Saying like we can put it on these 2 heroes, but we think that Dawnbreaker with Ags is so strong that it's what we want in the first pick, right? Especially when Nyx is getting banned every single series in the first phase, it means it's something you don't have to worry about. I really like that.
But are they going to get their hands on Dawnbreaker?
I was about to say, do you still go for that same strategy? It was such high importance in that best of 3 for them. Does it carry on? Do you look at what, you know, your Yakult Bros? You reckon it's just going to be banned?
They'll have to ban it because
okay.
if Yakult Bros, if they're playing the Beastmaster and Lycan in all of their major wins so far at Blast Slam 2, giving away a Dawnbreaker and then going back for a Beast and Lycan, Dawn is like the counter to this, right? Like when you want to take a fight, you Solar Guardian, you protect your area, they have to disengage, you don't get to kill on the Raw or during like the Wolf's killing, right? So Dawnbreaker will have to be banned because Amar, when he gets to play it in the offlane, he is creating all of these problems against the Zoo heroes. So if you ban it out, now you're pushing Amar kind of off those heroes that maybe are slightly weaker against the strategies that Yakult have.
We also have to be pretty honest, the fact that it can go to 2 roles for them, the fact that you can first pick this one and it does comfortably go on Skeeter as well. I know that we always talk about these flex picks between cores or between supports, and sometimes it feels like a pseudo flex. It's not really. They'll do it if they have to, but it's not really sitting there. This one, the Misery, actually feels like a flex.
And we talked about it, G and I, yesterday during the draft, that Falcons kind of have these 4 to 5 core heroes that builds their lineups. It includes Bristleback, Dawnbreaker, Dragon Knight, Pangolier, maybe Tiny as well. Maybe not as much, but you know, they have these core picks that they rely on to pick kind of early in the draft, and then they set up for for the flex potential, and then to pick something really powerful later on in the draft, like Amar's Razor, could be Malrine Huskar, could be, we saw Lifestealer 24 yesterday for Skeeter, right? So it could be any of those heroes that kind of breaks the enemy's draft completely. So I think that's something that we need to look at and consider when we look at the draft later.
Yeah, Amar is a player that, he comes into the scene and everyone's like, one of the best offlaners ever, but has a small hero pool. That was what people felt, Raya, that was his struggle, and yet he made it work, and now it feels like it's ever expanding.
It really does. I think he had the most different heroes played, or was at least up there on his team at the last tournament. I think he's so impressive, and I really like that he has maintained his play style as well. Like, he's not kind of bending to like, oh, I guess I'll do something else. They're just kind of making it work, and they're still winning, and they have been winning so much as a team over the last few years, just with that bigger pool. They have a lot of different things to answer. Like, you look at this as well, you're mentioning this Lifestealer and Skitter, there's also the Naga Siren too. Like, you're looking at Amar, you got Bristle's strats, which you can pair with the Pango, but the Pango can also flex to Amar and Malrine. These guys cover each other so well. It's not just this Dawn, it's everything. Yeah. They're all so versatile.
Look, all these points that I brought up to you guys, and you've given opinions and your, words on it. I also asked Amar when I got to talk to him. Amar, give me some of your thoughts on your series yesterday. You guys went all the way to game number 3 against BetBoom team.
I think games yesterday, they were really nice games to play against BetBoom. We always enjoy playing against BetBoom. And yeah, I mean, I guess we had like some long games. We thought about these games a lot because we had some tough ones a bit. We felt like games maybe a bit hard, and we weren't sure why, because in our heads it was super easy games. We thought like we couldn't lose these games at all. But I think BetBoom was also a really good team, and they gave us a fight.
What were some of the lessons that you learned from yesterday, or even previous losses that you've had recently?
From previous losses I learned yesterday is that I should understand that I need to pick some of my heroes that I forgot, which is in that case was Razor for yesterday. And I knew like when I picked this hero, at some point they cannot win. And yeah, that's exactly what they happened. And they even were scared of a third game, that they tried everything in their hand to pre-counter the hero. Yeah.
Well, look, out with the old, in with the new. Your Dawn build, let's talk about it a little bit. Where does it come from? Where did it originate from? And are you pretty set on this is always the build you want to do when you go with Dawn, the Bloodstone?
I mean, this build is a little bit of a meme, I'd say, because I've in ranked games, this hero is just way too broken at the game that you can buy Dagon Ethereal and still win on this hero. It's just way too broken. But the Bloodstone with the level 20 and 25 talent is really nice. You're basically just an annoying piece of shit. You don't do anything. You're just annoying. You're just there, and you do farm a lot. So yeah, it's like I balance for enemy team. I buy some a bit shit items that I make my hero a bit fair for enemy.
Right. That makes.
Didn't Amar just find his perfect hero then? Because the way he plays, he's an annoying piece of shit. Then he finds Dawnbreaker, right? It kind of is the perfect harmony between the two. How he plays, how it plays. But the Bloodstone, again, it's clearly a in-the-moment thing. But the interview, the fact
Trial and error.
Trial and error, yeah. But I think the fact that he said that in the draft, it's inevitable we will win. I think that is clear that in some games they have that philosophy. It's they pick Veno. It's no matter what, we'll eventually have all the economy and we won't lose this game. So I think if you're Yakult brothers, you know that you cannot allow Falcons to set up the map to just farm. You have to try and break it, because most of their drafts feel like they will inevitably win if they get economy on everyone.
We'll see if that's going to work out for them this time around. It is a whole new best of 3 starting here. Falcons, they've got their ideas. Yakult bros, we've waited 3 days to see what they've had in their back pockets, and it's finally time. We're ready. We have a game number 1 draft between Yakult bros and Falcons.
Hi. We do have game 1 draft of Yakult Brothers versus Falcons. Again, we saw some kind of adaptations a little bit from Falcons in the series. They started playing Abaddon yesterday. They started playing Dawnbreaker. It was banned against them. Now it's available. Do you think they've been cooking up anything else, or like how far can their like development go? Do you think?
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if they have another hero up their sleeve a little bit that doesn't look like something we've seen before. But I also wouldn't be surprised if they just stick to their guns. You know, it is only 1 day since yesterday, so you haven't had much time to actually cook something new. So yeah, we'll see what they have been working on here.
I will say one thing that we didn't really mention in the panel, but I am a little bit worried for Yakult Brothers that their strategy to winning doesn't feel like the correct recipe to beating Falcons, because to try and beat Falcons in 25-30 minutes and close the game is often unlikely. So I think Falcons often have layers of their draft where their lanes are so strong that they don't get run over, or they have like this one aspect of team fight that allows them to kind of cling on to a game. Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, I can agree to that. I think Yakult Brothers definitely need to adapt as well to the not only Falcons in general, but also to what Falcons shows in the draft. And they need to be willing to kind of, you know, maybe change some of their concepts if needed, right?
Yeah, I'm thinking about pubs for a second. Falcons, again, in the last week, they started playing Lycan in all 3 roles. Malrine started playing it in the mid lane, and Yakult Brothers, they've been playing these Western European qualifiers. They first picked a Lycan in one of the qualifiers. Again, it might be because they didn't respect their opponents and they like the hero, but...
Speaking of Lycan, actually, Falcons banned it out, so they are also well aware of the strength of Lycan for Yakult Brothers.
But it's gone.
I'm wondering if we're going to see a Dawnbreaker or Venom as a ban. No?
Oh, it's Bristleback, right? Yeah. EA banned into Bristleback. Perfectly fine, and already the Phoenix is gone.
The Nyx is in the pool. The Venom is in the pool like we saw yesterday.
There's a lot of these key heroes are still available.
They are. The Phoenix is banned out by Falcons themselves, so that's also some counter we usually see to Bristleback a little bit.
The Dawn is available,
yeah,
but I would question that Bristle was pretty good against Dawn. As you walk into the fight, put your goo down, and then you can disengage. It's not as kind of, you're not locked into the position of the fight that Dawnbreaker wants to play into, but the way that they are flexing it, maybe it's key. I just don't know if, like, are you flexing a Dawnbreaker to, I might lane into a Bristle lane? It doesn't sound like you're like a punchy pick compared to...
Yeah, maybe there's no real reason to take the Dawn right now. Yeah. So maybe I kind of agree with that. I think I wouldn't mind the Nyx Assassin here.
Yeah,
Pango could also work, yeah.
Clutch predict.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to stick to the guns of Falcons, right, how they always like to have these cores in their drafts, it makes a lot of sense.
Oh, and then the Venom monster, yeah, that's really loud.
Yeah. Okay, so they just go ahead and ban both the heroes we saw a lot yesterday, Venom and Dawnbreaker.
Okay. I mean, it's pretty cool that Yakult Brothers still respect Dawn. Maybe in hindsight, once we finish the game, it's like, did they really need to ban it? Maybe how they play, but still, I think if we're describing the tempo of Yakult Brothers needing to be quick, then banning Dawn is key, right? It delays enough fights that you always feel like you get to a 40, 35-minute game, right? And with the Pangolier, of course, we touched on it a little bit, but it doesn't really get counted too much in mid lane. Even against like Puck, the fights are annoying, but the laning is fine. You can buy Diffusal to deal with the Bristle, Ags, Basher, Blink, like you scale really well. And the other hero that often is thought about is the Bloodseeker, and they do take it away.
I also really like Pangolier for Falcons from second pick, especially because they are allowed to now put the Pangolier on ATF a little bit later in the draft and pick up something kind of disgusting from Marine, right? Like the Viper, like the Huskar, Lina, things like that. So this leaves the draft very open for them.
5 seconds remaining.
To do that though, they will need to sacrifice Skidder in the draft, of course. But they don't mind that. He's used to that position. Especially, I mean, Bristle into DK is good for Bristle early on, but then it kind of eventually flips when DK gets his items. We'll see if they want to go for that.
I think that the green facet Bristleback feels like a lot more dimensions to it, right? And
so many,
yeah, and a lot more item builds to play around these things, and these matchups that used to counter the normal Bristleback. Yeah, they are skewed now with the other facet.
Batrider. They're going for all the big statement heroes of the patch at the moment, right? Like the Bristle, the Batrider.
Very solid so far.
BB utilize some of these heroes for their run as well.
We also talked about it the other day, how Batrider has kind of, it's flown a little bit under the radar, perhaps.
Another pun, by the way.
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
I'm getting good at it.
You are, yeah.
But you know, the bat used to be like a couple of weeks ago. This hero was first picked a lot, and every team was kind of prioritizing it. Nowadays, other heroes has come into the mix a bit more, but it's still incredibly strong. There has not been a patch, so it is the same hero as it was 2 weeks ago.
Ooh. Okay, interesting. So Ogre's a hero that we kind of forgot about in the patch a bit because people realize how weak his laning is when you pull waves, right? Like if you're unable to pull the wave, Ogre level 1, he has no spells. You pull 2 waves, your enemy's now like level 2.5, you finally get level 2, but the lane's in a bad spot to utilize Ignite. And also with Enigma, Beastmaster, Lycan, very weak in lane again. So
what if you are next leveling that strategy and you just let Ogre farm the first waves? And let the carry be the one chasing.
Oh, okay, all right,
That would break this.
That would break this entire logic, but
I think Ogre is a good hero. I think one lack that he has is that he does not have any team fight at all as a 5, and I think oftentimes Abaddon, huh?
Yeah.
It's a good Abaddon game already. You can remove, you know, both of the support spells just with one shield, right?
Yep. And you can also never get lasso because Abaddon can just press the ult and walk away from it. So.
Right.
Yeah, again, Skidder, he played it yesterday. It is iconically one of his carries that made him very popular back in the day as well. But yeah, into this, you don't really care too much.
Yeah, I like that we see this hero being picked a little bit earlier now, so the Yakult Bros actually have a chance to counter it. So it's not just like a last pick Abaddon.
But also we said we had to sacrifice Skidder in the draft if we want Pangolier to be flexed, right?
Exactly, and there it is.
There it is.
And Abaddon fits it perfectly, I think, because this hero it's not obvious how you counter this hero right now. It's one of the least figured out new meta heroes, I would say, right now. I also think that it kind of is a nice hero for Falcons in the sense that it allows Snake King to play kind of whatever he wants. Now he gets to play this super greedy position 5 Zeus, where he can slowly and surely creep his way up the net worth.
It's also a hero that is one of the better 5s at following the Batrider because you have the Heavenly Jump, you can get a Blood Grenade, you get 2 points in Lightning Bolt. So when you are chasing this Batrider, if he tries to pull waves, you're slowly clicking him down, you're utilizing Live Wire to click him. So it's like, I think the Zeus is just, for the first 5 minutes, it does that job. And then in the game, it will be more vision, right? Clock with vision, Zeus with vision. It's hard for Malrine or Amar, whoever's playing the Pangolier, to not connect cleanly with his Rolling Thunder. But already Yakult Brothers instantly with the Monkey King pick to then ban the Viper. It's most likely going to be the Ogre and the Monkey King in the same lane. It is one that needs levels, I think, to come online. Level 1, again, pretty weak, but once you get to that level 2, level 3 on the Monkey or the Ogre, that's when the damage will start coming in.
Yeah, I mean, the Viper ban kind of protects both against Malrine and Amar, right? Like, because you could also argue, if you want to put Monkey King mid, you don't want to stare down a 24 Viper. We saw Nisha the other day play against no one Viper, and that was not pretty.
Very true, yeah.
So it still is kind of open for Yakult. You could see Emo play the Monkey as well. The Beastmaster is banned, so there will not be any of that for Army this time around.
I kind of just like last pick Mars for Falcons here, right? In lane, you're going to have that spear to get rid of the Monkey from you. In the fights, you're going to be able to kind of contain the fight. You can also turn the Bristle around to ensure additional damage gets done to him.
Sure. Another brawler that's kind of hard to kill, especially with the backup of Abaddon.
Wait, there's the survivability. Sure, I think damage could be a slight issue early on, right? Abaddon wants to farm an entire Harpoon. You then have a Mars that might only go like Blink BKB. But,
what about the Malrine? Okay, the Puck. Okay, so that I was just about to say, what about the Malrine Lina? Can you just Husker here and
play some Dota?
Destroy this Puck, like, and put the Pangolier offlane?
This is when the Pango pick has its strength, right?
Exactly.
Because if they go, you know what, because the Ogre's weak level 1, we can get Pango to, let's say, 2 or 3 for free, then yes, I agree. If Malrine sees the mid pick, I mean, you just sacrifice it.
There's no doubt they must be talking about this hero right now, because it's one of the heroes that absolutely wrecks Puck. And it's probably the worst matchup. It's worse than Sniper in a lot of ways. Is it a good Husker game overall?
It's not that bad.
With the backup of Abaddon, I would say so.
The Aghanim is also pretty good. You get early BKB, you have some silence.
So let's say that now we talked about the Husker. What other options are there for them? You could also pick something like Tiny, perhaps?
Yes,
and throw
just
it
for the lane, yeah.
That's something that Liquid has done a lot, play Tiny into the Puck.
Void Spirit's quite nice as well. You have good lane, you have the Ags turnaround. It's not as explosive as the other options.
We're going down in tier now.
We are already in it. Yeah, we started with S tier, and now we're in like a B tier, right?
What about ATF?
Again, Gorg's watching. We have to do tier lists. It's appeasing both our stream and the co-stream.
So actually the Amar heroes kind of got banned out, right? The Razor, the Viper, the Dawn.
Again, we said I said Mars earlier, but
yeah.
it's like a low damage but good team fight.
It's Puck now as well that they came into the...
I mean, we're describing a lot of different things, but it's like one of the options is better team fight. The other option is break the lane, right? It really depends what they want to go for, and they do go for the lane break.
Yeah.
And
disgusting. Yeah, that's exactly what we talked about with the Pengulia second pick of Falcons.
Yeah, it took them a minute to get there, right? They're just really discussing. Like, I think they probably had the same conversation we did. Like, do we want to break the lane? Do we need something for the game? And then they decided that because of the team fight of the Pangolier, if Puck doesn't have a game because of the Huskar, their game's still going to be fine no matter what.
One issue they could run into this game is the fact that they don't have that much catch. So if the game prolongs after laning phase and Puck starts to catch up, the Bat Rider starts to cut waves, Monkey King is hard to catch. Even Bristleback is hard to catch this game because you don't actually have that much stuns. So he might just run away from you, right? So you could, in a way, get kited around the map and outscaled in a little bit. Then the question becomes, how strong is Abaddon in a 40+ minute game? Can he out-carry these Monkey Kings, these Bristlebacks?
And on top of that, you do have the fact that if there's ever a point where the Abaddon is not with the Huskar, the Bat Rider with the Lasso, you contain that Huskar with the Wukongs of the Monkey King. Like, you can kill Malrine with a couple items, right?
You can.
Monkey King also likes to buy Orb of Corrosion. That's HP reduction. That's ways to deal with it, right? They have the tools to deal with the mid-game Huskar. It's just, can they get to the mid-game to feel good?
I think another interesting point that you also brought up earlier is the bottom lane, right? It's Monkey King Ogre against two melee heroes, Pangolier and Clock. If Monkey King and Ogre catches up and gets a good start going, they could absolutely destroy this lane and set Ame up for an amazing game where he can completely take over, go through the gate, and create a lot of space for his team.
And that's the thing though, Malrine, when we go back to the Huskar one last time, he is his 29th competitive game on the hero. He has a 65% win rate on the hero. Like, it is his comfort. When he sees a good game on this Huskar, he's often winning the game.
Does he ever lose the game on a 24-pick Huskar? I feel like it's very, very rare.
That's a better question, because I can't give you the stat on that, but I'm pretty sure Noctua will. When we load into the game, that's the first stat we're going to see. Does Malrine lose with the last pick Huskar? Because I feel every time I've seen with it, it's pretty rare that he does.
I agree. I actually think Abaddon is low-key broken.
Low-key broken?
Low-key broken.
Okay. Tournament winning?
Let's see.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. It's time to get into the action of Game 1 between Team Falcons and Yakult. With a little pause. As always, we'll just have a little brief pause. That'll give us a chance to break down what we saw in the draft. We've heard it from, of course, the wonderful Misery and T. But, Fog, what do you make of this? They let the Huskar get through. I mean, you've only got to imagine this was part of Yakult's plan, right? There's no way you forget about a Huskar when you're drafting against Falcons, right?
To have known. But there was a lot of options. You know, they were going down the list and talking about a lot of different heroes that can work for the Puck, but I think this is that tier S that they were talking about from Malrine. And Knoxville, I'm sure you're running the numbers on us, but get it to us as fast as possible. The 24-pick Huskar for Malrine.
You would say, well, in that kind of draft position, you'd imagine the win rate's pretty crazy.
Because they said 65% for normally. I would say it's probably 80% plus if it's a last pick. Like,
yeah, we'll run the numbers on that.
So we'll have to see. So talking about a couple of things that they were discussing is they will have some tools to deal with Malrine, of course. They were saying the Monkey King with the corrosion. It can be one of these options. Zeal also, since he's gone for the, I believe he did go for the goo facet, as we've seen most of these offlaners go for it. They can start to stack up and get a fair bit of physical damage as the game does progress. And then they do have this Bloodlust that's going to be able to amp up the two of them that could perhaps deal with it. But is it going to? Because we did see yesterday also, Falcons, when they played this tempo draft with this Abaddon, the game just kind of snowballed out of control from like 12 minutes onward. They completely controlled everything.
Yeah, no, Skeeter played it really well. I mean, we're pointing out the stats. You know, it's not something that he's had the most success on historically, but coming in with that performance yesterday, that was one of the better, you know, just straight up carry performances we've seen on an Abaddon in this patch. It was top stuff from Skeeter. Had a bit of a slow start, but once he got it going, he made some fantastic moves and kind of just paved the way towards success for Falcons in that series.
They're actually just looking to try to get the kill onto Crit here, but
that's not happening.
Have enough? I don't think so. So they actually use a blood grenade there for the attempt. It's a bit of a waste. Yeah, we'll have to see how it all goes. I'm really curious to see if there's any like deviation in items. I don't think there will be. I think Skeeter will probably still just do the same route
I would do the
that he
same
did last time.
Yeah, absolutely.
But the other thing to talk about was that Snaking, he's not playing a Veno, right? But it's a similar greedy 5 position that can do not exactly the same, but it is a vision hero, right? So he's going to be able to control vision in that same type of aspect.
Yeah.
And let's see how much he can control the lane in particular. This is what I'm curious about, how it's going to go. Because he can harass pretty efficiently as a Zeus. Whenever you have the shield on you, you can trade super nice with a Batrider.
Absolutely, you're seeing there, Baboka already having to be careful as he tries to go toe-to-toe with Snake King.
And I think T was talking about how it prevents any wave cutting in particular. When the Zeus has this type of like benefit to just get the extra bolts off, can prevent some from the Batrider. So we'll see how that lane goes, but mid's gonna be one that we have to talk about pretty much the entire time. It's the last pick Huskar. They had to know it was kind of coming, but let's see if Emo is prepared for it anyway.
And just how much he can get out of this. Has to somehow sort of prime the wave to be able to clean them up with the orbs, but it's not easy when Maureen's going to be standing in perfect position to stop Emo from getting anywhere close to them.
Well, he's up to the 2 last hits right now, so 6 and 3 in the first 2 waves there for Maureen, 2 and 1 for the puck. One that's going to be difficult to salvage by himself.
And in terms of potential moves towards the mid, I mean, maybe, but both of these side lanes are going to feel rather vulnerable if their supports leave any time early. You know, you can't really leave Ame alone.
No, I mean, Ame is playing versus this double melee, so he could maybe at some occasions, but you want Ame to shut down this Pango as much as possible, right? That's why they went for this drafting style. This Pango gets put in like a sacrificial position, so they have to take advantage to make sure he does get shut down when they have this monkey safe lane. So yeah, I don't know who's going to make the moves to the mid lane to help out the Huskar. It will probably have to be Baboka.
How about the Huskar?
How about the puck? So
he don't need no help.
How about the puck versus the Huskar, of course, you know what I meant. Shut up.
This is going to be tough.
It will.
But as I say, you've got to imagine, you go up against Falcons, you leave this Huskar in the drafting pool. I mean, you have a plan.
I
don't
hope so.
do this if you don't have a plan.
Here lies the other questions, right?
Yeah.
It's not just a Huskar. It's the backup of the Abaddon, right? The extra heals that this can provide to just make this hero really full-out snowball. The Death Ball can go very quickly. And they do have this lockdown, the BKB piercing lockdown, but there's going to be a shield. So if Skeeter's always near Malvine in particular, he's going to be able to save him. And right now, their lanes are looking really good.
Yeah.
Bottom lane is free farming for Skeeter and Snaking, trading effectively. A fantastic lane to have a stick. You're playing versus Batrider Bristle, so they have essentially infinite mana down here.
Yeah, that is true, actually. It makes it just even juicier to be playing a Zeus support, right? That's the kind of the dream kind of heroes you want to be against.
Because I was watching Snay spamming, and I was like, oh, he actually blew all his mana. And then I'm like, wait a minute. This stick is going to be
it's a
10
bristle and a bat.
instantly. So.
Yeah, the amount of mana he's going to get from this kind of stick in the lane is it's going to be simple. I don't know if we can get that sort of numbers, but the mana gained from his stick's usage in lane is going to be crazy.
Yeah. Nox, I don't know if he did end up hearing me, by the way, Nox.
Nah, he's sleeping.
Give me the numbers on.
He's sleeping
he's on it. He's on it.
No, he's there.
He didn't give me a clear check or not. I wasn't sure if he was.
It's a complicated one.
It's true. Yeah.
He's manually looking at the replays, putting the numbers together. We'll get those stats.
Let's just look at the numbers right now. 22-14 to 7-1.
Yeah.
It's rough. Oh, there we go.
There we go. So in the third phase, 84%.
That's what I was thinking.
Wait, that doesn't... How does 184 add up to 65, Fogged? Or am I crazy?
He said this is for Falcons, not all teams.
No, but the stat earlier was for Falcons.
Earlier was for Falcons.
Yeah,
you know what?
We're gonna fact check
again.
our stats guy on that one. His stats aren't lining up.
I mean, Emo is getting actually a rotation moved onto him. The Zeus comes over and cuts him. Emo has gotten 1 last hit in 2 waves, I think.
Oh, apparently these stats earlier, of course, were for all time from Maureen. This was specifically Maureen on Falcons when it's picked in those phases.
Gotcha. Okay.
There we go.
Thank you for the clarification.
Thanks for the we need that clarification. We want to make sure we're giving our viewers some accurate information here.
Yeah, off to a hot start. And even I'm actually astonished how well the top lane is doing too. So far, Amar not feeling the pressure of this Monkey King lane that can sometimes be problematic, but I guess it's just the Ogre not able to contribute as much to shut him down and crit. He's already level 3, so they're looking to get aggressive themselves.
Oh, they absolutely can. At this stage of the game, it's kind of hard for Ame to self-sustain with the little bit of Jingu Mastery lifesteal. It's not nearly enough for him to live. He's dead. That's first blood. They might even get a chance at Tiaming as well. They're blocking him off.
I mean, this is the lane.
He's getting a bit cheeky already, throwing some tips over towards the dead Monkey King.
This is the lane that they set themselves up to like almost quote-unquote guarantee win, and now they just got double killed in it, and they're losing the other 2 lanes pretty horrifically.
I said they've got to have a plan, right?
I wonder what it is.
Yeah, we'll find out.
It's gonna have to be some crazy type of 5-manning to get things together, because at some point very early, Falcons is definitely gonna look to just sandwich down these towers. Yeah, we'll see. Oh, right. TP's coming forward, Emo.
Could he get him? Yeah, he's going to have him. There we go. A little bit of revenge there. Now with the TP over from Emo, they can maybe look to try and punish Amar as well. He's able to get the shield crash off. In fact, Amar's got back up for snaking, but also there's back up.
Skeeter's here.
Yakult, but Boke's turned up. Skeeter's there as well, though. Charming will be the one to fall. They'll lose snaking in return as Arme cleans up the double kill.
All right.
They're able to set this up and
the
get
quad
some,
lane.
You know, some very well needed gold there for Arme. Gets a couple of kills.
The level 4 rotations from the mid lane. Gotta love to see that. Anything
I mean, this game's kind of getting a bit crazy early on, so Emo's got to make moves like that. And of course, he's not having a great time sitting mid, so might as well try and look to catch back up with these sort of plays on the side lanes.
It's what he's got to do with what he's given, right? A little bit of moves here.
Because nobody wants to come to him against this level 6 Marine Huskar.
No, they'll probably just die. And he's actually just looking to pressure the tower here. He has double creep wave. He's going to glyph. He has another wave coming. Emo has to jump to catch the wave.
Yeah, because he can't stay close to Marine.
This is a nice move, though. He's at least dragging the creep wave to ensure that the catapult's going to get hit by the tower now. So he is going to stop that push that was coming in. So out of the entire scenario, that was probably the best move that Emo could do with that orb. That was actually quite nice. But yeah, brutal start, that's for sure. Even though it's just 3-2, the fact that they've been able to have this good lane for the Pango versus the Monkey King, Abaddon's free farming, and yeah, this Huskar is out of control already at this point early. They're making the move for the Wisdom. Might be able to steal this one. Crit, he's got cogs at the ready, though. So that's it.
Very nicely done as well. But Arme's in with the balance strike. Doesn't matter. The battery assault from Crit able to kind of momentarily hold Arme back, so he can't get the Wisdom pick up. And now Teep is coming in. The shield crash is there from Amar. He can stand his ground against Arme. They'll lose Crit, but Falcons should get the favorable cleanup here, as indeed they get both Arme and Baboka. Tianming able to TP out. But yeah, not quite able to get that Wisdom rune steal that they were hoping for. And losing the two of their lives, the important one, of course, being Arme, knocked off the map again.
Nice little try there from Tianming getting the stun onto the Huskar, but inevitably doesn't end up changing anything. Zeal, he's quite low down here, and Crit is in position.
They can go for
this. Oh, yeah, they can.
He's got a Lotus, but just kind of the 1-1 charge. He's going to have some backup coming in. Well, maybe not the Cogs. They're just going to start pushing back on Arme, and this is a risky move from Arme, because backup's coming in for Falcons. If he dies here, this is rough. He'll get the balance up onto the two of them, but he cannot survive. He will fall. Same to be said for Baboka. Yakult, they're panicking, folk. They're trying to make these plays. They're trying to do something. It's not working.
I think that he expected his Boundless to do so much more healing, but you got to remember the innate from Abaddon. It just reduces that healing. If you're below 40% HP, what, it's 35% reduction, I believe? So there, you saw that Boundless come in. It healed for next to nothing. That was level 3 Jingu.
And you're hitting into these shields right as well, so you're not getting the damage done. You're not getting the full lifesteal. It's not easy, and you know, it was kind of going okay for Arme. You know, he gets that double kill top, but now that play where he's tried to get involved, looking to steal the Wisdom rune, comes back into the map, goes bottom, dies again. He's got to calm things down, otherwise he's never going to be able to catch up.
And watch this, look how little the Boundless healed for.
Because it was into, what, the borrowed time, so it only ends up effectively hitting the Zeus.
One Zeus, and
you're just getting a little heal from that.
Yeah, and it's reduced, so.
Amar's got Rolling Thunder, so he's not going down here.
There's rotations already.
Marine's on his way, so Arme and Tianming have to be very scared. The Rolling Thunder's not giving chance for Arme to really get out of this, and Marine closes in upon him. That's going to be Arme dead once more.
That's 4. Oh, and this is snowballing out of control. It's pre-10 minutes, 5K lead.
I guess they did just forget about the Huskar during the draft fog.
I think maybe they had preparation for some of these other ones, you know, the Tinies and something else we've seen versus these pucks, but I think this Huskar may have caught them a slightly bit off guard here. But it's not even just the Huskar at this point, too. Like, the Pango is having way better than anticipated.
I mean, that's the thing, right? You know, this is probably one of those games. Well, we obviously see if some crazy stuff can happen, because we've had some crazy stuff going on here. But this just continues like this, and Falcons are able to take the win. And if you're Yakult, you're probably not only looking at the Huskar as, you know, kind of that getting through being the major problem. It's one of the big problems, amongst many, apparently, with how this first 10 minutes has played out. Already, you know, 6K lead here for Falcons.
They're getting some pretty crazy early timings coming in. Level 7s here for Skitter. Mid tower, how low is it? They pretty much have it finished off. It's like, what, 600 HP. Malrine continued to push forward for it. There's the hook shot.
Oh, they're in. It's going to be another one from Falcons. Tianming goes down.
And their team fight overall from Yakult, it's pretty much just from the Monkey King and the Puck who are really suffering now at this point to kind of bring things back.
And that's the thing, even if they do land the team fight, do they really have the damage early on?
That is the question. Versus the shield, versus just how farmed Malrine already is at this point. Quite a start here for Falcons. Amp damage for Malrine. Tower's gone. Crit's also having a hell of a game too. Look at his net worth. I mean, these cogs have been very impactful. He's part of 9 of the 10 kills on this Clockwork at the moment too, and the Vessel's going to come out very fast, and this is a very good Vessel game if you get it that early. Playing versus the Bristle and the Monkey King, they already have heal reduction from Skeeter's passive, or innate. Everything's coming together for Falcons, and when is it going to be that it comes together for Yakult? It's if they can synergize the 2 ultis, right? But like you said, is that even going to matter if they get too far behind early? Is that damage even going to do anything versus these very tanky heroes in the front line? Because they have a shield from Abaddon, they have barrier that comes out from the Pango, and then they just have the natural tankiness from the Huskar. We shall see if they can get the synergy coming in, but 7,000 lead.
One of the more severe leads we've had here in this playoff stage at this early on in the game.
And it looks like Ame is having to go more of like a defensive kind of style with his build. He's queuing up the Mage Slayer. Baboka,
he might just be dead here. He's got the Dukes at least up to the high ground, but there, Zeus ult now.
Can't run from heaven. It's super powerful, it seems like, with this Abaddon. Maybe it is something, you know, Misery was saying maybe it is low-key OP or something. There might be something there, because it's difficult to push this hero out of lane, especially if he gets to this point. There's 2 heroes there, and he's by himself. Yes, they have a huge advantage.
There we go, Malrine. I mean, you always want to sit on the edge of the seat when watching this. Obviously, Malrine's a professional, so he's not going to get caught off guard. But you never know.
He won't.
All it takes is like maybe a key on the keyboard, just getting stuck a little bit or something. Not being pressed right when you're toggling and your life's gone.
Not Malrine. They seem to know it's happening though, but he's about to finish it before they get there. It's so close.
Oh, it was very
so
close. It was a good effort here from Yakult to try and get in and interrupt him, but won't be able to make it in time and not even able to take the Aegis out of his hands.
And now they might just get both of them here. Can Baboka play his way out of it? He's only level 4 at the 12.5-minute mark.
And he's dead.
And he sure is. I think that was a tip because that was pretty close. That was actually a thing. Whoever made the call there, you almost got.
That definitely was not a risk. That was a.
I know, probably not. But you know what I mean? Like they read the Roche play, right? Like they almost were able to steal it, but you know what I mean.
Hey, they're able to get crit mid.
That's one.
There we go. A little bit of something on the board there for Yakult. They're able to take down the clock. Of course, there are bigger problems elsewhere. They lost Roshan, and now they're going to be losing that tier 1 tower down bottom.
Biggest rivals. Ame.
Ame.
His teammate.
Oh, there we go. Now they're working together. And, you know, before this game, before this series, it's been looking pretty good, of course. They came in with some great performances.
He needs this Ancient.
This game 1's rough.
And he's not going to be able to get that Ancient. They're going to steal all of the big creeps. He's burning down.
He is. And in the mid, Amar, he's ready to dive in and play around some tier 2.
A bit deep, but there's no mana on Emo. And he doesn't have the coil available anymore.
I could just walk away from this.
And they steal all the big ones. All the big
Zeal didn't get any of the lasters on the stack. Or...
Not on the big one. He got like 2 small creeps, but not the big ones. 14-minute mark, Wisdom Runes. We already talked about how low level the supports on the side of the both are. And they're going to get both, it looks like, on the side of Falcons. Everything is going their way. Even another juicy stack, a triple.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, in the top lane.
Oh no.
Ame.
Oh no.
This one could go down really quick going.
At least it's a best of 3.
It is.
You know what I mean?
It's not a best of 3. Sometimes you get 24 Huskar and your side.
You forget about the Huskar. It happens.
Yeah, sometimes you
maybe
just
it shouldn't happen against Falcons and one of the teams that's kind of the best with the Huskar.
Yeah. All 3 lanes though, devastating.
Yeah.
Oh, it does feel like it's a bit back to the drawing board here.
Maybe just sort of like the side lane morale just got crushed when they saw the Huskar in the game. They're like, well, we're gonna lose mid. What does it matter what we do on our lane? It's you know, just kind of concede.
I hope that's
mentally. It's just like, well, we let them get Huskar. We're gonna lose. How can we win? It's a tough one.
This
for Yakult.
We probably have numbers for this one too. Sorry, I mean we're gonna do another one.
We can get some numbers.
Is this one of the higher gold leads by 15 as well? It has to be up there. Not the absolute highest, but we're almost 1K per minute at 15 minutes.
I'm trying to think. Do we have any stompier games this tournament during like the groups?
Maybe Stompy.
That might have been one.
Net worth stompiness. This is pretty insane. And it's just full map control. Look at the way that Yakult is positioned. Everyone's kind of just doing their own thing now, and they're getting picked all over the place. Another kill.
I mean, crit. He's getting very close to taking over the net worth of Emo.
I mean, this one actually, I gotta be honest, this one feels hopeless.
Well. You know what, I sometimes feel for the viewers on the short games, because I know when I'm watching at home, these games are kind of like the games with the drafts going on. You know, you order your food in. You order your food in, and then by the time it arrives, there's no game to watch.
Yeah, that's right.
We'll do our best here, obviously, Blast, to try and get game 2 on your screen soon. But yeah, this game 1,
I think it's gonna be.
If you place your food order during the draft, I apologize.
They're going high ground.
Yeah.
That's a tower. No funny business from Falcons. They're not going to back up and farm.
No, I mean, they know.
They know.
It's getting close to the A, click it down mid, and the Ancient will just fall. With this sort of lead that they have here, 16 minutes in.
As despair as it comes.
There we go. Middle rack's taken. 16 minutes in. Here we go. Of course, come on. They're going to see what they can try and get. They'll be able to take the H out of the hands of Maori. They'll turn towards Skeeter. But of course, he's got the borrowed time at the ready. Round 2, can they get Maori in here? But no, the hook shot. The rolling thunder comes in. The Boka's gone. Zeal to be jumped by Maori. And they're trying to turn and tackle the Huskar, but there's no way. And Maori can just simply walk out the base.
He's got more shields.
He's not scared whatsoever. He can kind of tease with them, and Amaji jumps back in with a shield crash. Double kill for him. They're cleaning up here, Falcons, at 16 minutes in. I think they might want the pain to stop pretty soon, and there we go. They'll stop the bleeding. GG's called.
20
what
to 4.
What a stomp.
21 to 4. Amar ruins it. Yeah, there's not much else to say.
There's not a lot to say.
No, 24 pick. Huskar dominates. 2 side lanes dominate. Rotations did not hit at all from Yakult. They didn't even get the steal of the Wisdom Rune. Ame dies 3 times in a row when trying to make rotations to salvage things in it. Yeah, it feels pretty over at the 10-minute mark, if not before that.
No, it really did. Oh, well, at least, you know, when you kind of have a loss like this, if you're Yakult brothers, there's some clear stuff that you're like, you know what, guys, we're just going to make sure that doesn't happen again. When it comes to like elements of the draft, as you say, where they did leave kind of these openings for Falcons to really get what they wanted, and in particular with that Maori Huskar finisher. It's a rough one. It's a really rough one there for Yakult, but we know that they can do a lot better. As we said, we saw some great stuff from them in the group stage, so we've only got to imagine that whatever happens in game 2, it's not going to be anywhere near as rough as this one, bro. There's no way.
It can only go up from here.
Well, we'll find out. Well, there we go, ladies and gentlemen. Team Falcons, they'll walk away with a rather easy first game win of this series.
I like the silver lining that Fogden and Owen gave us there. It can only go up from here for your Colt Bros. Sometimes you just forget about it. You get Huskered, and you kind of just have to move on from Lydia Misery.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a little surprised Yakult put themselves in that position where they could get Huskered like that. It's not like Falcons, I mean, aren't known for exactly this thing for a couple of years now. So, I mean, when you get put in that position, we have seen it earlier with Brood in this tournament. I think we might have even seen the Huskar in, I mean, at least last tournament, perhaps. You just can't do anything.
No, you can't.
You can't play the game. It just ends.
The one note that I made here that I think would be a nice little talking point here, T, is how a Monkey King and a Bristleback could potentially work in this game as the dual cores if a Puck does get Huskered. If Puck does have a rough lane, how can these 2 side lanes try and support, make space, or do a little bit extra?
It feels like you have to start doing things that you don't normally want to do, right? Like if there is a Huskar demolishing Puck, as soon as Puck even gets close to 6, bring 4, bring 5 heroes to that mid lane, try and, you know, deal with the, you know, just the absolute...
Do you think go to the mid lane?
Yeah, just try and get a kill. But also we're talking about a thing where it's like, they could have just drafted a little bit better and not put themselves in the position, right? Because like, you pick a Monkey King, and then you're banning the Viper, you're banning the Razor, you're forcing yourself to like over-protect. Then you pick a Puck, which is one of the more vulnerable mid laners, a Sniper, a Huskar, even like a tiny type hero who can put Puck in a difficult position. And their entire draft, if their mid laner doesn't have a game, their draft falls apart. Monkey and Bristle, they want heroes to come to their lane to keep taking the fight. If there's no mid lane, there is no game. So yeah, I think for Yakult brothers, they draft themselves into the quickest loss so far at Blast Slam 2.
Yeah.
And Falcons were like, you know what, thank you so much. We will beat you in, what was it, 17 minutes? And normally they're the team that goes a little bit longer, right? But the fact they get a 17-minute win for Falcons, that is in itself just how clean they are now.
Yeah, big talking point for us before Falcons came on yesterday and even before today was just how long this team does take to close out games, sort of their average win or their average loss, and where exactly it falls for them. Well, This was before this game. This was before this series in this game #1, and it was up there, 46, 47 minutes all the way up there, T, and they were able to do it in less than half of that.
Yeah, I mean, they like to normally scale and choke their opponent out, but this time they just kind of walked past, gut punched them and decided to just drag all those averages all the way down, I think. It's like, they are one of the best Huskar teams, They're one of the best Razor teams. They're one of the best, Viper teams, right? But when there's 3 available, you ban 2 and they get the other one, then I think that's because you've not crafted your draft to ensure that you're not getting 24 picked one of these heroes. Like when you go against Falcons, I think your draft needs to be a bit more kind of multi-dimensional to ensure that if they do randomly pick Huskar, it's like, okay, we lose mid, but let's crush the side lanes, right?
Yeah, I mean, I agree. But it also didn't help that they fed a lot of kills away, right? It felt like they were so surprised by the Huskar, but Puck losing mid, guys, we need to make up for that. And then the Monkey King starts using Gate. He goes bottom, and Abaddon's level 6, he dies, right? He dies top again. It just felt like if you're gonna play this game and get to the point where Puck can start to catch up, you cannot afford to give away all these kills. You cannot afford to give, to die, and the rest of your heroes who actually have a game to play. So
that opening was so strong. The Bristle, the Batrider, this is the foundation of a draft that can play into nearly anything.
Yeah.
But then it's the Ogre that is punishable in lane. We lost favor in the meta because you cannot secure lanes anymore as you pull waves.
But I also think that what we talked about backstage is the fact that the Abaddon just counters both supports.
It does
so hard. Yeah. And now your Puck has no game, and both your supports spells are counted by 1 shield in the game.
Yeah.
It's just simply, so how are you supposed to play the game?
That's a question I wish we could have gotten answered, is this ABBA, like in a I'm going to say normal, because this is a very abnormal game, right? Let's say in a normal game, how early does an ABBA really come online? When is the impact, and how late and how long will it linger around for? Because the Aphotic Shield, we know it's a massive one right now.
So I think that if you see 1 or maybe 2, maybe just 1 support or core that Abaddon's really good against, like meaning this shield removes the hero completely, I think you can pick it already. Because right now the Abaddon can even be support sometimes, but I think they can be carry, it can be offlane. I don't think people have a good idea of how to counter this hero in general, so they don't know what to pick when you see Abaddon. They don't know what counters it. They think Monkey can counter Abaddon? I don't think so.
But also the lane, right? Like he sees the Bristle, right? He's going to get 3 wand charges, right? So 20 wand. He can dispel the goo, and he's going to naturally buy corrosion and phase boots. So he's going to have armor to deal with the goo. He's going to have corrosion to deal with the early tankiness and put pressure on the Bristle. So like he has a free lane, and he's countering Ogre and Batrider. I think that's plenty of information. Let's get to go. Give me the Abaddon.
You remove goo as well. I mean, you have a 6-second shield that is hard to spell, right? That destroys so many heroes in the game. So I think this hero is just not really figured out, and I think the longer we get in this tournament, people really need to watch out for this hero. Another quick point is about the bat.
So many little quick points we want to make.
A little quick one here.
Dipple, go. You turn.
The Batrider, we talked about this hero being extremely strong, but there is a little caveat to this hero, is that it gets destroyed by Batrider right now. It also gets destroyed by Lycan, as we have seen in this tournament. So there is a little problem with this hero in general when you pick it, and maybe that's also why we saw it fall out of favor a little bit in the drafts.
Can I make one little point about Abaddon?
No, make a massive one, T.
Okay, well, I think the fact that Abaddon core last time, Blade Mail naturally was a pretty cool concept sometimes on it, but the fact that your Mephitic Shroud, did I pronounce that correctly? Yeah, whatever. The facet, the shroud, basically
Okay, I was like, what are
it
you
turns your shroud, basically, your shield, into a blade mail, right? But the fact that you're basically getting a free blade mail on the hero as well is insane, right? Like, you're a naturally aggressive hero, wants to get into the middle of the fight, and now rather than having to buy an item, you put the shield on yourself, the damage just reflects. Instead of popping.
Is it on the shield now? Because I mean, I'm just going to be blatantly honest. I don't really know Abba's facets here. So is it when you put the shield on yourself, that's when you get it? Or the shield has it, so when you put it on an ally, it also has
the shield itself,
when
it's on any hero,
it's not broken at all.
So it just returns the damage. So it's the fact that it's like you can just put it on you, put it on an ally, and then rather than before, teams can kite around. It's like, oh, the shield's about to pop, let's wait for a second. It's just constantly running. It's going to help you farm, it's going to help you fight, and that's why I think the Harpoon phase boot kind of rushes feels good, because you're basically replacing one item in your inventory with the fact that you have this facet. The facet is a free item for the hero.
So you actually also have a lot more damage than you used to on this hero. A lot of this hidden damage that keeps being returned, right?
Exactly.
So that's a good point too.
Any more points that you want to bring up before we jump to a break?
No, I think we should go to a break right now. Let people just accept the fact
digest the 17-minute game that we just
17.
witnessed. We had like this best of 3 before. We had games going all the way to the end, massive Roche fights. Well, there you go, a 17-minute gift from Falcons. We're going to jump to a break that is somehow shorter than our game number 1. When we come back, it'll be game number 2. We're back, guys. It is game number 2. If you blinked, you might have missed game number 1, but here we are. Game 2 between Yakult Bros and Falcons. I don't think we're going to be seeing the same picks by any means, and it does beg the question, T and Misery, how do you change up your bands to ensure you don't get husked and you don't end up in a 17-minute loss?
I mean, I think there's two main points to why they lost the draft so drastically that game, and the one thing is that they picked kind of the Batrider, Bristleback, and Ogre.
This is our game 1 draft, just to refresh everyone's memory.
All right.
The first 3 picks of Yakult pretty much gets hard countered by Abaddon, the way I see it. And that's kind of, the Abaddon's kind of new to the meta, so it's maybe a bit unpredictable, but I think that's kind of illegal to pick like this when Abaddon's in the pool.
I mean, if you want the Bristle and then the Batrider, I fully agree. The Abaddon has the ban, but then we see here, we also have like the Venom and the Dawnbreaker available, and it's like, they're over-respecting, I think, potentially like the Venom monster or the Dawnbreaker, and it's like, maybe you have a Bristleback. If anything, the Dawn shouldn't be banned.
They're banning heroes with no purpose.
It's gone full circle. In the draft, we were like, I don't think they need to ban Dawn, but that might be hindsight. And now we get to this point. It's like,
before the series T, you were like, just ban the Dawn, and now after game 1, you're like,
in the draft it changed. Like in the draft, I didn't want the Dawn banned because I think the Bristle and the Bat concept was fine. So I think the Dawn ban was wasted. And now that we know, of course, Abaddon. that should be the ban.
There's also a big difference between banning Dawn in first phase to just not deal with it, and then banning it in second phase, kind of for no reason, right? Just because now the draft has already started. You already have the Bristol back, which is arguably good against Dawn, right? Yeah. And now if you're going to end up picking the Bat Rider,
this is the ban. I think that this ban here started everything going wrong for them.
Well, I think they were just blindsided by the Abaddon, in my opinion, and that's the first step. The second step becomes when you pick the puck and then you just forget about Huskar, which I think was the case. There's no way they're like, they might pick Huskar. We'll play against the Huskar as puck.
Yeah, but then that's the same logic for they might pick Abaddon. They played it yesterday. They played it before.
That's true.
It's not like
it's
like
regrettable.
Okay, but I feel like you can excuse.
Shocker.
I feel like you can excuse the Abel one, right? You can overlook it. Maybe you feel that you have the answers to it. We even talked to Zeal before this, and he said they've been playing Scrim, sure, but they've also been focusing on a different qualifiers during this that they unfortunately have to play. And they also haven't been scrimming as much. They've had to theory craft a lot of things. And when they came in, the Position 1 Beastmaster, they had theory crafted. They hadn't played it in a scrim, and it worked for them. So they felt they had answers to it. And that one I can excuse. The Huskar one, I got no excuse for that, you know? No copium.
Maybe even your Colts put themselves in a bad position right now. They've come to Europe to play a Tier 1 tournament, but whilst playing the Tier 1 tournament, they're playing Tier 2, Tier 3 online qualifiers, putting their kind of brain power into other things, losing kind of focus on what they're here for. And it might sound whimsical, but I think the fact that they aren't truly like dissecting the kind of meta every day, we're having 2 best of 3s, but every best of 3 is shaping the next day. And it feels like they haven't respected yesterday's games, because yesterday they were playing open qualifiers, they were doing other things. And
sure, or they over-respected it because that Dawn and that Veno were the second phase bans.
I feel like
I don't think they were watching the broadcast yesterday.
I mean, they were in a game. They were playing some Dota. You know, they were literally playing something completely
I don't think they were
different.
watching our analysis yesterday, T.
That is true.
That was it wasn't the broadcast, it was the panel. They weren't watching the panel, misery.
The VOD is there.
The VOD is
They could have watched it.
Do you want to go link it to them now? Is that a bit out of touch?
Look, I think it might be too late, especially because I just got word. We do have a game number 2 on the horizon, and the draft is just about to start.
Hello, everyone. I'm usually here with T. Why are you here?
Oh, we've been here.
This is weird.
What do you mean?
I'm only used to seeing you for game 3s.
Oh, come on.
Oh.
Radiant team back.
Well, that was fun. That was quick.
Falcons turn to ban.
So, do you think Yakult can come back into the series, or do you think they are Falcons broke them after that game?
I don't know if they broke them. We'll see, right? Sometimes it's easy to laugh that one off and be like, let's just call GG and move on. It was 16 minutes of pain, but we can repress that.
That should be the conclusion. It was a infuriating and terrible loss, but there's nothing you can really do about it. You gotta just move on, take the next games as best of ones, I guess.
Yeah, or you go out back and you say, why didn't you ban Huskar? And then you break out into a fist fight and it just all goes to shit.
Yeah, I mean, there was a little bit of a heated debate from what I saw. But that doesn't have to be a bad thing.
Okay.
They seem more decisive this game. And they have first pick once again, so that does leave Falcons into that second pick role, giving them the opportunity to potentially pull out a cheese as the 24 pick, like we just saw.
I really love Falcons bans. I'm sure you guys talked about it last game. They're the same. But I just think having looked at the trend of their drafts, you see this Lycan, you see this Beastmaster. The Beastmaster especially, that are so pivotal for Yakult. They've won with other heroes. They can play these PA lineups and so on. But I do really like taking out their comfort. What they seem to have won the majority of games with.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like they're basically banning off of what Yakult has been playing and found out that this is their bread and butter, you could say. But it also says that a little bit that maybe Yakult has maybe not realized that what do we do if Lycan and Beastmaster are banned, right? That's kind of our core heroes, right? So we need to find something new, something else to bring to the table.
Yeah, banning the Pango on Yakult is pretty interesting because I'm assuming alright, here's the thing, because last time they just first picked Bristle, and I'm like, well, is the problem that they didn't want to take Bristle and then give away Pango, or maybe they think that the Bristle is less valuable if you don't have the Pango, which would be weird because Bristle's really good. I think Clock over Bristle. How do you feel about that?
I feel like right now everything is fine, and I think the same thing was to be said last game. Last game it was Pangolier Bristleback trade. I think nothing went wrong at the time. The problem became the second phase that we're about to enter now, where they kind of overpicked themselves into a corner. But for now, Yakult are taking a slower approach, picking a support up first.
Taking away from Falcons as well.
Yeah, for sure. One of the more like solid supports that can potentially even flex between 4 and 5 as well. So giving them a lot of flexibility and giving them maybe more information. Falcons gonna have to pick the Bristleback here, but also one more hero, so then they can adjust the draft according to what they see from Falcons.
Yeah.
This game they leave the Dawnbreaker in the pool actually. Abaddon's also still in the pool. They ban out the Ench and Venomancer.
A lot of respect on the supports. I think if you're taking Clock and then you're banning more supports like Bounty in first phase as well, you're trying to narrow the pool of what Falcons can do with...
Yeah, but again, isn't it a little bit odd that you pick Clockwork first pick, but you ban out the Bounty Hunter, you ban the Ench, and you ban Venomancer? Clockwork notoriously good against all three of these heroes, right? So I think there's a little bit of a... Yeah, a conflict there, in my opinion, a little bit. That not sure there's complete clear logic behind the.
I'll tell you what the logic is. It's the logic of a team on the brink of death. They're like, even though our Clockwork is good against these heroes, Falcons are so damn good at them because it's not like they're random supports. This is like Snake King's Veno looks beautiful every game. His Enge looks beautiful every game. That he always finds farm on both of these heroes and has so much impact. You know, the Bounty too is so annoying. So the fact that you're picking a hero that's good against these and you still think that they're so good at the heroes you have to ban them, that's where you're losing bans that could be used for even bigger things, and you're just gonna lose.
That's exactly my point. If you want to advance in this tournament and beat Team Falcons and beat whoever in the final, in the semi-final, Gaming Gladiators and Tundras, you're gonna have to play against some of their best heroes, right? And you're gonna have to counter some of it. So, I mean, we'll see. I think it's not really the end of the world. Ooh, Yakult end up stealing the Abaddon. I like this development. Now, he's pretty good against Bristol in the sense that he can remove the goo, but there's not this clear purpose for Abaddon. I think the counter to Abaddon is Razor. So I think we're gonna see Falcons pick up Razor right now. It's not, I think that's what they're gonna do, because I think Razor is really good against Abaddon because you don't commit to his ultimate, you just drain him and you steal all his damage and then you kill him afterwards. It's also obviously a stables for Falcon, but
10 seconds remaining.
That would be my bet right now to the counter of Abaddon.
If they were to take Razor, for example, now, do you think there is a world where Yakult move this Abaddon to a lesser pick like Offlane and then just pick something like a Morphling?
I think, yeah, that could be an option for sure. Maybe that's also what Falcons are considering. But I think Abaddon as a 3 or as a 1, they fill the similar role by same items. So I think if you counter the Offlane Abaddon, it's good enough, you know? One problem, let's see if they actually pick it, otherwise we could just be talking into for no reason.
It's a great theory though, I like
What I was about to say was the fact that if you end up picking Razor from this spot with Zeus and Bristleback as your other 2 heroes, then you have no disables whatsoever. So that's a little bit of an issue for them.
Tiny helps with that.
Tiny does help with that. And they might also consider leaving the core pick for last. So now you show them your mid probably. Yeah, so you show your mid as the Tiny, but the Bristleback is still flexible, right? 4 Armor and 4 Skitter. I suppose the Tiny could still be carry as well.
It's not bad. I mean, at least these 2 heroes in synergy together are going to give you Okay, never mind. I was gonna say it's nice. At least you have this Ricky and this Zeus who are gonna give Vision a Tiny all the time. Like they're gonna be
Falcons turn to
able to find their mark, but it's difficult when you're playing into Abaddon, right? Because he doesn't care if you throw him into your team.
Yeah, that's true. But I like Ricky a lot against Abaddon, right? If you think about it, because it's kind of hard for Abaddon to. First of all, when Ricky gets shot, you cannot target the person inside the smoke screen, right? So you can't actually save them. Secondly, smoke screening the Abaddon itself is very powerful. So I think this is a kind of cute little counter to Abaddon. It's not a one-to-one core. It doesn't help killing him, but it maybe helps killing the other heroes that he's self-saving in the fights.
I don't know if we'll. Oh, sorry. I was gonna say I don't know if we will see Abaddon in the safe lane or. Yeah, I guess it has to be safe lane, right?
10 seconds.
If Doom's gonna go off lane.
Yeah, I guess so.
Well, they will be him most likely him and Maiden in the top lane together. This Riki
Radiant team ban.
can really ruin their lives. Like, I feel like they end up with a lot of kill threat on the CM if they're unable to ferry out enough regen.
Well, I think if it's Bristleback Riki and you have Abaddon CM, I think it's hard for them to kill them, just because Abaddon will save the CM if you go on them, and CM will kind of protect the Abaddon with the nature of Crystal Nova and Frostbite, right? So I think that's lane's really strong. But they can just pull waves though, and that how get out of the lane that way.
Yeah.
I think the Doom pick is quite good here in the sense that you counter the Bristleback, at least in theory. And
you think it's greedy at all?
No, I think the cool thing about Abaddon as a hero is that that hero is not greedy at all. And I think both CM and Clock aren't greedy.
I've seen a greedy. These guys are top of the net worth, just farming it up.
Ah, but that's not my definition of greedy. Greedy is like a hero that needs a lot of time, maybe a lot of items before he can do anything.
Do you not feel like he needs one
kind
big
of
item?
a burden to the team? No, I think he just needs Space Boots, Orb of Corrosion, and then he just runs around and he farms whatever he wants because he can't die. And then if there's any fight going on, he can just come and fight because his shield is so insanely powerful, right? And the third spell is also very strong.
Okay.
So for me, the greedy hero means a hero that needs items to do something in the game, and time, right?
Yeah, I guess my definition, or maybe I'm just wrong, which could be very possible. But the Abaddons I always see sit in their lane for a really long time because they don't naturally buy a farming item, right? You don't see Abaddons going a Battle Fury or sometimes Rays, but not really. You see them go for like the harpoons and stuff like this, his Sanjin Yashas, whatever, so that they are really strong and they can fight. And I don't tend to see, otherwise they're just walking around, they don't have a stun, right? They don't really have anything. They just kind of rely on their team dragging fights to their lane, and then they'll use their ult at the opportune time, get a good fight that way. I don't know, he feels greedy in the way that I don't see him be super impactful until he has that item.
Yakult pick up the Razor.
Yeah.
So actually, this hero Emo has played once in the group stage, and he was doing really well, rotating a lot and getting a lot of stuff done as the mid Razor. And I also think it takes it away from Falcons. I still have a theory that Falcon wants Razor, but I mean, it might.
Do you think their goal here is to just walk at Falcons? Do you think they'll get Doom drums, they'll have Abaddon with whatever one-item harpoon he gets, and then Razor, and they'll just walk at them? Because
kind of think that at least they are able to do that if the game allows them to.
Yeah.
They can both slow down the game and farm, get Midas on Doom, take it easy, get items on Razor, scale all your heroes, but they can also, like you said, get drums on Doom, get a couple of items on Razor, get the Orb of Corrosion and Abaddon, and then take the fight back to Falcons. So I think this game, their draft is a lot stronger and a lot more solid. Now, of course, Falcon has last pick here in 10 seconds, but I don't know if there's a hero out there that can break this type of lineup. Yeah, I was thinking about Lina. It's not necessarily that good against Clock, or Abaddon for that matter, I think, but it's a good matchup for Marine in mid lane against Razor at least. But I like Yakult's brother's chances a lot more in this one than last game. It's actually an off-lane tiny. That's not something we see a lot.
Where is Bristle? Oh, Bristle carry, right? Okay.
So,
I like that. I think the tiny getting not being a support and getting a really fast blink is gonna help them if Yakult do decide to take this like run at you approach, because Lina needs items, she wants her ags, right? And until then she is quite susceptible to dying. I think Amar being able to be like, okay, you're trying to push our towers, for example, I'm gonna have that earlier item timing to be able to punish that.
But I do think he's gonna have an early item time though. I think he's gonna have a really hard time in the lane against CM Abaddon, right? And this hero from the off lane, if he has a bad time, it can be really, really difficult to get to that Blink Dagger. In the mid lane, at least you have the potential to get the runes, maybe somebody's stacking for you, maybe you get a bunch of kills, but from the off lane with a +4 Riki, it could get really grim for Amar this game, in my opinion.
I like, at least though, that you have Ricky who can just drag your waves for you. Maybe you just try and dodge the lane completely. Unless they're going to put snaking with him, but still, you can dodge the lane. Oh!
So, I mean, my money is on Abaddon. I think this hero is incredibly strong right now. I don't think Falcons has answered this hero very well this game. The Ricky a little bit like we talked about, but I still think this Yakult Brothers draft is a lot better than last game.
Well, I do agree with you for the most part, but as a premium coper, I'm going to say that I've seen Lina win way too many games, and I've seen Falcons as a team get farmed from all sorts of places. I think Amal will get his timings, I think they'll be able to hold and defend, and then Mallory is just going to go zap every 17 seconds until the game is over.
I think snaking is going to help with the zapping as does Zeus. Let's see how this game plays out.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the action beginning here in Game 2 between good old Yakult and good old Team Falcons. Folks, change up in the draft this time. From the beginning, it looked like Yakults were kind of starting to take a bit of a page out of the book of Falcons with their draft this time.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much identical, right? They wanted to open up the clock to counter the Bristle that they saw that Falcons did, even though that wasn't exactly how it worked out. But then they get the Abaddon pick also, so we'll have to see how it ends up working out. It looks infinitely better. Looks like they have better ways to fight early game. Lanes look better. Pretty much everything looks better. But can they endure the pressure of this Lina that sometimes just goes out of control? There's too many of these games I've seen when there's not great ways to get on top of the Lina. She just goes crazy. They do have Baboka, though, right? That's the specialty of the Clockwork, is to find this Lina, prevent her from doing her nonsense of just nuking heroes down. Because that's actually something I was looking at. I'm like, you could potentially kill this Abaddon before he gets the borrowed time off in a lot of situations. Lina is one of the best ones to do so.
It absolutely
is literally
You've got
the
to
best
be
one.
ready to press it manually. You cannot rely on it proccing most of the time. We'll see how Arme does. As we saw in the stats there, this is another hero that he's bringing out for the first time in kind of the competitive scene. So looking forward to see what Arme is able to do with this.
And
what a bit of a rough game one.
He almost revealed his smoke there, trying to kill that sentry for a second there, but doesn't end up doing so. And interesting is, the other thing is, you were saying he has to click it, right? So he's gonna have to click the borrowed time, perhaps in some situations. If there's some burst, there's a Ricky. That cloud causes some big issues.
Absolutely, the silence into the burst of a Laguna Blade, that absolutely could cause issues for Arme.
Yeah, so that's one thing I'm going to at least keep tabs on in the later stages. We have to get there, of course, which this one I do feel like it's going to be way slower. I feel like it is going to be much closer of a game that Yakult is going to be able to actually play the game, because last one, they didn't really get to play. But let's see how these lanes end up going down. With a different, I mean, like you said, a bit of a stolen style in a way with the Abaddon, but switching it up here with the Crystal Maiden.
And you do like the switch up at the end of it all by Falcons to get that Lina in. Bringing Amar to the off lane with the Tiny this time round, taking Skeeter taking the Bristle to the safe lane.
Yeah, I think they were just trying to find this hero that's gonna do excellent in the mid lane, right?
Yep.
First couple levels, Razor can do well, but as those levels start to kick out, the Lina just does excellent versus Razor in most stages of the game. So I think that's what they were pretty much looking for, and they were just flexing this Bristle back. We don't see it played as much in the safe lane anymore, but it's something that can still work. Been seeing a lot more, I guess you could say, like mid-game timing drafts from Falcons that I've been seeing compared to they used to, right? They used to be pretty late-game oriented. Now I feel like they're all about getting mid-game timings and snowballing off of it, and this is definitely one of those mid-game drafts that can snowball. But Yakult has a much better chance, so.
Yeah, first couple of waves as well in this mid lane have been excellent from Emo.
Yeah. 5 and 5. The denies is the really impressive thing, really, from him.
He's going to get a nice little advantage to start this matchup off. This is going to feel pretty good, obviously, if you're Emo after that Game 1 experience against Malreen's Huskar.
Oh, they get the toss back under the tower. Not quite enough damage, but it's a lot of harassment, actually. Ame dropping fairly low. Does have to be careful of those tossback plays, because this is a lane that he should do very well on this Abaddon. That being said, the couriers, we got to keep eyes on them. We do see crit with the ward, so he's gonna get one courier. So that regen, I know Rayo was talking about it. If they snipe too much of this regen control, that's where that harassment can start to add up from the Tiny, and they could potentially get some kills onto something squishy like a Crystal Maiden.
We've got some good stats there. Most experienced players. This is their MMRs, so all in the 2K range. They're struggling right now. The reset has kicked in. The number of games played, I imagine. But of course, as we can see by Snaking and Crit, who we're watching here today, up there in the top 10.
That is pretty crazy.
Yeah, they played a lot of Dota too.
Mid lane continues to just go very well for Emo. I thought after the third wave in particular, that's when Lina starts to get more of an edge. But yeah, so far, Emo, those denies.
Yeah, he's crushing
7
it.
denies. The last hits can be understandable, but wow, very nicely done. And the rune check, we see Baboka. They double check the rune, so they prevent the fill up there from the Lina as well. So he's going to continue to thrive there. Tianming needing quite a bit of harassment.
Now this is pretty, yeah, you kind of just draw on again. We've mentioned obviously Arme's not played the Abaddon in a competitive game. On his main account, just in pub games, he's only ever touched it 3 times.
Really?
The last time back in 2023. So unless, you know, there's some stuff going on elsewhere, he does not play a lot of this hero, Fog.
But it seems like they probably saw it that last game. They're like, this is crazy strong. We've seen it now a lot of games.
Absolutely.
Being strong at all timings in the game. We haven't seen it get to that like super late game potential there for the Abaddon, but it hasn't had to hit there. They've been closing games out with this hero by 40-something minutes.
Yeah, and you can absolutely see right after that game 1, you know, you're coming into game 2 as a team. It's definitely the kind of situation where you're like, you know what? Let's try something different. Dragon Slave not going to kill him. He's got the Fairy Fire at the ready. It's going to be fine.
The glyph there almost caught him off guard. Malrine really pushing the issue. 8 denies. Doesn't get that range creep deny. Malrine will be able to secure it, and he does get himself a fill up. Yeah, fantastic start in that lane. The Doom lane, though, is going pretty horrifically, Owen. Zeal is getting nothing up here. 7 last hits on him. Snaking's got 7 denies.
Yeah, something about this Snaking Zeus, you know, looked fantastic last game, and once again here, having excellent impact in the lane.
Just being able to I mean, the damage that you deal when you have live wire versus some of these tanky heroes early on, it really does start to add up. And Baboka has left the lane a couple times, too. You do have to point that out. He did go to check the rune, so it did leave Zeal alone twice. So are seeing the repercussions of that. And they catch the wave, so they don't even allow them to pull that wave into a better position to allow Zeal to get some CS. So Falcons playing their safe lane beautifully. Bottom lane, crit. He's got the jump. Should be fine.
That really is that.
It's just that
top lane.
That top.
Yeah, that's kind of given the big difference so far. Everything else pretty close with the catch-up that's been enabled in the mid lane.
Nice cogs there. Burn a decent chunk of mana. Yeah, Mar, he's starting to get that farm going. And once he gets more and more levels, he's a lot safer to deal with the aggression that can come from this lane. Especially if he has the backup of the Riki at all times. So he's going to have like double stun to protect himself as long as he doesn't stay too low.
He's got 13 one charges, so he's relying on those. Has to toss in the avalanche.
Does live. Might have to go back.
He's keeping his cool.
Is he sticking around? He's going for the last creep, and he does. Does get it. He's having, yeah, infinitely better of a time than Zeal is, and yeah, good levels on a Tiny early on. I'm looking at not the squishiest of lineup, but a couple frail heroes early on. That could get, yeah, it could just get burst from a toss plus a Lina rotation. So the fact that he's getting those levels is pretty big for how much he's going to contribute later on. Level 5, he actually doesn't even go back to base. So they get the creep pull behind the tower, he gets the extra XP, and he's got a salve to keep himself in the lane too, and there's that first blood.
Indeed. Pretty late into the game here, 6 minutes in, but it is Malrine to find us. He chases down Tianming, and just as it was in first game, he's not hesitating to throw out the tips immediately as things start going their way.
Hey, they already got a 2K advantage now. That kill, plus him just having better CS, and now Ame.
They're just going to walk on Laguna him. An easy rotation for Malrine, not only killing off Ame's support, but still having the freedom to just walk over to the lane and kill Ame as well.
Baboka does get some nice cogs. That push away.
I'm making it turn for Zeal instead. They're like, well,
the TP. Oh, the neutral
get the neutral creep denied. But of course, he's not going to have a TP on the respawn, so still not great news for Zeal.
I mean, this is, again, a pretty devastating start. Not as bad, of course, as last time, but
it looked okay, but then suddenly, 7 minutes in, 3K difference. Emo's trying for the kill mid.
Should have him.
Will get.
Might have 2.
And indeed he will, by the looks of it. The damage builds up. He's able to slap down the both of them, so a couple of kills going the way of Yakult in that mid play. And of course, Tianming giving a deserved tip back towards Malrine after Malrine started off the tipping this series.
All right, I mean, Emo's going to have to be the X factor, right? The bottom lane, they're getting some farm, but losing a kill early onto Ame is painful. Top lane, Zeal has to walk back after having an incredibly rough lane as well. Tianming Might just go down here. One more hit into a jump.
Baboka's here to help out. Crit, does he want to try and jump for the kill?
Ooh.
Tiaming's just going to stay hidden and allow the rest of the team to dispose of him. And Tiaming turns back up and says, you know what? I'll be able to finish the kill as well.
Ame took his time to leave the lane to go for that, and you take the kill. How dare you? How dare you?
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
A little bit of a punch back there from Yakult. So obviously overall, as you can see, once again, as it was in game one, all three at the top net worth cores, all the ones at the side of Team Falcons.
Their net worths aren't that bad, right? It's like 600.
It's not great.
It's the Doom is the big one. It's a 1700. How much he's behind, and he is dead again.
He's dead again. It's not an easy game here for Zeal.
No,
he's having a rough one.
And yesterday I saw a Doom game also that he had a really rough game. I think it was it on Bepboom team? It was. I can't remember.
Mira, right? Mira,
yeah, it was Mira who had the really rough game as well too as the Doom. So off to a really rough start in this game.
Yeah, definitely one of the tougher offlane starts we've seen this tournament. And we've had some games where some offlaners have struggled, but this is rough.
Is that a double courier kill? It is. Crit able to find him too. He might just die for it though.
Now they're diving in. Maybe he might try and turn this to something more. The Laguna Blade comes flying out.
Oh, I'm out. They brought heroes.
He's pretty deep here, Emo. Amar turns towards Baboka, but both the two of them, Baboka and Emo, will manage to hold themselves to the side of the fight. Falcons won't manage to punish.
Okay, not bad. Emo.
He does kill the get out.
But they do lose double couriers, so gold continues to flow toward Falcons, and Ame now makes his way toward top.
Yeah, but they swap planes, right? They've got to give Zeal somewhere, so Zeal's going to hit the bottom lane, and Ame's now going to start the push up top.
He's pretty isolated, so this move is absolutely working for Ame, getting that slow onto him. Timing just randomly tipping Malrine, I guess because they're going to kill Skitter, but Skitter's quills are starting to add up.
He's kind of annoying to kill and annoying to chase. He might just be able to waste their time for quite a bit here.
I think he might be able to swap treads and TP soon.
I think he will.
And he's going to look.
I guess he's going to be a bit careful of potential.
The cog hit him.
The cogs. Oh, he's out. He's out, and at the same time on the other side of the map, Zeal again. The suffering continues. He's dead again.
Oh my God, they can't even kill Skitter. They chased him for what, 45 seconds? Yeah. I think it was too. And he just gets himself away with the extra move speed. Ooh, 4-4, but a 4,000 gold lead off of these little moves. And the levels really is the big thing too. We got to point out. Yes, they can get the Wisdom Rune, but it's. I mean, Zeal does. I think Zeal got the XP from the Wisdom Rune actually, so he is almost level 6. But the two supports now level 4. While the two supports on the side of Falcons, Snaking's about at 6. And Ame.
I mean, his borrowed time's on cooldown for 30 seconds. Falcons know that. After that play up top. Well, it looks like they don't want to spend too many resources in trying to chase him, but Ame definitely has to be a little careful with that in mind. So what do we got here? So highest win rate, 5-person squad, Quincy crew. A lot of games as well. 73% up there at the top. Obviously, the 2024 Falcons is up there in the top 5 at spot number 4.
Oh, the Doom on the Ricky.
I mean, you take what you can get, but he might not even get that. And in fact, he might just even get killed himself once again. Zeal, he's gone. And Crit,
the final
live. There we go. At least Zeal gets a kill.
But he doesn't
something
get
for himself.
He's dead before it goes down.
At least gives a little money. He's able to kind of bump himself up ahead of the supports again.
Baboka, will he be so lucky to get out? Looks like they're probably just going to chase him all the way. Can he somehow work magic to survive?
He's got TP up in a second. But there is the threat of the Light Strike Ray and the Avalanche.
Oh, he got inside the cog. One more hit. And the tree.
Ease.
A standard Amar contribution.
Tucks the tree in,
little
got a little cheeky smile there.
Emo, he's trying his hardest here to get what he can.
He's trying his best.
He'll get some decent damage on the tower mid. Emo will be able to get himself away as well. He needs to push the limits. He needs to get as much as he can because, yeah, the other lanes, they're in full recovery mode. Amar will take out the tower. Amar is building. I think he's probably still going to go Blink Dagger before he goes for that Echo Saber, but he is going to be able to transition very fast into another core. He's top in net worth as that offlane Tiny.
He certainly is.
Yeah.
And they're able to continue to hold on to the mid tower just a little bit longer, so they opt for the deny. And indeed they will. They'll just knock that off the map themselves, and there indeed is the Blink Dagger timing for Amar, ready to get very involved with these plays across the map.
And this is a game where it is a very kind of like a pick-off game, because if you really look at it, there's not really that many teamfight ultimates on either side, right? It's probably one of the most lackluster on both that we've seen in this tournament. I feel like I've seen Phoenix, Enigmas, Earthshakers across the board. This one, what's our biggest teamfight ult, Owen? We've got a Clockwork Hookshot and a Doom in particular, right?
Rip.
Toe-to-toe.
Trying to keep Baboka busy in the mid lane, but Baboka has backup. Emo shows here with the rest of the smoke. Falcons already turned up. They're in with the setup. Straight away, Amar throws him back over towards Malrine. They burst through Emo.
They baited him forward this time. He falls for the trap. Amar might just go for another target, too.
Well, he certainly could if he wants to. So, does he want to jump the tower? He's thinking about it. We'll get caught. The blink on cooldown for now, up to the tier 2. That might be a little too deep.
Can't quite, but another tower to fall. So 2 towers claimed, though they also have Skitter free farming all in the meantime. So Yakult trying to make this aggressive move with Emo to make these side lanes get a bit of a better start. But Falcons is just getting the better trades anyway. They're getting the kill and they're getting the tower and immediately splitting back up a 6K lead.
Not as rough as game 1.
No, I mean, nothing could be that rough.
Yeah, that's true.
Nothing can. Literally one of the most one-sided games.
And at least that's kind of what they can be saying to themselves, right, for Yakult. They're like, right, we've had a tough start, but at least they've not got a Huskar on Falcons.
It's true.
I guess the only slight problem is it's Alina, which is also a pretty destructive hero this pack.
And a Bristleback, which has been a destructive hero for 6 months.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy for Yakult.
No. And he's almost
strike back this game.
And Skitter actually almost has his Aghanims, so it's coming pretty fast. Ame, I mean, his timing isn't that bad. As you said, they're not that far behind, at least on his farm. It's just the Doom. Let's get it off. Should be able to finish up Skitter here.
Yeah, backup's coming in. The question is if they can all get out. Zusol comes flying in. The burst follow-up from Malrine's enough to burst through Tianming.
They're on Malrine.
Zeal will split to the side. Further TP's coming in as Crit's ready to help out, but Poker not able to get the aggressive connection with the hook shot.
Oh, this is awkward now.
Now they can turn with the Laguna Blade. He has got the borrowed time at the ready. Ame, see if that's enough to allow him to walk out of this. Baboka trying his best, has the cogs as well to try and push back the chase, but Amar's able to jump across the cogs. Emo still have to be careful indeed with Emo now turning up. Crit, he's in pretty deep. So with Emo turning up to the fight, they will be able to make sure the Crit gets punished, and Ame is kept safe.
Striking back nicely. I mean, Ame, they thought they could turn to kill for him, but he's a bit too tanky still at this point now.
They might be forced to continue in this fight, and Amar, he's stuck in the cogs. They'll be tossed back Baboka. And Nemo wants to get in on top of Amar, but the Avalanche is back up. Battery Assault's there from Baboka. He's able to block off the escape from Amar. They'll get the Tiny as well. Now, with the ultimate, Emo's going to get on top of Skeeter. Skeeter had no chance to TP out of this, so Emo and Zeal can run him down.
Watch out for the Quills.
It's adding up. And Emo's got to be careful as well of Roshan breathing down his neck.
Skeeter, they've got 10 cool stacks on Emo. Again, making them work for it. Are they going to predict where he goes? They do. They got him.
That's big moves from Yakult. Absolutely needed this. They're able to get a little bit of a punch back, take some big kills away from Falcons.
Getting Zeal involved, right, when he needed it the most. Gets a ton of experience. He's back up to level 9. Ame, they rallied around him there, right? The Abaddon, you can see the power of this hero. Just not really losing much HP. They threw the combo on the rest of the targets, and he's able to just continue chasing forward. So exactly when they needed to strike back, they do. And they do get some signs of life. 9-9. Making. He's stopping the freezing. They're on the back line.
They are. They might be able to make something happen here, Yakult. They're in on top of Malrine. There's a haste rate available upon him as well. Malrine turns to the burst. Baboka will fall, but Emo cleans up the bigger kill. Takes Malrine out.
And they get Snay. They're getting good trade kills.
They absolutely are. Ame's in. He's trying to chase down Crit. Crit's able to jump over to Amar in time. Ame wants to continue the chase, but Crit's out into the shadows.
Slowing down the momentum of Malrine. He was pretty close to having that Aghanims as well. He's like 200 gold away. I think he would have pretty much had it done if they didn't get that kill there. Great catch there from Baboka getting the back line.
Making some really good decisions on how to tackle these fights, Yakult.
Yeah, Emo also just, I feel like I look and he's just on top of Malrine in like 2 or 3 situations. Even one of the situations where he died before, he's finding the angles to get on this Lino, which is really helping them. Now they have to deal with double Aghs timing. So Skater has got his finish, Malrine's got his done, but they've really weathered the storm of something that could have been a pretty big snowball.
Absolutely. Yeah, that 3K difference, that's nothing to worry too much about if you're Yakult now, considering how early it got there and how long it hasn't kind of increased. They're definitely going to feel that they've got a pretty decent hold back on the game, Yakult.
Skitter. He comes up here. they've got backup. He looks pretty dead.
I don't think anyone's going to be able to do anything to try and save that Bristle. They just got to let Skeeter go down at their Falcons. There's no saving him.
Massive kills. They are completely back in this one. And that's Baboka gets the last hit too, which I'm not even too fussed about this game because he's very close to a Spirit Vessel now too. I mean, very close, but 500 or so gold away. And it's a good Vessel game again versus a Tiny and a Bristle.
And Falcons, they were considering trying to make the hook shot in the mid, but Baboka's going to be the one to find them. Quick jump away. Marin is present, so Yakult, they're going to feel the power here of the Lina as he turns, completely bursts through Baboka. The cause of Yakult, though, remains safe.
Good hook shot into a good smoke screen to cover up, and then, yeah, they're able to just reset away from Baboka. Crit does have this defusal finished up very early, so we are going to see him continue to get that scaling. We've seen a couple different approaches, but I think most of the time we've seen these rookies try to scale for themselves. I think Omar has shown, though, he went Yules and Ato, so a bit of a different approach from him. But that's how Falcons likes to play, right? They all want to scale.
And Zeal, the tough start he's had, you know, that recovery's being made. Still a bit of a jump to go before he's back up with the rest of the cores, but it was a rough lane. It was a very rough start, and he's absolutely able to still get himself to this point where he's still very relevant in the team fights. In the last few Dooms, they've been fantastic. He's secured them the kill and ensured that the play's a success.
Yeah, and he's going the, I mean, I don't, you call this the MR build? I think I did, right? It was some time ago. Like the S and Y drum, he's going for the kind of right-click style as well, so he can play in the front line. And they're going to have like triple frontline heroes to run at these heroes, which could prove to be problematic, especially for Malrine if he's not able to find the right angles to protect himself.
Not for sure, yeah, you get on top of the Lina, and you're also just going to have the tankiness to not care too much about like the burst combo coming in from a Mars Tiny.
And we see Emo, he's going down the Eternal Shroud build, so not wanting that BKB too early on, just wanting to be able to absorb the damage rather than needing to click the BKB on time. See if this one pays off.
It looks like they're going to be doing it on the both of them as well, actually. Arme also opting for the Eternal Shroud.
Oh, wow, okay.
That's a bit of a change up from what we've been seeing on the carrier battles, right?
Yeah, we have not seen that at all. But it's specifically because he's playing against the Lina and the Tiny, right? More than anything, the Lina.
Yeah, it's a lot of magic damage, right? The only physicals kind of coming out, like, kind of down the lines for the scaling of, like, sure, the Tiny and Lina, but indeed, for the most part, the mid-game is an overwhelming amount of magical burst.
Yeah. I mean, the Bristle's always going to be dealing incredible physical damage, right? But you can only do so much. Ame showing himself. It doesn't look like they want to go for this target. Yakult getting a big wraparound here. Might be able to find Skeeter off guard. He might be the first target.
That's what they can do. Moving in, but getting that damage. Quills. The burst indeed. The Quills come out. Oh my goodness! They just burst straight through Emo. Let's see if our man Zeal can clean up anything in return. They'll be able to finish off Skeeter with the freezing field coming out from TR main. Falcons have to split. They'll try for the TP out. Amar, he'll be able to get back to the fountain.
Is he going to survive?
I think he will.
Does. What a TP.
And now Arme is going to have the borrowed time forced out of him. Falcons might be able to go a second time after it. They've got the setup and slow from Chris Diffusal Blade. They're in with the burst. Arme cannot withstand the amount of damage coming out from these three heroes as he will fall.
It was looking kind of okay for Yakult if they were able to finish off the Tiny and get out, but the fact that they don't get the Tiny kill and then they lose Ame all quickly turns on their heads. And that was a lot committed from them as well, too. That was their doom. A lot of downtime now. That Falcons, their lineup does not really play with any cooldowns, so they can look to continue pressuring while the downtime will be there for Yakult. And we'll see it again. Main Skitter. The Quill is just, it's just too much. It's too much.
Not enough, you know, nothing that Eternal Shroud is going to be doing to save you against that sort of damage.
No.
Absolutely not.
And what a heads-up TP from Amar, really. Looked like he was gonna definitely die, but
he makes the exact call at the right time to get out of that fight.
Another smoke up. They really want to make it in time for the rush, but they're not going to make it.
It's going down quickly.
Too quick.
Yeah, they're going to have to just deal with the fact that Falcons are going to have this Aegis.
I mean, that's why they were initially doing that smoke move before, because they anticipated this move, but now Falcons has got it. Do they want to take the fight?
This is risky.
This is really risky.
Especially when they know where Emo is. Crit's able to make the jump over towards him. Amar's able to follow up combo. Light Striker comes in. Emo's gone.
That's without even Laguna.
That Falcons can look for more, surely. I mean, Zeal's still trying to fight this, but there's no fight to be had. They have to run, Yakult.
He can't get out. They've got a toss. They've got another blink in 2 seconds as well from Amar.
Diffusal Blade slows there, sets up for Amar to get in, and not only catches onto Zeal, but it also catches onto Baboka. They're losing heroes one by one. As Yakult, will they get Baboka out with that TP? They won't. The Dragon Slave comes in. Falcons get the 3 of them, and Yakult just making a bit of a half-hearted attempt there to fight into the freshly picked up Aegis of Falcon.
It looks like indecision, right? It looks like half of them maybe wanted to fight, the other half didn't, and then just save your buddy syndrome. They get caught and all cleaned up. 3 down. Falcons get the Aegis and kills just handed to them as they've reclaimed that big gold lead that they were getting earlier on, up to 10K. They can back up. Also, a natural progression into that Wisdom Rune and that Tormentor since they've got the Bristle. What are you doing? You're looking at a bunch of stats over there.
Yeah, and I'm just, from what I can see, I was just out of interest.
You're checking the Eternal
Shroud.
Shroud.
What kind of games other Abaddon players are buying the Eternal Shroud in? I'm just not finding any.
No, you're never really going to see. I don't think he's even going to finish it.
You think he's going to stick with the cloak and then... I prefer.
I think
you get a little bit of magic resist, but you need your S and Y. Like the Eternal Shroud, getting that as a full pickup would have been, something with... You just don't see Abaddon players doing right now.
I mean, he's probably just questioning what to really do because the game has gotten very dangerous for him, and there's always going to be this burst potential versus him, and even with the cloak.
Probably after that play down there, he sees his teammates just get shredded by the physical. He's like, do I really want to invest that much money in a full Eternal Shroud? Probably not.
Yeah, and Emo now, it just feels like he needs a BKB. They can't even finish off their Torment.
But then it feels like he needs a BKB, he needs armor, he needs HP. It's just, how do you live against this?
Yeah, it's getting difficult.
Yeah.
Very difficult to itemize and very difficult to find good catches now, especially versus this Aegis. You know, they tried to do 2 smoke wraparounds and both ended up not working out for them. And then as Amar, somehow, as he was swapped to this offlane Tiny, he's having actually looks like one of the best game.
Yeah, he's having a great
He's
time.
7-1 and 9.
Yeah, it's been really nice from him.
That's pretty impressive. And it looks like he might actually go down the Silver Edge route, right? So Silver Edge plus the smoke screen.
And then you can't do anything.
Then you're just dead on Amar.
You're absolutely dead. There's very little that can be done to save you from that sort of combo. As you say, they've got that way to stop him from having any chance of getting the borrowed time off, and of course they've got plenty of burst to take him down whilst he's held in that position.
I mean, they're fully hitting their strides. They're not even looking to build support items on the support heroes at this point. We see Snaking sometimes is, I mean, one of the better Lotus carriers, as we've seen him reflect so many spells in so many games. He's not buying it. He's buying for himself. Skitter's actually the one going to go to Lotus. Malreen's going to go Lincoln, so they're going to be able to protect themselves either versus the Link or that Doom, while Snaking just continues to scale as he does. And they have a Riki scaling as well, so they're getting to some pretty dangerous territories pretty quick here. The Yakults, how are they going to weather in these next few moments? Their timings just have kind of fallen apart, because it's like usually you're like, okay, we're going for like a double BKB timing in order to be able to play when you're from behind. They don't really have any of these timings now, because they've gone for all these small little hybrid items in between. So taking head-on fights now feel very complicated, and they don't have the best ways to initiate fights either, right? So Baboka hook shot into a charge in to try to fight.
Zeal, has he got any way out of this? Goes for a quick TP. Doesn't matter. Amar, he's always there.
Map is shrinking very quick, it feels, for Yakult. 4 heroes hugging around the mid lane. They still lose their Doom bottom. Top wave is fully pushed in.
Well, at the least, not as rough as game 1.
Not as rough. Definitely not as rough.
But it's in similar realms.
Yes.
At least so far. It's not going to be easy for Yakult.
No.
To slow Falcons down with this spot that Falcons are in right now. Yeah, Maureen just
farm is crazy.
So far ahead. One of the more farm leaners we'd see at this 26-minute timing.
And he's about to hit level 18 too, so the levels are the other thing that we have to consistently talk about, the advantage that they have. They have, what, 7 level advantage at this point in the game, massive gold advantage as well. And yeah, look at the control that they have. Anyone who steps outside is at risk of dying. Maureen with the boots of travel, if they just set up a Riki on one side, they could just look to get these extra kills.
Yeah, there it is, the full Silver Edge on Amar's Tiny. One of the faster timings you'll see from the offlane Tiny going for this.
All 3 of his timings are very quick that he's been able to get. And this is them. They shifted the lanes, right? Probably didn't anticipate that it was going to go this well for him because they wanted to get that better mid matchup for Maureen, but it's gone beautifully for Amar. Ame could just die at any moment.
Let's have a look. The Avalanche is there for the setup. They get the smoke screen down. They've got the break hit. They get the toss back. Are they able to burst him before he gets out of it? They can. Not a chance for the borrowed time to go off.
And the clockwork hook shots in and just gets deleted as well. So 2 deaths instantly. And this could be the beginning of the end very quick here. Oh, man, can't even show his face.
How's the high ground defense, would you say, for Yakult's lineup?
It's not that great.
Nothing crazy.
Nothing crazy, really. They're lackluster, and like what I was mentioning from before, right? Like I didn't even mention the CM ulti because they're just there. There's just not really that many like good big team fight ultis that they have. They don't have a way to drag people back into the base either. Kind of just have to hope for an overextension. Falcons not really doing that at all in this game. Even gonna take away another of the wisdom runes, it looks like. Saw this from Falcons the other day. I believe they got 7 of the 8 wisdom runes in the first 35 minutes. This feels like another one where they've gotten, not all of them, but the majority again, with the control they've had over the map.
I guess the question is if you're Falcons in this game, can we expect to see them try and just go straight for some kind of crazy high ground siege, or do you sit back, get the Roche? Now, how safe do you imagine Falcons is going to play this out?
They can go for some craziness, I think, yeah. Because they've got the Tiny for the toss-back play, so it's inevitable that they're going to reach. Toss-back plays, Ricky to scout, Alina to burst.
Crit will be scouted first.
That's a Doom.
I don't mind it. You see that you want him dead. I don't know about necessarily looking for the fight after it. I think you just accept, you know, you got to kill, you chill out.
Okay, well, we'll see.
He might just do more straight into him. He just gets off with him, but he's dead. What? I think his BKB was in the backpack or something. He just gets blown up. I mean, you don't have a Doom, you don't have your mid. I don't think you look for a fight at all, but they're still trying, aren't they?
Ame, can he even get away?
Skitter's going to be able to chase him down. He's got to opt for the TP out. The damage is adding up. Ame will get out just in time, but they'll lose Baboka over in the lane.
It's it's crumbled completely.
Emo kind of panicked to say, what? I don't know if he just got the BKB delivered or is it in his backpack, but either way, it was kind of on cooldown.
I think he just got chain stunned. I think he didn't expect to run
look at his inventory. Look at his inventory.
Did he drag it in?
I think it was still ticking down. Look. It's ticking down, right?
No, it was in his backpack. You're right.
It was in his backpack, I think.
Oh, no.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Well, that's the barracks in the mid lane, at least, maybe even more.
It's the game. I mean, they can get so much out of this here. Anyone who steps forward could get tossed back. Falcons still give respect. They'll back away, but full items being delivered. Snay has an Aghanims now, too.
Yep.
That's big mistakes coming out from Yakult. Well, that was their timing, right? That was their BKB timing, and it went horribly wrong. Now BKB on Zeal and on Emo. They have to get something out of it. But how
do you sit back on the high ground, or you go for the risky Roshan fight if you're Yakult? Where do you play your cards?
I feel like you have to go fight outside, right? It's 23k deficit, though, so it's a pretty impossible call to make. Obviously, you don't know that you're 23k behind, but you can feel.
You're gonna feel it.
Feel it.
You're gonna feel it.
When you click the Zeus and you're like, he's got more items than me, guys, and I'm Doom. And there's the further reach items that they want to go for here. Crit even has a Force Staff. They've got the Blink Dagger on the Lina to be able to bypass into the base.
He's got his Shard on the Ricky.
Yep, he got it earlier.
Yeah, it's all coming into place. And Yakult, is there anything big on the horizon?
They got their they got the double BKBs.
Yeah, the BKBs are there.
Yeah, that's their next big timing in particular. So they are smoked looking for something. They are looking to try to catch outside before this Roche.
They don't. Zeal needs to close in a little bit. He's still kind of the furthest away. Smoking him up as well. They need Zeal to be able to get in and get a solid Doom target.
Crit, he's just scouting. He's kind of tempting them to throw spells on top of him.
Visusa will come out to scout them out in return. Ame's trying to lead the charge. Hookshot's not going to connect onto anything. Zeal not finding a chance to drop the Doom down quite yet. He considers dropping it onto Amar. They probably just have to bail out of this fight. Yakult, they've lost Tian Ming. The Doom will now get dropped onto Snaking.
That's the 5 position.
Emo with the BKB. Maybe at least they can finish off the Zeus. They can. They'll get Snaking. But Amar's cleaning them up one by one as he gets the double. Baboka taken down by Crit. Ame's trying for Skeeter, but he can't finish him off. The borrowed time will only buy him a little bit of time, and Crit's dancing, doing some 360s, some 720s, 180s, 160s, 4320s in front of him.
They'll kill him off at this point, right? Emo can't even get away. Maureen cuts him off. That was a brutal fight. They throw the Doom on the Zeus, but
yeah, they got him.
They did get him.
Got him.
That's true. But they lose everybody out of it, and the game is pretty much decided from there. Whew. It's a rough one for Yakult today. Falcons just playing it.
Yeah, back to sort of
Very
peak
good.
Falcons, right? You know, this is kind of the level of beatdowns that we've seen from Falcons in the past. And reliably pulling it off here 2 games in a row. Let's look at the toss back. And Seal gone. No buyback available on him. Baboka dead as well.
GG.
They do have 3 buybacks, but indeed they know there's no coming back. GG's called. It's the end of the road for Yakult, and Team Falcons will be the ones to move on here today. 2-0 fogged. A couple of quick games and a couple of games where it looked like there was going to be no coming back for Yakult.
Yeah, I'd say it was one of the better performances from Falcons, but also one of the rougher ones, I would say, from Yakult. Things fell apart very quickly in this game. Zeal in particular had no game almost. Started to recover things slightly, but then immediately it just goes right back into that favor of Falcons. They just play clean, and their little switch-ups, right? We do have to talk about that. Putting the Tiny in the off lane, it worked phenomenally, right? Having this Lina in the mid lane, all worked out perfectly.
Yeah, able to showcase the flexibility that we've come to be very used to Falcons being able to perform with. And Yakult not quite the same themselves. As we say, in terms of the stats, it's like Arme trying to bring something new to the fray with Zabadan. In terms of, it's just something he's not really, he's not played at all in competitive, and doesn't really have too many games on his account on it either. Had a good start, but definitely got to the fights, the mid-game plays where things were just all over the place. And even kind of the solid beginning from Emo, it just wasn't enough, right? He couldn't carry this game alone on his Razor.
No, and it really is just so much burst and control that they have on the side of Falcons that, yeah, sure, he went for this Eternal shot to try to withstand it, but then it didn't actually make a difference at all, right? There's too much the variety of damage that Falcons had in their draft between the physical and the magical and the control.
Yeah. Now there we go, ladies and gentlemen. No funny business today from Team Falcons. A very clean 2-0. Here's they're able to stomp Yakult twice as they'll move on in the tournament. Team Falcons.
I got snaking for my winners interview here. You guys having a pretty quick series here. For game 2, I almost said game 3 then. Game 2, the draft change up, putting Skeeter on Bristle and Amar to Tiny. At what point in the draft do you decide this? Where's the discussion to lead to that change?
It wasn't until the very end of the 24th pick, after we seen all the heroes and lane matchups, that we decided to do this, because I think this was the best outcome for us. We think Doom is pretty good, or pretty bad against Bristol, excuse me, and then Tiny will just draw the lane even bot and get what he can, and then Lina will have good impact.
Did you guys feel the game maybe slip away from you a little bit? Because from our perspective, we can see where that goal difference is, right? But for you guys, where was the feel? Did you always feel in charge of game number 2?
I think the early game's a little spicy. I think we don't know the exact gold lead, but like they got some good rotations on our Lina, and then good they caught us off guard a couple times on top of their collapses. So we reacted a couple times, and I think we lost a few of the skirmishes. So I think it was a bit back and forth. So we weren't too sure until the mid game came around.
Okay. I do want to go back quickly to that game number 2 draft. I finally processed what you were saying. When you're making the decision right at the end of the draft, how do you guys communicate that? How do you make sure that it's very clear where everything is going and that you're all on the same page about the idea?
I think it's just mostly about understanding which lane has the good matchups and like what we are trying to get from the rest of our draft. I think at the end on our 24th pick, we generally try to create as much freedom as we can so that it can just pick anything at once. And most of the time, if people pick some really bad matchups and we see a cheese, like we'll go for it, The Huskars will come.
I wasn't going to mention it in this interview, but I'm glad you brought it up. Snaking, thank you for joining me. Congratulations again.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Well, that was a little bit underwhelming for me personally. To be blunt about it, right? I'm sad. They had such a good group stage, and I don't think they showed the same. I guess their shots were taken away. It was great drafting by Falcons. They really felt like they understood Yakult coming into this series, and that's a shame that they didn't get to show off their best strats.
I think they got a bit outclassed just in general. I think even though this draft was more even than the first game, it just felt like Falcons was the better team overall. I think Yakult would have to, I don't know, pull one out of the hat in terms of drafting to beat Falcons today. I think it was just about play and
I thought I thought the Game 2 draft could have been it, right? They go, hey, we know these are your comforts. Maybe we could pick it up for yourselves. We've seen how, imber it is in some of these games, not just on you guys, but other teams too. And
yeah, I mean, that's also my point, is that I feel like this game, the draft was maybe 50-50, or I think slightly ahead in Yakult's favor, but they just make too many mistakes. We see the Crystal Maiden go for the Illusion Rune, give Lina first blood. Lina runs bottom, kills the Abaddon, right? That says it's just things like that. You don't really see Falcons make the same mistakes. They also go for the dive on the Bristleback top. He runs all the way to the Wisdom Rune and just TBs out, right? That's 5 heroes chasing him. So just small things like that, I feel like, yeah, it's just not good enough to beat Falcons on a day like this.
I mean, in the interview, Zeal said that in the group stage, they didn't scrim certain strategies, but they tried it. It feels like, at least in this series, they, under the game 1 pressure, losing in 17 minutes, the quickest defeat so far at Blast Slam 2, they were like, okay, how do we fix ourselves? How do we deal with all this? We don't have enough bans, so they had to make a compromise. Let's pick some of them. And I felt like they were very exposed. Like, they're trying to go, you know what? We didn't scrim it, we didn't practice it, but it worked in the groups. Let's try it again. But doing that against a team like Falcons, against any of the teams left in the tournament, you're not going to be able to beat them. Like, you need your drafts to be the confident heroes that you want to play, that you naturally know how they should be moving, because even though they had some moments, it felt like there was never like the plan to win the game. It was just kind of, let's try and survive, right? We'll pick heroes to survive a little bit longer. Like, congratulations, you did. It's a 32-minute game, but it just didn't feel like they ever had like the recipe to winning it.
Yakult brothers there, it's a tough one, because you also, we talked about this, Misery, or at least, speculated, where is that balance of having days off, getting to work on things for yourself, but also not having that practice, not having that momentum? I would say that this is probably where it really showed that the most out of any series.
Yeah, perhaps. I mean, it definitely didn't feel like Yakult was caught up to the meta. I feel like the first game with the Abaddon and then the Husker, and then the second game they kind of just took the Abaddon for no real reason, right? Like, there was no real reason to take the Abaddon so early, apart from, oh, let's take it now so Falcons don't pick it. We don't want to play against it again. Same with some of the early bans in game 2 when they pick Clockwork and they ban out the Eng and the Venomancer and the Bounty Hunter, like Clock being good against all 3 heroes. So I feel like there was a little lack of logic behind the draft of Yakult. So yeah, like I said, I think Falcons just look like a lot stronger today.
With that one, it is Yakult brothers being eliminated. It's unfortunate to see them go after such a great day 1 performance in group stage. If you guys want, maybe you are big fans of Yakult brothers and you want to get yourselves a signed nameplate. I was gonna say a named sign plate. That wouldn't work out. A signed nameplate from all of the players there. You guys can head on over to Blast TV. Guys, it's a long day apparently. Blast TV, all right?
What nameplate you got?
I got Armes.
Uncrowned King, or the Esteemed, but still.
Nice and signed right here.
That's
He
good value.
would have to have the cleanest player signature out of all the ones that I've seen.
It's really nice, yeah.
It is very predominant. Great Sharpie usage.
Yep.
The cursiveness of his writing is, I would put it a 9.8 out of 10 on.
Wow.
Okay.
Pretty good.
Really just
selling it.
Yeah, it's a high value one. Arme has a lot of history, a lot of legacy around him. So to have something that he signed, that's pretty cool.
Yeah. With the Yakult brothers leaving Blast Slam 2 here, we can take a look at how our bracket is shaping up. It's been a lot of fun. 3 days in studio already. Day number 4 is short to bring us some action. We said goodbye to Talon, Extreme Gaming, Liquid, BetBoom Team, PARIVISION earlier today, which was a tough one, all right? They've been here since round 1 of this single elimination, but their journey fell just short, and Yakult brothers not able to come to play today against Falcons, getting 2-0'd. That does leave Tundra and Nigma Galaxy, a very tough opponent for Nigma Galaxy to start off their day tomorrow, and then Falcons up against Gaming Gladiators. That one is the one I'm most interested in. Because,
really?
Yes, only because last time we were here at Blast Slam 1, Gaming Gladiators 2-0'd Falcons. 2-0'd them, knocked them out, said see you later, and that was it. All she wrote.
I think that Gaming Gladiators wants to win this tournament so badly.
I mean, they kind of need to.
Yeah.
The way the team's performing, like if they don't win the tournament, there's a lot more questions on them. So
I think they're sitting in the practice room, spending all waking hours.
Yep.
Preparing for Falcons and watching the drafts and the games from today and yesterday. So I think that's going to be a crazy series. Also, Nigma against Tundra. I mean,
you good there?
We got some.
I was trying to like prop it up. I thought it was going to look cool. And
I was trying to like gesture to you, like you're in the shot. You're in the shot.
No, but it's like this. It's like.
It's just not happening.
Give it to me. Just give it to me.
There we go. Okay.
I will hold it.
Thank you.
I was also listening to what you're saying, because I promise.
No, no problem. Ame is more important.
For someone out there who gets to win his nameplate.
What's more important?
He just got eliminated, so.
Do you guys want to put out any bold predictions for tomorrow before we get to it? I know people don't normally like to do it, but it's always fun to wind back the VOD and see if you're right.
That's so whimsical, but Falcons to beat Gaming. I think maybe Gaming could have the same situation as like Yakult, where they had a good group stage, but the momentum and tempo of like the meta, this Blast Slam is more important. So I think maybe Falcons got the edge. Tundra is so insane. So it's like Tundra should win using head, heart.
You want Nigma Galaxy.
Nigma Galaxy.
Right, anything else to add apart from Ame's nameplate?
Nothing really to add. I think I'm most excited to watch Nigma play. Like today's series, if you were not here to watch it, that is the VOD to watch. That is the series. That was the series of the tournament for me so far. I mean, hoping that they can one-up it tomorrow,
I'm glad
right?
you said so far, right? Obviously, we haven't concluded Blast Slam 2 just yet, but so far, I would definitely put that at my series as well. What are you doing?
I'm advertising. Just
You're
like
chilling
the
real
play
hard.
of the day.
That's true. Yeah. Come on. What about the player of the day now?
What's the player of the day?
What do you think the player of the day was?
When did this role reversal happen? I normally ask the questions here. What?
Again, changing up the
Tell
script.
us now, what is your play of the day?
My play of the day is the bottom Roche fight between PARIVISION and Nigma Galaxy in
Safe answer.
game
Keep
number
it safe.
2.
All right.
I would like to see the 3-man RP by Smail. That could be really cool.
Ooh,
Right?
that one's good too. Yeah, all right.
You're going for
that
the
was good.
SFM value rather than the... Yeah, okay, true.
That was the most hype to hear in the green room as well. Like the screams that came out of their room at that play was great. Because we were also
yelling.
Yeah, we were also screaming.
Whoa! And then we just heard the Nigma room go, whoa!
Yeah, there we go.
This is
And all the
really
Twitch
good.
stats, and I'm like, ears, yeah, that's fine.
Well, you guys have stolen 80% of my job, so would you like to at least tell people where they can go to vote for play of the day?
Of course, you can go to Blast TV to vote for the play of the day. The same place you can get this beautiful, wonderful, illustrious Ame nameplate. For you, Blast TV. Check it out now. Vote for the play of the day. We'll see you tomorrow with the SFM for that one, as soon as you vote on it, which you should do now on Blast TV.
Either of you guys closing the show out?
All right.
See you guys tomorrow.
Yeah, bye.
That was terrible.
All right, sorry, Nat, you're not going to have a job tomorrow. That's how it works. Bye-bye.
Well, look, I might be out of a job tomorrow.